Gusty winds, some heavy rain, and some fairly dramatic clouds across the city right now. All right, let's go back to, if you got, I know you're busy over there, Alexa, so we're bouncing all around here this morning with all of our active weather. Back to our official tornado warning. This is going to be for mostly Pearl River County, including Picayune, Carriere, Poplarville. Those are our three bigger communities. Of course, there's many other communities spread in between there, and it's getting close to crossing that Pearl River Basin. That's going to be the Pearl River Basin, where the actual river is, and you cross into the state. So that area of rotation, the good news, it doesn't look any tighter than it was about 15 minutes ago, but, and well, I take that back. That's right in here near Highway 41, just past Highway 41. This is going to be where your tornado potential is more than likely highest. There's the Pearl River itself. Picayune back over here. You can start to see some of the communities here near Picayune right off map. You've got Union School there, anywhere in Pearl River County. I don't know if the schools are in session over in Pearl River County today, but you need to be in your safe spots there in your schools. That includes anywhere near and around Picayune itself. If you are watching us in Slidell, you are close enough that I do think some phones are probably going off, especially in North Slidell. I imagine your phones are going off if you live in the community of Pearl River here in Louisiana, but that threat for a tornado is now to your north. It no longer includes our communities closer to Slidell and up towards Pearl River there. The tornado threat is just there north of the screen, where we're seeing our tightest rotation. And you know, we were sampling some of these winds. Even outside the tornado, 70+ mile-per-hour winds are a possibility here. Picayune probably about to get rocked by these winds. That area of rotation is likely going to slide, well, you never know, these things can adjust, but probably on the northern side of town is where that tornado risk is going to be highest. At least at the moment, it's right here. So here's what I think is happening with this cell. This is pretty interesting. So you've got your classic hook. I want to zoom out so you can see. This is a classic supercell. There's your hook. It's spinning down. The winds are rushing out of the southern side of this, so there's your strong winds. And then just north of that, right in here is where you get your area of rotation. That's where your tornado could be. So on the back side of this, you've got strong, we call them rear flank downdraft winds. Those are rushing out. Those are the winds that could be 70+ miles an hour. Just north of that is where you've got your tornado risk. That's what's heading up towards the Pearl River here and up into Picayune. Now, sometimes what can happen here is that RFD, or those strong winds, can rush out. They can cut off that tornado, and you can get a new area of rotation forming to the south. So if I'm in Picayune, I'm in my tornado safe spot. In other words, gusty winds, but also that tornado potential, it is there as this continues to head up towards town there. Of course, in Carriere, I'm in my tornado safe spot too. So tornado warning here, it will continue. This is a fairly impressive sail. It has not really shown any significant signs of weakening. If anything, it looks like it's probably trying to wrap up a little bit more. There's a closer look at the areas I'm concerned where this is going to be heading. This is going to be right in here where our area of rotation is tightest. These are your strong winds rushing out. And so all this heading up towards, there's Picayune, there's Ozana, you've got Carriere just off the map here, and other communities, industrial there. Now, if you're in Tallahassee, I don't see you having a tornado problem right now. You're in the warning, you should be in your safe spot, but more than likely you're just dealing with some very, very strong winds wrapping around. You've also got a tremendous amount of heavy rain. You might even have some quarter-size hail in that cell too. The National Weather Service, they are continuing this tornado warning. It's going to go until 9:30 this morning. This once again includes areas north of Slidell, more so concerned with communities like Picayune and up towards Carriere. Those are our biggest spots that I really want to watch at the moment. Now, if I'm in Poplarville, go ahead and head to your tornado safe spot, but you still have about 40 to 50 minutes before this does reach your area. It's moving at about 35 miles per hour. In fact, let's get you another storm track here if you're just tuning in with this tornado warning. It certainly has our attention as it continues to tighten up as it's getting ready to cross the Pearl River itself and head into Mississippi. Clear as day, you know, if you've been watching weather any time, you know that colors right next to each other, the green and the red. That's not necessarily a good thing. It usually means the storm is rotating, and in this case, it is certainly rotating. Let's put that track on it, moving northeast, about 35 miles an hour or so. We'll drive it to the north. Picayune at about 9:04, so staying just after the 9 a.m. hour, it'll be near Picayune. You've got it near Carrier by 9:13. You've got it near the Pearl River Central Upper Elementary School. That's a bit further to the north up here. You can see that's going to be closer by 9:19. So kiddos, they need to be, and you, if you're in school, you got to be in your safe spot right now. You've got to cover your head. You've got to be away from windows. You've got to be away from doors, and you need to be putting as many walls between you and the exterior as possible. That's how we have to protect ourselves down here. Most of us don't have storm cellars. You can't put stuff on the ground. Most of us don't have basements. So that's how you've got to protect yourself down here. And then once you get into central Pearl River County near Derby, Millard, maybe by 9:30. Once you get closer to Pearl River County, or excuse me, Poplarville by around 9:40. Or so. I do want to go down here to the South Shore very quickly. We do have a strengthening mesocyclone. This is a strengthening rotating thunderstorm. This is going to be approaching Chalmette and Araby. Now right now this is a severe thunderstorm warning, and you can see the winds are certainly strong in this thing right now. Did you see that jumping around? Was that you? I don't think it was. No, that was weird. The radar was doing something funny. I saw it jumping around a bit. So this is where we do have an area of rotation. This could be tightening up too. I do want to watch this one very, very closely. Our tower cam should be in a great spot if it's not pouring down rain, and it is. I'm going to turn this, our tower cam really quickly to see what visuals we can get on this. This is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tightening rotation that's going to be crossing. It's right over Algiers right now. Let's go back to radar really quickly until we can get a better shot of our camera. This is going to be Araby. There's Chalmette. Here's Algiers. There's the French Quarter. This is our tightening area of rotation sitting right on top of our tower camera we were just showing. So as this moves a little bit further away, we will probably have a very good visual on what this thing is doing. But if I'm in Araby, if I'm in Chalmette, if I live in the lower 9, if I live up in New Orleans East, we are watching this one closely, and we're ready to go in our tornado safe spot at any moment. This one really trying to wrap up here. I want to go to velocity or reflectivity and see. It's not the prettiest of storms, but down here we don't really have pretty storms. And I say pretty, it doesn't look classic like what you see in textbooks, but this is going to be your area of rotation that's sitting just into the heart of Algiers. It's probably now crossing the river and heading into Araby, and it looks like our visuals are starting to gradually improve there on our tower cam. Let me pull that back up for us there on our weather switcher. Once I can get my bearings straight, we'll zoom around. Okay, so this is the area we're looking right at, the area of rotation. You can't see much because we've got so many low clouds today. We also want to watch, oftentimes when there's strong winds or a tornado and you can't see it, you can see little power flashes in the background. Don't see anything like that right now, but certainly a strengthening storm here. So this has got our attention in the immediate New Orleans area. I want to quickly jump back up towards our sail on the North Shore. I want to update you because this one is rather impressive. This is a classic supercell looking storm. We've got strong winds moving into Picayune right now ahead of the actual rotating part of the storm. Our tornado potential is still going to be right in here. There's Picayune, there's Carrier. So this is going to continue to move into Pearl River County at this hour. It's crossing the Pearl River itself right now. This is going to continue until 9:30 this morning. So Picayune in your tornado safe spot. Anywhere between Picayune and Poplarville on I-59 and anywhere in between, you need to be in your tornado safe spot right now as this storm continues to be very, very healthy as it continues to move into the area. I do also want to jump up to something else. This is a fairly significant severe thunderstorm risk. This is going to be for Tangipahoa Parish. You've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. It's not doing a whole lot of anything big there right now, but this could be a big deal. This line of storms right here approaching St. Helena and into Livingston Parish could produce 80 to 85 mile per hour winds. This is going to be moving in, and it's moving at about, what speed are we moving at with this? It's moving fairly quickly. I don't know if you can get 65 miles an hour, so this will be here before you know it. So you need to treat this as a tornado warning. If you live in Tangipahoa Parish, you need to be in a sturdy structure. I need you to evacuate mobile homes because 80-mile-an-hour winds, they can easily roll a mobile home. This will be in your doorstep within the next probably 10 minutes or so. That leading edge there, destructive winds of 80 miles an hour and also quick spin-up tornadoes can happen. And the damage with those two things, you really can't tell the difference. So all of Tangipahoa Parish, you need to be in your safe spot right now. A severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for that strong destructive line of storms. Let's go back to our tower camera if we can really quickly, check in on this tightening area of rotation that we have near the city. It's right over Algiers at this moment. I will zoom in so we can see if anything pops out. Nothing popping out there. We got some ragged clouds. That's to be expected with this cell. So the good news, we do not have a tornado warning with this cell in the city, but it is a rotating thunderstorm, and it's moving up towards the New Orleans East area. Michoud, you're in the path of this. Venetian Isles, Lake Catherine, these locations are currently in the path of this strong storm that does have some signs of rotation. Let's jump back to our Max 2 there, yep. And you can see, I want to zoom out because this is a mess all across the entire area. We got two things here. This is the first round. This round has the areas of rotation and the actual supercells. This line is the one that's producing the 80 to maybe over 80 mile per hour straight line winds. At the end of the day, it's all winds that can do damage, but they are different mechanisms. So this is the one approaching Tangipahoa Parish that's going to produce the potential 80 mile per hour winds in the next probably 10 to 15 minutes. And then ahead of that, you've got these individual cells that are popping up that are trying to rotate. And because of that, we do have a few tornado, or at least one tornado warning. Our one tornado warning, if you are just watching, it is just at 9 o'clock here. We are on WWL and WPL simulcasting severe weather coverage this morning. We have been tracking severe thunderstorms all morning long. Our only tornado warning is in Pearl River County right now. The area of rotation is just now getting into Pearl River County, and it is approaching the community Picayune and just to the northwest of Picayune. This is really our greatest concern right now with regard to a tornado possible. I want to zoom in and I want to look at our debris signature to see if we're picking up anything. The good news is I don't see anything that jumps out like there is an actual tornado causing damage, but that can change quickly. Here's what does jump out. This area of strong rotation, fairly tight rotation. This is going to be just north on the northwest side of town. You can see here's Highway 11. There's Highway or I-59. So there's the majority of Picayune, but you know, you've got all these areas out here in the country that are in the potential path of this rotation. So that's going to be crossing Highway 43 in the next several minutes or so. So that's going to continue to move up towards other communities. There's Richardson, Carrier's just off the map there. You still need to be in your tornado safe spot. We will give you the clear when that happens. We're getting some reports in from some emergency managers that high winds reported in Caesar. That's in Mississippi. That's going to be just northeast of Picayune. So up into here, this is where we've got winds rushing out of the thunderstorm. So even though, well, maybe other areas aren't under that risk for tornado right now, it's still producing some very strong winds. Could be as high as 60 or 70 miles per hour. Now, when you zoom out, that's your obvious, most prominent area of rotation ahead of this big line of storms producing strong winds. But that guy right there is currently the big player in the game that's moving up into Pearl River County. The warning once again is going to go until 9:30. If you are just joining us, this tornado warning goes for another 30 minutes for the big part of Pearl River County. I could put a track on this area of rotation, and we'll move it to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. And just giving you another timeline if you missed it earlier. It'll be near Carrier at 9:12, McNeil there at 9:18, near Millard at 9:25, Savannah 9:34, and then up to Poplarville by 9:40, 9:41 or so. So we still have about 40 minutes for that area of rotation to actually approach Poplarville, which is up here, but it's right on your doorstep in Picayune. You do need to be immediately in that tornado safe spot if you are in Picayune. So they're going to continue this tornado warning. They're just trimming it back and updating it. This is the latest information from it. It is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located right near Picayune. It's now moving at about 30 miles per hour. And once again, this is still radar indicated. We don't have any confirmation from storm spotters. We don't have any confirmation on radar itself that we're picking up debris, but you know, just because it's not happening on radar doesn't mean it can't happen at any moment. So that thing continues to spin if you're up there in Pearl River County. Back to our friends up in Tangipahoa, because you're not under a tornado warning, but you might as well be. This severe thunderstorm warning includes the entire parish of Tangipahoa, and you can see this is quite impressive. Severe thunderstorm warning until 9:30, the entire parish of Tangipahoa, because of that right there. Destructive winds of 80 miles an hour. This line of storms has had a history of producing winds of at least 75 miles an hour back in St. Landry Parish several hours ago this morning. So that can cause just as much damage as a tornado. You do need to treat this as a tornado warning if you live in Tangipahoa Parish. Not only are you going to get your straight line winds, every now and then you get these spin up tornadoes on that leading edge, and those can happen in seconds. A lot of times we don't even catch them on radar because the radar scan will miss them. They don't last that long. So that's our biggest concern right now in Tangipahoa Parish as this line of destructive winds moves in. You do need to be treated as a tornado warning. Be in your safe spot away from windows, most interior walls between you and the outside. And also please don't be in a mobile home that is so incredibly dangerous. I just want to zoom out here and reset. If you're watching and wondering what's going on here with our active severe weather day, our threat for severe weather does continue. You can see if you're near the coast, not much is happening. Houma, not much is happening. But once you get into New Orleans, you start to get into some stronger storms. Same thing for the river parishes, and then you're just socked in it all across the North Shore here with individual cells that are producing some rough weather. Right now, I have not had any reports. I don't know if you've seen anything come in, Alexa. Oh, just a sec. Her mic's not open. I don't know if we can get her mic open.
Yeah, they're on the way to Pearl River along I-55. So this is a look from the mobile forecast center right now.
Super.
I think I heard them on the phone. Is that them? Can they talk to us?
Well, we're on 55 right now.
Yeah, they're on I-55 right now.
So I don't
there we go.
see where there's an area because we're literally surrounded by highway, but we'll try to pull over as soon as we can.
Yeah, y'all keep going. They said what, I-55? Yeah, y'all be safe.
Yeah.
The problem is you're not going to see anything in this mess. These are all shrouded in such heavy rainfall. So y'all please be careful. We'll get up there in a minute and see if we have any reports of anything going on here. But we do have our mobile forecast center out and about. They're on I-55 at the moment, or did she say 55 or 59?
55, I believe.
So I don't.
She said in Pearl River it should be I-59.
55 is in Tangi. 59 is in. Well, either way, they're on an interstate. They're in Tangi. Okay, and Leah, I don't know if you can hear me right now, but y'all's biggest problem you are about to get rocked with is that potential for 80-mile-per-hour winds with this Boeing line coming in. They can also produce some quick spin-up tornadoes, so please be extra careful. This is going to be moving into y'all's area probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Winds could really get rocking and rolling. So y'all please stay safe out there, and we'll be in touch with y'all and keeping an eye on y'all's shot as well. And holler at us if y'all do see anything. Once again, this is a live view from the Mobile Forecast Center moving up I-55 under a severe thunderstorm warning in this area for destructive winds of about 80 miles per hour. They're probably in here somewhere. That's the line of storms right in here that could produce those strong winds. Those strong winds are just now getting to I-55 up from Hammond to Amite up towards Kentwood. That's where you could have those strong winds of 80 miles per hour. Let's go back to our Pearl River tornado warning. The cell itself is looking rather ragged. This is not a bad thing. We may see it. It's still got some rotation. The good news, I don't see that it's strengthened much at all. The tornado warning is going to continue until 9:30, so another 20 minutes or so. But the area of rotation is still approaching parts of just north of Picayune and up towards Carrier. I just had someone email me and say I'm saying Carrier wrong. I'm certainly not. I have friends from there. Anyways, so that's Carrier right there up towards Poplarville to the north. Closer to 9:40 this morning is when it could reach portions up in northern parts of Pearl River County. So right now there's really no big update on this one other than that area of rotation does continue, and it's going to travel basically parallel to Highway 11 here and up through parallel to Highway 59. Now with that being said, you don't want to be on I-59 right now heading in between Picayune and Poplarville. If you're up in northern parts of Pearl River County, don't head to the south. You don't want to be running into a rain wrap tornado. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just coming in, and this is what the rest of the morning is going to look like. We're going to have these watches and we're going to have these warnings all over the place, and it's going to be hard to keep up with, but we certainly need to. So our new severe thunderstorm warning is going to include parts of Ascension, Assumption, Lafourche, St. Charles, St. James, and St. John Parish. This severe thunderstorm warning is going to include the risk for 60-mile-per-hour winds. So if you live in these locations, Gonzales, Donaldsonville, Reserve, Hahnville, Laplace, Gramercy, Lutcher, Sorrento, French Settlement, Monts, Geismar, Luling, Garyville, Booty, Chack Bay, Destrehan, and White Hill. These are your areas where you are under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We have Paul, I'm assuming Murphy, out in Laplace this morning, where they are in the thick of it. What are we seeing out in Laplace right now?
Peyton, you hit it on the head here. We are in the middle of a heavy thunderstorm with quite a bit of lightning out here in Laplace. This area is also under a flash flood warning, and it has been issued for St. John the Baptist, St. James, Ascension, Livingston, and St. Charles until 11:45 this evening, or this morning, I should say. And as you can see up on here on LA 51, there is quite a bit of ponding already on the road. So if you're out and about in the river parishes, you may want to make sure and be careful on the road, or maybe delay that trip until this severe weather passes. Now, we haven't seen anything like the 60-mile-per-hour winds that Peyton was talking about, although there is a lot of rain falling here. As we were coming across the Bonnie Carey Spillway, this whole area was under really dark clouds. We were coming out of sort of white clouds in the Kenner area, and as we approached St. John, we approached Laplace, very dark clouds, and as we got out here to set up for this live shot, there have been quite a bit of lightning strikes not too far from us. But we checked in with Sheriff Mike Trigg here in St. John. He tells me that at this point, so far, no major incidents to report, but he's going to keep us posted as to any flooding, any other problems that may occur here in St. John Parish. Again, this parish, along with St. Charles, Ascension, Livingston, and St. James is under a flash flood warning until 11:45 this morning. So that's what we're looking at right now here in Laplace. Again, a lot of water on the roads here, and if you don't need to leave your house, you definitely should stay home at least until this severe weather clears. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Good information. Yeah, if you don't have to be out this morning, it looks like that all across the region as we continue to watch not only severe thunderstorms, but heavy rain causing street flooding. Some good news, they have canceled the tornado warning in Pearl River County. That supercell has broadened out, still producing significant winds, 60 to 70 miles an hour. So continue to shelter for that. But that tornado warning has now been canceled for Pearl River County. Here's our other big problem. And control room, I don't know if we can get up here in a second, Leah's shot again, and see what they're looking at. They were on I-55 earlier, and this is where we're going to see our next big round of strong winds moving in. We've been tracking this intense line of thunderstorms that's been moving right into parts of our area. Earlier, Leah and them were on I-55. I'm looking at their location right now. They're still on I-55. And if we do have their shot, we're going to get it up for you here in a little bit. Maybe we can chat with her. But that's your intense line of winds that are coming into Tangipahoa right now and eventually approaching Lake Maurepas here soon. I want to show you something. This just grabbed my attention. We've got probably a water spout here just off the spillway. This area of spin is going to be right off the spillway. It's going to be moving towards the causeway probably in the next 20 minutes or so. Causeway, I don't even know. Colleen, is the causeway open right now?
There's restrictions in effect, and we have a lot of street flooding along with closures currently, and a water rescue already in progress.
Where's that at?
That is
Here in the city?
Napoleon Avenue at South Claiborne and Uptown.
Yikes. So that's one thing we really haven't talked about. We've got big street flooding happening in the city right now. So that's another facet of what we're dealing with this morning, along with that risk for strong winds. So just stay off the roads right now. So right now, I would not get on the causeway. We will wait for an update from the officials, but at any moment, we have waterspout potentials heading towards the causeway. We also have the potential of over 60-mile-per-hour winds. Just got a report in from Independence, that's up in Tangi, reporting 50-mile-per-hour winds and hail. That's the line of storms that are blowing in. So already 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts are happening up in the Independence area. You can see there, those strong winds probably moved in about 5 minutes ago. So those are going to continue to race into Washington Parish and St. Tammany Parish. So you're next up for those really strong winds with that intense line of thunderstorms. Let me just show you this mess, because you can't really tell when you're looking at the winds there with velocity. This is reflectivity. This is all torrential rain from the city of New Orleans, the river parishes where we have flooding as well. We've got our line of intense winds here with heavy rain moving into Tangipahoa and the river parishes right now. And then you've got a big area of heavy rain and strong storms extending over into Mississippi and back down through Slidell and into New Orleans east. So there's really not a single area where you should be on the roads at this hour. It's just too dangerous. Another problem, a lot of times in these types of storm systems or these lines of storms, you get quick spin up tornadoes that you can't see. Radar even misses them. And obviously you don't want to be out on the roads when that's blowing on in here. Do we have Leah's shot, by the way? You can just tell me yes or no. I'm curious if we can get that going here pretty soon. I want to see what they're seeing there up on I-55 in southern Tangi or lower Tangi at this hour. And they were in the thick of it earlier. So I-55 here, that's where, well, you don't want to be on that. Other than the heavy rain, you've got strong winds as well. Let's look at the city very quickly, because we do have our flash flood warning. Colleen's been talking about we've got some street flooding issues. I'm going to ask you about those again here in just a second, but I do want to show you, you can see your heaviest of the rain from City Park out through the east. You're getting a bit of a break here on the west bank, but that flash flood warning continues. As we know, it does take a little bit of time. Colleen, what are our major roads we're looking at right now that are having problems? Oh, just a sec. We're going to get your mic turned on. Go ahead.
Quite a bit right now, Peyton. Carrollton is now closed at the underpass near I-10 because of the flooding. Franklin at the I-10 underpass. Gentilly at the 610 overpass. Guys, this is just a fraction of all the street closures and flooding that we're experiencing. Marigny, Uptown, Holly Grove, just everywhere right now it's a problem, especially in the Slidell area on Gauze Boulevard, downtown New Orleans, and especially these power outages. The traffic lights remain out. There's quite a bit of traffic lights that are not working correctly through the region. And like we've been mentioning, the causeway has restrictions in effect. The causeway is still surprisingly open at this moment. Thankfully, we haven't seen any major accidents along the interstate systems. But again, this is not a good situation to be on the roads, especially if you plan on traveling towards the Baton Rouge area like Peyton has been mentioning as well.
Yeah, and look at this, Colleen. This is the past 3 hours. Over 4 inches of rain have fallen in parts of the city. We know what that's going to do down here. And that's not even the worst of it. Let me zoom out here. This is what some of our areas have seen in the past 3 hours. Look at this. Probably major flooding problems developing out in the river parishes, Reserve, Lutcher, Laplace. When you start to see these pinks and purples here, this is radar estimating that over 6.5 inches of rain have fallen in some spots. And so we have Paul Murphy out there in Laplace right now. He was reporting some street flooding as a flash flood warning continues out here as well. So this is just one of those days here in southeast Louisiana and South Mississippi where you've got a lot going on. We've got our tower camera showing the heavy rain across the metro area. We've got flash flood warnings. We've got strong winds that are producing some damage. We've had tornado warnings as well. I haven't had any confirmed tornadoes in our local area, but we have had confirmed tornadoes back out towards the west earlier this morning. So just a lot happening here. And there's your live view from the West Bank. You can see parts of it has really calmed down across the immediate metro, but I tell you what, Causeway and Twin Spans, I just would not get on them right now. If we go back to our radar here, you can see very heavy rainfall, a tremendous amount of lightning with this thunderstorm that's developed over the lake. This is moving to the Causeway, and it is producing some very strong winds. Now this got my attention. This is over in New Orleans East. This is going to be an area of strong winds. And perhaps, I'm curious, they just warned this. Let's see what they're saying. They said a severe thunderstorm located over New Orleans East was producing wind gusts perhaps up to 70 miles per hour. They are calling it a tornado possible tag. They are saying that this really has the potential to produce some very strong winds. If I'm in New Orleans East, I am away from windows right now. I am in a sturdy structure. It's a tiny severe thunderstorm warning, but this thing could be pretty mean. Yeah, and this has definitely got a classic look rotation to it. So I do want you to treat this as a tornado warning if I'm in New Orleans East. If I'm in Venetian Isles right now, I'm going to be in my tornado safe spot. Once again, away from windows, interior part of the structure you're in. It's got to be a sturdy structure because look at this. Could produce 70-mile-per-hour winds, up to nickel-size hail, and yes, there could be some tornado spin up in this. Very easily. I mean, like we've been talking about, there's plenty of spin in the atmosphere. So this is a new severe thunderstorm warning that we are watching across the area. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to try to get my bearings right with our tower cam. I don't know if we can go to our take a live shot of our West Bank transmitter tower cam. Here we go. And you can see, you can't see much. Our cloud cover is just so low, but this would be the general vicinity of where we're watching that rotation in New Orleans East. We can go back to radar very quickly. I want to stay on this because this is going to be just past Michoud, and once you get out into where Highway 11 runs through the marshy areas out here in New Orleans East, that's the lakefront. Well, this is Lake Pontchartrain, and then you get up to Venetian Isles here, and there's our Chef Mentor Venetian Isles out here. There's Chef Mentor and Highway 90 curving through. So your area of spin and strong winds are going to be fairly far out in New Orleans East, heading up towards, let's say, like Lake Catherine and up towards the Twin Spans. We have some pretty good. Colleen, can you get the twin span, the foot of the twin spans here on the South Shore? We'll see if we got a good visual there of this camera about right here. These strong winds could be up to about 70 miles per hour. Right now, I actually query them. Oh yeah, look at that. So radar's estimating up to 70, 77 miles an hour. Now, the radar beam is going to be shooting a couple thousand feet up. The wind speeds are going to be lower here at the surface, but you can see generally that's where your strongest winds are going to be approaching. This is Lake Bourne out here. Not Lake Bourne, Lake Pontchartrain here, and your strong winds riding right on I-10 there in the east. So that's not a place you want to be at the moment. Elsewhere, we still don't want you on the causeway because this right here, this could be a potential water spout. These are winds of 70 miles an hour potentially moving towards the causeway within the next 15 to 20 minutes. This has got a fairly quick movement to it. So that's going to continue to race across the lake. But the thing that's got my attention big time is this right here, this area of spin along with strong winds that are happening out in New Orleans East. Yeah, let's take that shot of the twin spans. So this is going to be the foot, and you can tell when the winds are blowing. I mean, you could see the waves here, but at the moment, obviously pouring down rain, but the winds, they are being pushed, so they're going into. So this is going to be ahead of your rotating part of the thunderstorm. Your winds are coming in this way into the lake, and you can see your waves crashing. So this is going to be the foot of the twin spans looking back towards New Orleans. I think I've got that right, Colleen, right? This is looking back to New Orleans. There's that little gas station casino over here, right off the foot.
Yeah, and then let's go ahead and take it to the maps, and you can actually see the bridge, the midway point.
Okay, take it, if we can get the maps,
Yep.
yeah.
Traffic 1 PC, please.
While they work on getting that, what we're following here, if you're just joining us at 9:20, a severe thunderstorm warning continues with a tornado possible tag. This is going to be for New Orleans East, going towards the foot of the twin spans. What you're looking at here is a perfect visual of where the worst part of this storm is going to be. And we can go to the map really quickly. This is what it looks like on the midway point of I said the causeway, I meant the twin spans here. This is the twin spans. This isn't even the worst of it. The strongest winds are going to be moving towards the twin spans as we go through the next probably 15 minutes or so. And no bridges closed right now, Colleen, right? No causeway?
Yeah, and I've been keeping a close eye on that. Surprisingly, it's not shut down. Not sure why at the moment, but it should be shut down considering the conditions are severe at the moment. Yeah. We are seeing already very, very heavy traffic approaching and exiting the Causeway Bridge. It's just not a good recipe. It's a scary commute currently. We're experiencing a lot of street flooding, just like Peyton has been mentioning as well. But for right now, we do have those high winds in effect, and I'll keep you posted on when that causeway closes, if it does.
Yeah, that's a big, and sometimes things don't have to be closed for us to tell you, hey, don't get on it. I mean, you don't want to get on the causeway with water spouts and winds potentially blowing 70 miles an hour heading your way. If we can go back to our Max 2 here, our weather switcher, I just want to take a look at that. We're gusting to 60 at the airport lakefront right now. And that's not mean, that's not in the worst part of that thunderstorm. We may even have some stronger winds out here closer to where we're seeing the stronger part of the thunderstorm. So gusting to 60 or 59 at the airport. Out at the lakefront airport, the MSY airport is gusting to 36 at this hour. And that just shows you, not even the worst part of the storm, you're seeing destructive winds. So we've got those strong severe weather winds across our metro. Now, if you're watching us, I don't want anyone to think I'm forgetting about them. There's just so much happening right now, and we've got so many areas of concern. Our big concern is going to be this leading edge, or this bowing feature of this line of storms that's now moving into parts of Washington and St. Tammany. That's your risk for 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. You also have a risk for strong winds in these isolated cells that are ahead of that main line. So you've got two different things to watch here. We're also watching our flash flood potential. We have flash flood warnings for Hammond Metro. We call it Metro, the area surrounding Hammond. You have flash flood warnings for Covington, Mandeville, Madisonville. We've got flash flood warnings for the New Orleans Metro, and we've got flash flood warnings for LaPlace and going up into parts of St. James. So most of our bigger communities are under flash flood warnings right now, as many areas have already picked up 3 to 6 inches of rain, and there's still many inches that could fall here. Now, if you're in Houma and Thibodaux, you really haven't seen a whole lot of it yet, but you'll get rocking and rolling here in the next 30 minutes to an hour or so. So Causeway, just not a place you want to be right now. The Twin Span's not a place you want to be either. You could see this thing really tried to wrap up. See that this hook echo here? This is Gentilly. There's New Orleans East. Michoud's back down here. That little spin there was where our concern was. We gusted to 69 or 59 miles an hour as that storm passed, not even right over the airport. So underneath it, we may have had even stronger winds out in parts of the east. We'll wait and see if we get any reports of that from any viewers, but I haven't had any come in just yet. Now, if you're in Slidell, this storm is heading your way. Rain's really going to be picking up in Slidell soon. Yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning just issued there with strong winds. Go ahead. Slidell camera, okay.
Harbor, I-10.
Where's Lily at? Esplanade? Okay, Lily, I'm assuming you're seeing flooding if you're on Esplanade. What you got for us?
Hey guys, we are on Esplanade Avenue right in front of Lil Dizzy's Cafe. We all know it for its gumbo, but also recent flooding. Take a look at the water behind me here. It has risen almost up to the steps on front of the cafe. We've got a car going by here on Esplanade. He's taking it rather slow. If you're in a high vehicle, you probably can get away with that, but we've seen several lower cars to the ground that have chosen to turn around up at the intersection of Esplanade and Claiborne. They've taken the safe route, avoiding this high water. Now, I will say we were out here for the last hour or so. It has definitely increased. It was up to about my ankles about an hour ago. Now, it's probably not safe to walk in, so we're not even going to try it. Now, we will say that folks who are driving through this water, please, please, please take it slow if you must drive through it. We've seen a lot of big trucks and different things hauling down Esplanade, and as you know, if you're going fast, that wake zone is going to increase and push up into these local businesses as well as homes, which is never good. As you can see, we got more traffic coming down our way on Esplanade. Now, this has been a problem spot. As you all know, Lil Dizzy's was forced to close back in December for a few days because of flooding in front of the business, and then they also were facing some power outages during December storms. Look at that. That's a lot of wake and a lot of water that they're pushing up into that restaurant as we speak. It's hitting those steps as you walk into Lil Dizzy's Cafe. Obviously, they're known for their lunch, probably not opening for lunch today. We will keep a close eye on things out here on Esplanade Avenue, but for now, Lily Cummings, WWL Louisiana.
Yeah, Lily, and that's such a common scene. Hate that for Lil Dizzy and all the other surrounding areas. So we've got the flash flooding. You can see there cars driving through. We really hope people can put off the morning drive. I know a lot of you are thinking, I got to go to work and my boss. So just please be extra careful. We're not only dealing with the flooding across the metro, and many areas are seeing street flooding, we still have the risk for strong winds and tornadoes. The strong winds are still happening out into parts near the Twin Spans, and we've been having some good visuals. What was that, Oak Harbor? We've got some good visuals of street flooding. Here, just a sec, Colleen, you go ahead.
Yeah, it's visible that there's water on the interstate as these vehicles are passing through. So that's also causing an issue for the commute for this morning, especially in the city and where there's potholes you can't see. It's not visible. Let's go ahead and take the other camera shot that I have up I-10 at Oak Harbor Boulevard. This is the traffic camera. There we go. Yeah, and you can see those vehicles moving by. Look at the water just pushing off the roadway.
Colleen just got a report about 6 inches of standing water near the Sanger. Does it typically get 6 inches right there? No, that seems like an unusual spot to have a lot of water.
And Gauze Boulevard already backing up. The water's already rising up to the bottom of where the doors open for the vehicles. So if you're in Slidell, avoid Gauze Boulevard. Most of you already know that that's been an issue for years when it rains.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, we got flash flood warnings basically for every big town in the area. Hammond, Covington, Madisonville, LaPlace, all dealing with flash flooding. Let's go ahead and take it back to radar very quickly here on our weather source. This is why I don't want you on the causeway. It's because this, you see this little hook here? That's certainly a water spout that's going to be heading towards about the midway point of the causeway. Other than that, it's still windy. We could easily have winds over 50 miles an hour. So causeway, it's still open, Colleen?
Still open.
Interesting. Yeah, just don't get on the causeway right now. It's not safe, and with the blinding rain and everything else, it's not a gamble you want to take. I do want to go back to our North Shore areas. I don't want you to think we've forgotten about you. We just got so much going on. Our severe thunderstorm warnings will continue. For strong, damaging winds and quick spin-up tornadoes. This is the entire North Shore. Let me show you with our warnings here, because it's hard to break it all down. See, well, every community on the North Shore is under a severe thunderstorm warning right now for winds that could blow 70, even 75 miles per hour. These are going to be straight line winds. Now, within those thunderstorms, you can get quick spin up tornadoes with isolated stronger winds. And so you really just have to treat this as a giant tornado warning, meaning you got to be inside, you got to be away from windows, sturdy structures. We always preach about how you don't want to be in a mobile home. They roll so easily when we do get strong wind events like this. So make sure you're in a sturdy structure here. That severe thunderstorm warning, it's going to continue. That's the old one. The new one's going to continue until at least 10:45 a.m. You can see they're calling for a considerable threat of 70 miles an hour winds. That includes Slidell, Mandeville, Covington, Folsom, and Bogalusa, Franklinton, every community up there in Washington Parish. And you can see maybe even some hail up to about the size of nickels. So those are going to be our big problem at the moment. We also have strong winds potentially in the Bayou River parishes, especially into the river parishes. A severe thunderstorm warning continues for St. James, St. John, and St. Charles until it's going to go longer than 9:30, I believe, probably more like 10 a.m. And you can see winds maybe up to about 60, maybe 65 miles an hour for our communities in LaPlace, Luling, Boutte, and anywhere in between out here. So strong winds also a potential in those areas. We're continuing to get information in from the National Weather Service. They're talking about the reports they've been seeing from Baton Rouge and St. Francisville, that's north of Baton Rouge. Trees and power lines were snapped as this, they're saying potential tornado and also this strong line of intense winds in this Boeing feature, that caused damage back in here about an hour ago. So that's what that potential is as it moves across the North Shore this morning. Colleen's also you've got a good shot for us, flooding on the interstate, I believe.
Yeah, I-10, 610 at 17th Street Canal. You can see the water is over the roadway right now for the interstate. They should shut the interstate down right here because that's going to be a problem for those commuting or, of course, not paying attention and running into this. And that can also develop and become higher. And it's just not safe all around. Like we've been mentioning, just stay off the roadways if you're able to. Well, you know, some people have to be out and about, but especially seeing that there's street flooding on the interstate systems, and the problem with the winds over the bridges, it's not a safe commute.
Yeah, and you know, we've been talking about, I know people have to get out. Obviously, people are out. I don't know if we have any updates on what's going on with the pumps, if we're having problems there, but we were talking, there's a couple spots that are flooding that we typically don't talk about, so we may be seeing some higher water in spots that we usually don't. Now, if we can go back to radar really quickly, we are not seeing the heavy rain continue in the New Orleans immediate metro. You can see we are getting a nice break. Hopefully that gives us some relief. We can get some of this water pumped down, but everywhere else, it is still coming down. The spillway, it is coming down. We've got it all across the lake. It's still coming down very heavy in Covington, Mandeville, Slidell, anywhere in between, up into parts of northern St. Tammany, and still coming down right over Hammond. By the way, this has been all with our new radar they put up in Hammond. Thank goodness this thing has been up. That's where it is if you've been wondering. It used to be back over here in Slidell. So that thing has helped out with the tornado detection over in Baton Rouge earlier this morning. So it's already been doing a great service across the area. Now, I want to show you, this is something it's hard to say how this is going to play out, but I was talking to Alexa earlier today about how these evolve. Now, what typically happens here is you have a line of storms, and then you have a tail that gets essentially laid down and gets dragged along with the line. That's typically where you see your biggest flooding problems, and this is what we're going to be watching with this. So this top part of the line is going to keep moving. The bottom part is what's going to get drug along. And you can see all this heavy rain extending back through the river parishes. You can extrapolate that it's going to get pulled along with it. Now, where that sets up and how heavy that remains and how long it remains will determine if we're going to see a even more significant flooding risk. But that can often lead to some significant flooding somewhere. It's really just kind of difficult to determine where exactly that is going to happen. So that's a flooding concern. I want to see how that evolves near the lake. And we're just going to hope it stays over the lake and doesn't try to creep down into the metro, because if it does, that can lead to rain totals over 7 to 8 inches, and we certainly don't need any more of that. We've already picked up over 4 to 6 inches in a few locations. Where you see your purples, where we've seen our heaviest rain, St. Tammany, Tangi, down into parts of St. John Parish. That's where we've seen our biggest problems so far this morning. I don't know if control room, do we have any other live shots we can go out and check out, whether it be not only reporters, but our mobile forecast center? I don't know if they're still out and about. This is where is this exactly? Do we know? This is the Mobile Forecast Center, and Leah McNeil's been out here tracking rain. You can see they are still getting some rain right now. They're in Ponchatoula right now, so the worst of it, when I look at radar here, the worst of it is past, just barely past Ponchatoula. There's Ponchatoula. You can see that leading, we don't have our radar, but the leading edge has moved past. So you're starting to still see some steady rain here in Ponchatoula, but I'm thinking that the worst of the winds, that tornado threat has passed you at this point. And that's going to be the case for most of Tangipahoa Parish. The worst of the weather is now moving out of Tangi and into Washington Parish and into parts of St. Tammany. I don't know if we can get Leah on the line here and get a quick update on what she saw as those strongest storms blew in. Leah, we'll work on seeing if we can get our audio in here, but if we can, Leah, give us a report on how strong the winds were, what happened as the strongest of those storms blew through parts of Tangipahoa Parish.
Yeah, Peyton, just being out here on the roads all throughout the morning, we definitely could tell when the stronger of those severe storms really moved into our area. We felt the wind blowing. We saw a insane light show as we were on our way driving throughout St. John Parish and up throughout Tangi. We had to actually pull over because as you were speaking, we were starting to feel that wind, and we were getting calls from the newsroom of them telling us that we just needed to get in a safe space because the potential of those winds to be so high for folks that are out here on the road. As you guys can see right now, that rain is picking up once again. We are making our way through Tangi. We are heading towards the Mississippi area to Pearl River County to kind of check on how things are looking over there with some warnings issued out of that area, but we are on 55 right now north, heading towards that way. There is a ton of rain out here. We have seen some pooling on the sides of the roads. We saw tons of people along 55 that actually pulled over to the side of the road because at some points outside it just looked white and the skies were completely gray, so it's very, very hard to navigate, very hard to see. This car actually right in front of us, you can see they have on their flashers right in front of us. We've seen that a lot with folks who are driving on the road. So if you are going to be out here, just stay safe. As you all have heard, Colleen report a number of road closures, countless different street flooding all across our area. So continue to stay alert and stay aware. I'm going to keep you guys up to date on what we're seeing out here. I know you guys just saw that flash of lighting. So still a very active weather day that we're experiencing right now. I will continue to bring you guys the latest right here from our mobile forecast center. I'll send it back to you all in the studio for now.
Yeah, thanks, Leah. She's reporting, she was just in Ponchatoula as the worst of the storms rolled through, reporting gusty winds. Heck of a light show. This has been a tremendous amount of lightning. Let's go back to our radar very quickly here, and we continue to track some strong winds along with heavy rain. That leading edge of strong winds is just now moving into St. Tammany. It's getting to Madisonville. It'll be in Mandeville soon. And wherever you see these yellows, those are strong winds. Let's see what radar is actually clocking those at, because they've got to be over 70 miles per hour with this leading edge of storm. So 68, you can see there 56, some embedded areas that are a little bit higher. So those strong winds anywhere from Laplace up 55. 55 is going to be a rough drive, and this is going to continue to advance across the lake here. So the strong winds will be continuing to impact the causeway really for the next little while. We're not going to see a big improvements anytime soon. Eventually, I think the severe weather threat is going to come down here in the next several hours, and our flooding is going to become a big issue as well. We've got a new warning coming out soon. We're waiting on that. That's going to be for the Laplace area. Before that comes out, though, Colleen, what you got for us?
All right, it looks like we already have an accident, and this is on the Twin Span Bridge. Traffic is becoming at a dead stop around that midpoint of the bridge, and we just saw a bunch of cop lights fly through the camera, and you can also see some emergency vehicles arriving now. Let's go ahead and take it to the other camera I have up, I-55 at Manchac. Just like Peyton mentioned, and Leah's out and about in this area as well. It's eerily quiet on the roads at the moment. You can see that the weather's drastically changed, and there's obviously the strong winds in effect. We've been mentioning all morning there's lots of street flooding. There's even more now in the Slidell area, especially for the South Shore. Causeway Bridge already seeing that very heavy traffic. It's not closed yet, but we are strongly advising do not take the Causeway Bridge or any bridge in that matter, especially with the high winds. And for I-55 and Rudock, this is just before where I have this camera shot. We also have traffic at a halt. So there's quite a bit of situations region-wide right now that we've been keeping a close eye on.
It's rain total. Thank you, Colleen. We're going to toss to the anchors, I believe, get an update. We've got Paul Murphy out in Laplace. A new flash flood warning is coming out for significant flash flooding in that direction.
Yeah, Paul's on Highway 51, and you've been talking about that front coming in, that leading edge coming into Tangipahoa Parish and west of us here in the city, and then into St. Tammany. Paul Murphy is on Highway 21 right now, Highway 51 right now.
Yeah, so we want to check in, Paul, and just get an idea of what your experience out there, especially if you're seeing a lot of that water on the roadways or anybody still out and trying to commute in it.
Yeah, there is a lot of ponding right now on LA 51, which connects the I-10 to Airline Highway as you're entering Laplace. Also some heavy winds. We did see just a few moments ago a number of power transformers blowing. So I don't know if someone can check to see if there's power outages here. I do see some lights, but some of the power might be out as we saw those transformers below. This area, along with St. Charles and St. James Ascension and Livingston, are under a flash flood warning right now. Until 11:45, we just got the notification on our phones here. We are seeing quite a bit of rain, quite a bit of wind. We are now seeing here on LA 51 some law enforcement blocking some of the higher water here. So obviously some unsafe road conditions here in Laplace right now as this heavy band of thunder showers comes through. Again, we are under we're looking for flash flooding here in the Laplace area, and there's quite a bit of ponding on the roads right now. I don't see any substantial flooding where it would be getting into someone's house, but as we're coming up here to a little bit of water here, the rule of thumb is if you come across some water, turn around, don't drown. And it's going to be like this. It's going to be kind of messy like this for at least the next couple of hours here in the river parishes. Also seeing a lot of lightning, a lot of wind, again, a lot of heavy rain. So far, we haven't gotten word of any major incidents so far here in St. John Parish, but it looks like the problem, at least immediately, is going to be all this water on the road.
And Paul,
yes,
since you have eyes on the road, are people heeding the warning and not getting out? Are you seeing a lot of cars on the road?
There are quite a bit of cars on the road, Eric. Unfortunately, you know, if you have to get to work or you have to run an errand or something, people are still out and about. But as we've been saying all morning, and Peyton's been saying, if you can delay that trip at all, you might want to wait until later in the afternoon when this bad weather passes over here, because I will tell you on LA 51 there is quite a bit of water, in some spots barely passable. A lot of folks out here have pickup trucks and they think they can roll through this stuff and create a wake, and that's definitely not the thing to do, because as you drive down the road, you could be pushing water into a business or a home. So it's best to stay off the roads right now until you get the all clear.
And Paul, what exact area are you in right now on 51?
We are in between Airline Highway and I-10 right now. We're coming up, there's a school to the left of me and some businesses to the right. So this is a main thoroughfare here in Laplace.
Yeah, and are you traveling north or south on 51?
We're heading north at this point. We were heading south, now we're heading north, heading back towards the interstate. And you can see, if you're watching our live signal, you can see there is quite a bit of water that we are going through right now. And as we saw about a mile down the road, you had some of the sheriff's deputies blocking off a patch of water that is not drivable at this point.
Yeah, and Leah's been on I-55 heading up that way too. Are you going to head up all the way to Rudock, or where are you headed now?
We're seeing that view there from where Paul's traveling.
Yeah, we're going to probably head maybe towards the Fournier's Landing area, Peavine Road, which generally when you have a storm like this, it doesn't take a whole lot for that road to flood out. So we'll go check that out next. But just a word to the wise to drivers here in the river parishes that it is very unsafe at this point. You have wind, you have water, and you have rain. So it's best to stay home if you can.
All right, Paul, we definitely want you to be safe. I know you mentioned that transformer blew. I did look. I'm looking here at the power outages. There are a number of power outages in that Laplace area. Not too many, but maybe that transformer might update that there.
Yeah.
We want to get a look now as we continue just monitoring the entire area for everyone. We're going to check in with reporter Alyssa Curtis, who's out there with the photographer. They're along Carrollton Avenue. Alyssa, we wanted to check in and just see what you're seeing out there. We know that's an area that often can see a lot of this heavy flooding when we get a lot of rain in a short amount of time.
Yeah, Brianna, we are on Carrollton near the underpass in Mid-City. Take a look. When we passed by and drove through the underpass, there was some slight flooding, nothing too bad. That rain had cleared up when we got here. It has now started to rain once again. We're getting some light rain. It seems like it might start picking up in just a few moments or so. You might be able to see there is a police officer here stationed and parked right before you guys tossed to us. He was blocking the road so that cars were not able to drive through. Within the past 5 minutes or so, he has moved over to that one lane, and there are cars passing. The other side of the underpass has been open since we've been here, so we haven't seen closures on that side. But again, there is some slight flooding, nothing too bad right now here on Carrollton. Again, like Brianna and Eric were saying, we have seen, this is an area that we see flooding constantly. So as the day goes on and as we see this rain continue, you guys might want to be extra careful if you're coming through here, just because we know what happens in this area. We see a lot of flooding. Again, right now it's not too bad, but that can change fairly quickly. As we've seen throughout the morning, this on and off rain, again, this rain has slowed down since we've been here. Nothing too bad, but again, it has been on and off. And when I was driving into work this morning, it was there was so much rain I could not see. So please be careful. If you do not need to be on the roads, stay home, stay at work, whatever you can do. Just stay where you are if you can do that. We want to try and keep people off the roads and as safe as possible today. As you guys have been hearing all morning, we're seeing some conditions that can turn dangerous. So again, not too much flooding here at Carrollton. Of course, we're going to keep driving around and looking at different areas, especially those areas that we know are prone to flooding. And we'll keep you updated throughout the morning. But again, not too much flooding here on Carrollton, but just please stay alert, stay aware. If you are out on the roads, drive slowly, turn your lights on when there's rain. We want to keep everyone as safe as possible. We'll keep you guys updated and come back to you guys once we have a little bit more. But for now, reporting live, Alyssa Curtis, WWL Louisiana.
Thank you very much. And we are seeing that
Eric, your mic's not on. I hope they're coming straight to me. I'm sorry. No,
That's
there you
okay.
go. No, take it away. I want to hear from you.
Well, and we are seeing this lull in the city right now.
Yeah,
and
we
that's
are.
a good thing, but
As Alyssa
it's
showed
not
us,
going to
yeah.
last.
No, and you see this is the spillway. Every now and then we see these little white specks. We do think there's some small hail in some of these storms. You may hear that.
Yeah.
The bigger concern continues to be for flooding and strong winds. Let's take it to radar. This is what we're talking about, that lull in the city. It's been good because it will allow that heavy rain we had several hours ago to at least run off, but boy, it is still coming down so hard and fast right over the lake, the spillway and the causeway. I wouldn't even try it. There's so much lightning there. And then it is still pouring in St. Tammany. So anywhere it's pouring right now, you're still adding on 2 to 4 inches of rain at the moment. Street flooding is going to be possible virtually all over the map, from LaPlace to Hammond to Covington, anywhere between Covington and Slidell, and into parts of Mississippi getting heavy rain. Now, what I think is going to happen here with this line of storms is it's starting to lay down. Now, what I mean by that is that you've got the bowing feature that's situated north to south. It's moving, but south of it, there's this tail. And what's going to happen is this tail is going to get drug along all of our area. So as this continues to travel, this will probably get a little bit more movement to the south, and I am concerned that maybe this starts to get closer into the city itself, and that's when our flood risk could go back up. So that's the problem we could be dealing with right now. Now let me show you some of our high resolution models, because this is not going to be over anytime soon. This is by noon. Notice we still have heavy showers and storms all across the area. 1 o'clock here. Let's fast forward it to, it's not until maybe 4 o'clock that we really see a lot of this out of here, and it is not even 10 a.m. yet. So we still have a long ways to go with this active weather. There is still a tornado risk. There is still a risk for strong winds. There is still a big risk for flooding. And I do think flooding could eventually become our bigger concern across our area. So let's reset here. It is 9:47. We've been at this now for a couple hours, tracking severe weather. The good news, we don't have any tornado warnings right now, but we have multiple severe weather, severe thunderstorm warnings for the risk for 70-mile-per-hour winds. You really need to treat that like a tornado in this case. That includes St. Tammany, Washington, Pearl River County, eventually getting into Hancock County here in about an hour or two. And we've also got heavy storms back down to the river parishes, and you can see the movement is ever so slightly to the south and east. So this is what I'm going to be watching, maybe coming into the metro area later on this morning. The winds are still howling. I think the lakefront, and really the lake, is where we're seeing some very strong wind gusts. The causeway is it's a rocking and rolling, and it's only going to pick up. Radar is estimating that the winds about to cross the causeway are blowing in excess of about 70 miles per hour, maybe between 60 and 70 miles an hour. And those winds are going to be due out of the west. So they're going to be blowing like this on the causeway, right directly at it, perpendicular. And that's obviously very dangerous. So couple that with the blinding rain, the lightning and thunder, it's not going to be a pretty drive at all. Also, we often get water spouts in these instances. There are some areas and hooks that have grabbed my attention. This area is right on the lakefront, just south of Lacombe. You've got Slidell right here. There's Lacombe, Mandeville, Fontainebleau right here, State Park. So this is a potential area of rotation that's going to be moving into, we'll say, the Slidell area here soon. We want to watch this and see how this evolves and make sure it doesn't tighten up, because oftentimes these will try to tighten up as they move over water, and as they get a little bit closer to land, we can see areas of rotation. We're also tracking a couple of other notches, is what I call them. It's where you see these little, you see this smooth line, and then there's these little kinks. That's where you've got a bit more rotation in these lines of storms. So that's our tornado threat that will continue for the rest of this morning and into the early afternoon. Once again, it's a pretty big severe weather day for us. Our risk has been a level 4 and a level 3. It's not very often that we have these. We do. Sometimes our bigger tornado days have featured this type of risk. You can see the North Shore still level 4, the South Shore level 3. I don't want you to get hung up on those lines though, because everyone has that threat for strong storms, including the strong winds and maybe even a few strong tornadoes. I don't even want to mention it and jinx it, but so far the storms, they haven't really been able to tighten up quickly and produce anything substantial. With that being said, the best ingredients for tornadoes are still moving in. I do think that risk, this is right now, and you can see your tornado risk It's pretty high on up our scale here, from low to high to getting to extreme. We're getting on up in these pink colors. That's showing that there's plenty of spin in the atmosphere, and that's going to be with us through at least the next couple of hours. Now, once we get closer to noon and beyond, we start to see the atmosphere settle down some. Still severe weather, but maybe that tornado risk starts to weaken ever so slightly. But we really do have a lot of the day ahead of us to watch out exactly what we are, and watch out for this tornado potential. Excuse me. So severe thunderstorm warnings, they continue. There's a lot of them. You can see when we look at our rotation tracker, there are a couple of areas of embedded rotation. The one we're following right now, the one that sticks out the most, is going to be near Slidell and Lacombe, an area of spins coming off the lakefront there and moving in. There's no tornado warning, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning for strong winds of up to about 70 miles per hour. Been a rough morning for the drive. We've got many crews out there keeping eyes on things. We've got the mobile forecast center on on I-12. Can you pull that up, Alexa? It may be easier for you. I think it's DeGero 5 on our end. That's Ben Travis, Lee and McNeil. They're up here on the North Shore, I believe. And you can see they are still getting heavy rain and some, were talking earlier about how they were looking at gusty winds at times. So not a great day to be out there on the roads. Parts of the area are seeing improvements, but others not so much. Yeah, they're on I-12. They just crossed into St. Tammany Parish. They're going to be right behind the worst of it. So Lee, if y'all can hear me, as you do continue to drive off to the east, you're eventually going to run into some heavier rain and maybe some stronger winds as well. So please be extra careful there. Back to radar here if we can, and what we're tracking with our warnings. There are some pretty big warnings. What they did was they issued several giant ones to cover most of the area. Severe thunderstorm warning for Washington and Pearl River County. That's for wind potential up to 70 miles an hour. St. Tammany Parish, from all of really St. Tammany Parish, you're under severe thunderstorm warning for the wind potential of 70 miles an hour. And then here south of the lake, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning continuing near Laplace for maybe 60 mile per hour winds and of course some very heavy rain. So unfortunately the heavy rain threat, it will just continue to materialize. Once again, we're getting a bit of a break here in the city. It's been coming down. It was coming down heavy earlier. We picked up like 2 to 4 inches fairly quickly, but now we're getting a brief break. But what we'll watch is to see, you see how it's inching a little bit closer and closer? So that's going to be the trend we watch. And as soon as that rain, if it does move in, that flooding potential will increase, and it will increase very quickly. Colleen has been keeping an eye on traffic all morning. We are talking about the causeway right now. Just don't get on it with that threat for high winds, heavy rain. It is not a place you want to be this morning for that morning drive. Colleen, do you have any updates on the causeway? Is it still open?
It finally shut down like we've been asking them to do for most of the morning with those conditions. But the causeway, and then now we have quite a bit more accidents along with more flooding. And as you can see from this camera shot here, I-10 at Louisiana for the high rise, those winds are heavy, guys. Like, it speaks for itself.
Thank you, Colleen. And yeah, we're keeping an eye on things. Alexa's back here with me too. She's been keeping an eye on things, doing radio and everything else. Do you have any updates for us? We continue to watch just this giant, we got a new tornado warning. That's what you were signaling at me for.
Yeah.
All right, let's jump to this. This is going to be for, honestly, the same areas as it was last time, right? This is going to be just north of Slidell. Here's what we've got, new tornado warning. Let me get the details for you before we jump into this. It's going to be a tornado warning that expires in 50 minutes, so it's going to run until about 10:35 or so. Here's what we've got. At 9:53, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located just north of, oh yeah, look at that. It was a hook we were watching come off the lake, just on the north side of Slidell. So this tiny hook you see there, that's North Slidell. It's going to be up around the airport. That's where your tornado potential is going to be highest right now. Radar really is showing it tightening up. That's going to be heading up towards Pearl River, the community. If I'm in Pearl River, tornado shelter immediately. We don't have a confirmed one, but it really tightened up. And you can see this hook here on the north side of Slidell. It's going to be sitting right over Highway 11, right over I-10. So it's going to be right on top of I-10 and Highway 11, that junction right there. That's going to be heading right up Highway 11. Imagine it's riding on the road up to Pearl River. So that is going to be where our tornado threat is highest right now. You need to be in your tornado safe spot if you live in Slidell Slidell, especially near or north of I-12 or I-10. And if you live in Pearl River, the community, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. If you live in Picayune, you once again need to go back in your tornado safe spot. Here's the deal. You're not going to see this thing, especially with all this heavy rain up front of it. So you are not going to see anything that's coming your way should a tornado or if a tornado is actually on the ground. You can see our radar showing that well-defined, yikes. That's a pretty tight circulation there. I'm watching St. Tammany Fire Department to see if they're hearing of anything, but yeah, that's about as tight as we've seen it this morning. North side of Slidell, North Slidell. Here's I-12. There's Highway 11. This is going to be out near the airport there in Slidell, is where we're seeing the greatest threat for a tornado. Out towards Alton. There's if you're familiar, there's a little racetrack right there, right off the interstate, and this is basically going to be heading up Highway 11 there towards the community of Pearl River, running parallel to I-59. Let me get a storm track for you on this thing. It's moving north at about 25 miles per hour. And it's not terribly fast for our standards. That's pretty slow. Usually we're talking moving way faster, but let's say it's moving 25 here to the north. We'll put a track on this up towards the community of Pearl River. We'll do a short one first. Just to give you an idea, it's going to be near Whispering Forest Elementary School. Right now, that's where our area of rotation is tightest. It's going to be close to the St. Joe area by 10:01, Little Pearl River Elementary School by 10:02 a.m. It will be in the community of Pearl River at 10:06 a.m. and then closer to Creekside Junior High School by 10:07. That's all what's happening in the next 10 minutes. So those are your immediate spots where you don't need to think. You really just need to go and get in your tornado save spot. Let's extend this storm track for you up into Pearl River County, up into Picayune, and maybe up all the way near a little bit further to the north. It'll be, once again, near Pearl River, the community, by 10:04, Picayune by 10:30, so you still have about 30 minutes or so before that area of rotation gets close to you. And honestly, by then, there may not be much left of it, but for now, you are in that tornado warning, so go ahead and go to your tornado safe spot in Picayune, and going over towards other parts of Pearl River County, you can find your community there. But right now, it's currently sitting on the north side of I-12 there in Slidell, right near I-12 and Highway 11. A closer look, you can really get a good picture on where this is going to be, where this area of rotation is tightest. Some of these roads in here is where we're seeing this, and Colleen's our Slidell expert because she's grew up there. Colleen, are there anything, do you know if there's any major, what can we reference out here up into north of Highway 11 right here, I-12? It's going up towards the airport, I believe, in that area.
Yeah, the airport, the shopping center, Airport Boulevard. Guys, this is a problem, especially approaching 36 on the opposite side towards the Pearl River area. And of course, crossing that intersection I-10, I-59, I-12, that's all going to be a hot spot for this tornado.
Yeah, and you know, we're talking about some of the schools. Whispering Forest is the one that jumps out where this is the strongest rotation at the moment.
Alton Elementary.
Alton, yeah. We've got, there's
Little Pearl Elementary.
Yeah, Salvation Church is up here. There's a cemetery, and the Rooms to Go outlet, you know, right there off the interstate. That's going to be very close to where this is, so that's going to be right up in here. There's Pearl River, and you know, there's houses all scattered in here, but that's going to be your tightest area of rotation. It's now sitting north of I-12, so it's past the interstate, and it's running just on the west side of Highway 11. There's Highway 11. The rotation is just on the west side of that, maybe by a quarter of a mile, not by much at all. So let me check in with the National Weather Service, see if they're getting any reports of anything. This tornado warning, if you're just joining us, it includes parts of Slidell and up into Pearl River. The most immediate concern in Slidell is going to be north of I-12, up near Alton and Pearl River County, and up into Pearl River, the community. That's your area of spin that's going to be heading up towards the north here. So continue to be in your tornado safe spot if you live anywhere in northern parts of Slidell, the community of Pearl River, and into Picayune. That tornado warning is going to go until 10:45. Now here in the city of New Orleans, we are watching a new severe thunderstorm warning, and a lot of phones just went off in the city because this triggered, because it's considerable. What they do here is if the winds are going to be strong enough, it will trigger that loud, obnoxious sound you hear on your cell phone, and that's what we've got coming into the city right now, potentially. So a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the entire metro New Orleans. This is a fairly significant severe thunderstorm warning. I would treat it as a basically a tornado warning. They said at 9:58, a severe thunderstorm was extending from near Metairie to New Orleans. It's could produce winds of hurricane force of up to 80 miles per hour. That is significant. This includes the entire New Orleans metro here. That could see these potentially very damaging winds. It is booking it, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Let's put a track on this. And you can see the movements, it's kind of funky here. It's not moving directly southeast. Right now our winds are, well, we're 43 at the Lakefront Airport, 29 at MSY. But, oh wow, Mid-Lake on the Causeway reported an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. That's why they warned this. They say it could impact the twin spans, so you can't be on the twin spans with 80-mile-per-hour winds. These are going to be cross winds, so these are coming directly from the west. Go ahead, Eric.
My mic?
Yeah, you got it.
All right, and when we look at the radar, if you can pop the radar up again.
Sure.
And we're looking at that, it does appear that New Orleans is kind of escaping. It looks like all on the North Shore, but there is a system still coming our way, and that's why we're getting this alert.
Yeah, you see, if you look at it, it's got a little bit of movement into the city, right? So that's going to be, it's not happening very fast. That's our flooding problem, but this leading edge produced a 80-mile-per-hour wind gust right there at the Mid-Causeway, so it's going to be right in here approaching the twin spans now, and they think this bottom edge that's now approaching the lakefront from Kenner to New Orleans could also produce those 80-mile-per-hour winds. So that's why they just issued that warning that made all your phones go off.
So let me ask you this. When we watch the radar and we see it coming from the north or across the lake, and then we see down to the southwest of us, then that's coming as well. Are we getting it from two areas?
Yes, and that's why I'm concerned about flooding, especially later on in the next couple of hours. So you've got this leading line producing the strong winds, and then you've got these individual cells coming in, almost, some are coming in south, some are coming in this way. These are the ones that are producing the rotation and the tornadoes. So
and that's the one that could actually affect us once it moves into this area.
Yeah, and it is. And it's right on our doorstep. So the lakefront is where we're probably going to start to see our highest winds here.
And there's another alert.
Yeah.
It's time for flash flood warning in effect in our area until 11:45. So now we're hearing the winds, the flash flooding, which is what you've been saying all morning long. I think it's just reiterating that, especially.
And they're doing it as a precautionary to, I think, get people off the road, because it's not really raining in the city right now, but things are still saturated from a couple hours ago, and this, once it moves in, is not going to be moving very fast at all.
And we had just talked to Paul Murphy, who was on Highway 21, Highway 51 in LaPlace, and he was saying people are just not taking the warning. There were still a lot of people out.
I know, and once you're out and you get stuck in it, you can't do anything about it. So just take these warnings. Alexa, did you have an update for us?
Yeah. Weather Service, I don't know if my microphone is up, from the NWS from St. Tammany Parish. They said a spotter is reporting a tornado on the ground in the Pearl River area.
Yeah, let's go straight to that. Tornado warning potentially confirmed right near Pearl River. This is the area of concern. It's going to be right over the community of Pearl River. So in your tornado safe spot right now, this is, we're getting reports of maybe trees down in Pearl River. They're trying to get more information on that, but we are getting reports from a spotter, nothing more than that on exactly the exact location, but it's in and around Pearl River, and our radar is confirming that.
North Broad.
Let's look at our, to see if we're seeing any debris pop up here on our debris tracker. This often will catch if a tornado, nothing honestly jumps out, but that doesn't mean much. Sometimes our radars can miss these scans, so we will be watching that. But go ahead and treat this tornado warning in Pearl River, in Picayune, even north of Picayune. Treat it as a confirmed tornado. You need to go to your safe spot immediately. We've been talking about it all morning, away from windows, interior structure, lowest level. I know we don't really have basements around here, but lowest level, and put as many walls between you and the outside. That is the best thing you can do. So we've got a lot going on right now with the tornado warning. We've got a lot going on here with the flooding potential, and I'm going to get to that flooding in just a second, but I want to stick with this tornado warning just a little bit longer. Control room, as we do have the potential for maybe a confirmed, tornado. And here's the deal. I know we all want to go out and say, can I see it? No, you can't. Not in this case, because it is wrapped in rain. If there is a tornado, it's going to be right in the heart of where all this heavy rain is, which means you're not going to see it really from any direction until it's sitting on you. So that's what we talk about, rain wrapped, and they're so dangerous, you can't see them. And our radar, it continues to show fairly tight rotation. just right over the community of Pearl River. So this is right near I-59 in Pearl River. Excuse me, at the moment. So that's what we've got going on with the tornado warning. If you live in Picayune, continue to shelter. Let's go back to, just really quickly, because a lot of phones just went off in the city of New Orleans for 2 reasons. Severe thunderstorm winds that could be up to 80 miles an hour, and the increasing risk for flash flooding in the coming hours. It includes the entire metro area. We do have a live look. Control room, you told me, I already forgot, but if you could tell me again exactly where. Orleans and Broad, and we know that spot. Yeah. This is Orleans and, sorry, your mic's not up. Yeah, oh wow, look at that. Yeah, Orleans and Broad. This is where they're doing all that construction too. And you have to drive on one side of the street there. Big time flooding. And you know, it hasn't rained heavy here in the city in about an hour, so the water's not draining off.
Well, and Alyssa Curtis is out there now. She'll be talking to us in a couple of minutes. Okay. But the Sewage and Water Board is out there. Apparently, it's some problem that, you know, may not be because of the flooding right now, but what has happened over the past hour or so.
Yeah, because I mean, we haven't had heavy rain in the city in a solid hour or so.
Yeah.
It's been windy. So obviously we're having problems there. And I imagine there's many neighborhoods that look like this.
Yeah, I saw flooding on Canal, on Claiborne Avenue, by Napoleon and Nashville. I mean, there's been flooding in a lot of places. We had Lily Cummings on West Esplanade, rather, by Little Dizzy's. There was flooding there. But this is a mess out there on North Broad, Orleans.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, if you can just stay put. It's not going to, I think it's going to get worse soon.
Yeah, and how soon do you think that we'll be hit by that one coming from across the lake and then down to our southwest?
Well, it's already starting to move into Kenner here. It's not moving fast, so this thing is going to be it's just going to be creeping into the area over the next couple of hours. I do think we'll start to see heavy rain pick back up in the city at least in the next 30 minutes.
So this will only get worse, plus we have that strong winds coming our way.
Yeah, big problems with the winds and the flood. Now this is Esplanade, right near Little Dizzy. We all know this. This is just a classic spot that floods. Yeah, not draining. And
they've had a lot of construction in that area too, though.
Yeah, so I don't know. There's something else going on because it hasn't rained. It didn't rain heavy in an hour. It rained a lot.
Maybe it's just not draining right now.
It's not draining. Yeah, it rained a lot. It rained 2 to 4 inches, but
in a short amount of time. And we see a truck driving through right now. And we do tell people, if you're going to be out driving, you know, it's just the kind thing to do is just go as slow as you can so you don't push water that's not in a home yet into a home or a business.
Yeah, you're going to flood someone's business or someone's house or someone's car.
Yeah,
you got it. So it's just one of those mornings. We're getting a little bit of a lull right now in the city, but it will pick back up probably, I'm thinking, the next 30 minutes.
And let me ask you this. So far, New Orleans has escaped a lot of the really strong winds. If those winds do come, like we've seen west of us, I mean, you think about all the stuff they've set up for the French Quarter Festival. I mean, that could be a real problem.
Yeah, the stages. I mean, 60, 70, 80 mile an hour winds aren't going to mix with any of that. And we've had some fairly strong wind gusts. We were talking earlier, the Causeway gusted about 80 miles an hour just moments ago.
Yeah.
And that's why it's shut down. Okay, so we got a new tornado warning, I believe. I want to get to, if we could go back to our weather source very quickly. This is a live view, obviously, from the interstate, but we'll get back to that in a second. New tornado warning. This is an interesting one. This also includes Slidell. This is going to be for this intense line of storms blowing in that has quick spin-up tornadoes. So our concern with this is going to be right over Slidell, even on the south side. So get my bearing straight. There's I-12 and I-10. Here's I-59, so your junction's right there. That's where everything meets. Here's where your Slidell, you know, north and south. That's where our areas of spin is greatest. That's going to be moving generally east, northeast, so it's got a pretty big east movement to it. That tornado warning is going to include Stennis, Parlington. If you're watching us over in Hancock County, it includes the Kill, Diamond Head, Bay St. Louis, Waveland, and extending into South Mississippi, past Christian, over into Harrison County. So that's where this tornado warning will be. The details of this warning, like the timing and all that, let's get it really quickly. We've got A tornado warning until 11 a.m. This is going to be right over Slidell at the moment. It is booking it, moving 65 miles an hour right now to the east into Mississippi pretty soon. This is a live view control room. Where is this? Do you know?
Yeah, Peyton, this is I-59 Welcome Center, just where you're talking about where that junction is, where the interchange is I-10, I-12, and I-59. You can see the live shot here. I just had some friends text me also in the Lacombe power's out there, along with the Pearl River area. Just had Pearl River Police Department reach out. Traffic lights are out, railroad crossing, just it's a mess all around.
Yeah, I don't want to be out in this, especially with the tornado warning. Let's go back to radar very quickly, because this was where our area of concern was with that tornado. This is going to be, you see this little hook where it rolls into it. The wind's blowing, Colleen?
Let's take that camera shot back.
Go back to it, yeah.
It's active right now, guys.
Oh, wow, look at this. Big time winds. So this is what it's going to look like as this line of storms blows in. You've got curtains of rain falling. This was where I-59 and I-12, I-10.
Can you use
Yeah.
the wind speed on that one?
I can't. I don't have a wind speed there, but
And I just saw some objects also fly across the roadway, guys.
yeah, this is going to be very close to where our potential tornado is as well. Our radar is a couple scans delayed here, but and it's still blowing.
You're watching it happen, yeah.
Yeah, it's still blowing, but wow, look at so you're getting tornadic winds potential and the straight line winds. This is where they could be the 70 to 80 mile per hour. These are why you've got it's still picking up, isn't
Now,
it?
is this the wind that's heading toward the city?
It's the same. Yeah, it's the same. This will blow more into Mississippi, but we're on the south
Okay.
side of that as well. And so yeah, winds are.
Yeah, I just checked
How?
74 miles per hour, 74 miles per hour.
Where's that at?
In that same area where that camera is,
Okay,
near
yeah.
Slidell.
Okay, yeah. So radar clocking in over 70 miles an hour right now.
Yeah, this is just where that junction, for those just tuning in, I-12, I-10, I-59. This is a live look at what's happening I-59 at the Welcome Center there, the state line for Louisiana, Mississippi.
Yeah,
And fortunately, we're not seeing a lot of cars there, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, it is. Hopefully most people are taking warning here and protecting themselves. The winds continue to blow. The winds could gust 70 to 80. Now, this is what we were talking about earlier. There's a tornado potential with this one. This is currently where our area of rotation is. It's hard to say if that from the straight line winds or the tornadic winds, but either way, it's still dangerous and you don't want to be out in it. This is just incredible. I can't believe it's still going. It's been going for a solid couple minutes now.
Yeah, so these are not just gusts. These are
Sustained, almost like a hurricane. It's going to feel like a hurricane if you're out in this. It really is. So our tornado
There's a truck
warning,
going by.
Wow,
Yeah.
driving in that, yeah.
So if you're in Slidell, you need to be in that tornado safe spot yesterday, okay? Because this is right on top of you. This is in the heart of Slidell. This is going to be traveling right on I-10 into Mississippi. So if you're watching us over in Hancock County, this is what's coming your way at any moment. What's interesting is if we can, I think the wind switched directions at one point. They were coming this way, now they're going this way.
Yeah, that's what it looks like with those trees
We've definitely
kind of in
got-
the background, if you can pick those up. And you mentioned that's headed into Hancock County, and we know that we've been talking this morning about how earlier Hancock County opened up those 2 shelters, especially if you're in a mobile home.
Yes.
So if that is you, this would be the time now. You know, we don't want people out on the roadways and out in this. However, it's not quite hit that area yet, but it is headed in that direction, as Peyton is saying. And so it's just best to get to those shelters if, you know, they're close by or there's a possibility to do that. Just keep your family safe, especially if you're in those mobile homes. Because as you were mentioning, Alexa, this wind now is reaching that 74, 75 mile mark, but we know it can get up to 80 miles per hour, which in that situation is extremely damaging. I mean, that can lift very heavy objects, send them flying across the roadways into homes, you know, and just cause some serious issues for anybody who's out there. I'm
Also,
so
when you-
surprised we're seeing these vehicles on the roads.
Well, and when you see that straight line wind, a couple of minutes ago, we saw that tractor trailer truck go by, and a lot of times when you have a really heavy wind, it can topple over
Oh,
those
the
things.
high profile ones for sure.
Any of that,
Especially
yeah.
if I saw another one.
Crosswind. Yeah, and we're starting to see some damage reports trickle in, guys, in the Pearl River area. We're talking about the community in St. Tammany. We're starting to get some reports of some damage there. We're going to work to confirm all that and maybe get a visual, but it is still coming down. Now, the tornado threat looks like it's past Slidell, but as we just saw, the winds are still blowing. So the leading edge is where your tornado threat is highest, but behind it, you got those straight line winds still coming on through. So our straight line winds, this little bow feature, that's right along I-10, crossing the Pearl River right now, and that's moving into Hancock County. Still pouring, ton of lightning in this Pearl River area and into Slidell. So our tornado warning continues there, going until it goes until 11 a.m. I believe. Yeah, 11 a.m. there. So stay in your shelter if you're in anywhere in Hancock County, the Kill and surrounding areas. And you can see just sheets of rain blowing here. This is I-59 and I-12. So right there at the junction of the same area. And it's been blowing like this for a while. What was that?
Yeah, and this is just near where we just showed a live shot of what was happening for the Welcome Center. This is the actual interchange of I-10, I-12, and I-59.
From St. Tammany Fire District, multiple power lines and trees down in Pearl River on a house on Susan Street, and that's in Pearl River. So multiple power lines and trees down in Pearl River. Power out in East Slidell, both sides of I-10. Front Street reporting high winds also.
Yeah.
Took a massive power hit at the office there.
Yeah, the National Weather Service lost power, so they're actually in backup mode. Lake Charles is warning these things because the power knocked out. So these things are packing the winds. This is what we were talking about, why they issued the warning for the city of New Orleans for these potential winds. Now, right now, we're going to work to see if we're getting any reports of these strong of winds in the actual New Orleans metro, but there is that chance. Right now we're gusting to 37 at MSY and 39 at the airport. Those could pick up those, so that's why we've got that severe thunderstorm warning for the area. And you do have your quick spin up tornadoes in this. So really, you do need to treat all this like there's quick spin up tornadoes happening. The other problem is the flooding risk, and I really think the flooding could become a giant problem here in the coming hours across the metro. Here's why. We're finally seeing this get a bit more southeast movement, and this is all coming in behind it. So this is moving east. That training effect right there is going to be moving east too. So they've gone ahead and they've issued a considerable flash flood warning for the entire metro based on what we think is going to happen.
So let me ask you this, Peyton. If you're watching now, and you might be thinking, well, we've escaped the worst.
Yeah.
It's not a time to let your guard down because we have a lot of stuff headed our way and a lot of serious stuff.
Yeah, you need to stay put right now at this point. Just because there's a bit of a lull in the city, it's going to pick back up here pretty soon. Heavy rain. This is I-12. South side of Slidell. So this is the Mobile Forecast Center. This is Leah. So we're going to head up to some of these areas. We're getting reports of damage, and we will know exactly what we're looking at here, but it is coming down. They're going to be on the back side of the worst of this, so they're kind of staying behind just a little bit so they don't get in the worst of it. But this high wind, it moved all through here. We've got reports of some damage, some power outages in St. Tammany Parish. So this is where our biggest problems are at this hour. Leah, do we have Leah? Can we get a report from her on exactly if she's seen anything so far?
Peyton, we're trying to pull some of our crews because we're worried about their safety first.
Sure.
And so we are getting some visuals still, but a couple of our crews, we've shut them down for a while.
Yeah, they're trying to get to the place where they can shelter. And
Leah and them are behind the worst of it.
Yeah.
So as long as they stay behind, but yeah, be extra careful. These winds, you can't be driving out in 80-mile-an-hour winds. You just can't. It's so dangerous. And with quick spin up tornadoes, you don't want to be out in this as well.
And by the way, when do you think the worst of it's going to hit us here in the city?
It's going to steadily move in the next this hour. So we're in the 10 o'clock hour. So I think before 11 o'clock, it's here in the next probably 15, 20 minutes. It's really going to pick up here in the city. And we're already seeing it. They're just in some bad cell service area right now at the moment. Let's go to radar, Eric. I want to show you this because it's moving in right now. So over the past 10 minutes, it's really started to ramp up. Heavy rain moving back in. The flood risk is going to go up fairly quickly because we still have so much street flooding out there at this hour.
And it looks like it's about to envelop us in all this rough weather.
Yeah, it is. And we have our severe thunderstorm warning for strong winds, and we have our flash flood warning for flooding. So the two different things. Don't be out in it. And that's going to run for several more hours.
And Peyton, there's a lot of people, I think, especially in the city, who are still kind of traveling out and about. But then as we just showed a little bit ago from our reporter, Alyssa Curtis, that there are some streets that are dealing with some severe flooding. Now, we don't know what those problems are from. It could be a pump issue or some drainage issues. But I think that just goes to speak that, we haven't had a lot of that rain in a while, but that doesn't mean that your roadway or your travel or where you're going is going to be clear. I know there's reports of the Sixton on-ramp, Gentilly Boulevard. Colleen's taking a look at it now to see if she can get a good view, but there's reports that cars are stuck there that tried to get through the water and weren't able to make it. So you just don't really know what your path might end up having, and if you're kind of stuck there, a lot of people are deciding, okay, should I drive through the floodwater? We know that's never an option, and then those cars are getting stuck, and crews who are trying to deal with the possible wind damage or other life-threatening issues in this weather, they have to avert some of their crews in order to then go help these people who decided to go through the water water. So that's really a big focus too, is just kind of thinking about everybody who's put into the situation, which right now we're experiencing those warnings and those severe conditions across our entire area. So all of our emergency responders, all of our crews are out there right now trying to get their job done, and we need to just make it easier on them, essentially.
Yeah, and you do that by staying home and just being safe.
Exactly.
I want to get back to this tornado warning, guys, because we are still seeing some pretty good indications of rotation. It's going to be just past Stennis. That area of rotation would have gone right over Stennis. So there's I-10, there's Stennis, and can we go back to radar just really quickly? I got to cover this. You can see there, you can see your area of rotation. It's going to be near the Kill pretty soon. So if you live anywhere near the Kill, here's Diamond Head, there's Bay St. Louis Shoreline Park. You need to be in your tornado safe spot right now. This is going to be shrouded in rain, and even if there's not a confirmed tornado, the winds could easily be 80 miles per hour. Let's go back to that live shot we were just looking at. Obviously, problems.
Yeah, here in town.
Yeah, thank you, Peyton. Just like Brandon mentioned, there's issues all around, and of course, new water rescues underway for 610 under that overpass there, and multiple accidents now on our interstate systems. This is I-10 at Airline. Let's go ahead and take it to the maps that I have up. Again, if you're just tuning in, the causeway did officially shut down. We were hoping they would shut down the Twin Span Bridge, especially with the severity of these winds, and you can see by these maps for I-59, I-10, I-12, it's basically gridlocked with traffic right now, and we're asking you to not be out and about. Typically people are just assuming this is like a typical storm for Louisiana, but this is very different, right, Peyton?
Yeah, and you know, I know we're used to rain and stuff like that, but it doesn't mean we can drive in it when it's pouring like this and it's coming down so heavy. So,
and Peyton, how much rain are we expecting from this when it moves into the city, and how high will these winds get?
You know, rain, it's hard to say, but I've seen events like this produce over 8 to 10 inches in spots. We've already, in fact, look at this. This is what we've picked up in the past, well, since this morning. We've picked up, if it'll populate for me, some areas have picked up in the past 3 hours alone, like up in Covington, Mandeville, nearly 10.
Whoa,
and
that's a lot.
That's a lot more than I was thinking, yeah.
Yeah.
So I bet we have massive flooding up here as well, up into parts of the North Shore. Covington, Mandeville, flash flood warning. Hammond, flash flood warning. The river parishes, big time flash flood warning there. The metro area, flash flood warning. So, and then Slidell. So you can see every one of our communities with bigger cities is under that flash flood warning.
And what we're seeing there is moving our way.
You got it. This is going to slowly translate further down to the south. So this is why, you know, hopefully it'll get some movement or they'll start to weaken. But right now, we do have that potential to pick up that, we'll say 4 to 8 inches here across the city in the coming hours.
And again, from the years we've been doing this work, we know the pumps can only, even if they're all working, which they are not right now, even if they're all working, they can only take a small amount of water in a short amount of time.
If we had the best pumps in the entire universe, they wouldn't be able to handle this, I don't think. So you can see, Eric, it is starting to move in now. So the flooding risk going up quickly. What does that mean? Well, if your car is in a flood-prone spot, you still have maybe a second to get it to neutral ground. We know that's all good to go if you want to do it. But things will very quickly, you'll start to see that water rise if it hasn't already drained. I mean, there's some areas that the water just didn't drain from earlier this morning. So we've got flooding, we've got strong winds, we've got that tornado threat. Let's go back to our radar very quickly. Boy, that's interesting. That's clear as day, a tornado risk that's going to be passing. And our radar is having some issues right now, but I can still pick it out. Okay, so it's now past Stennis. If you're watching in Hancock County, this is where your tornado is going to be most likely. This curve here, that's your inflow and your outflow. So winds are howling this direction, and you get an inflow here, and you get a bit of a spin. That's going to be traveling, we'll say directly towards the Kill. The Kill's about here, I-10's down here. I-10, you're going to get rocked by winds up near the Kill and just to the north. That's where you've got that bigger tornado threat that's going to be sliding through Hancock County. So tornado safe spot immediately. Now this is past the Stennis right now, the Space Center out here, but probably still getting the winds out there as well. So that's going to be your biggest tornado problem in Hancock County as we speak. It's crossing Texas Flat Road, and it's going to be heading up towards Highway 43 near the Kill, near or just north of the community of the kill. And you know, there's a lot of country homes out here, so a lot of people living up in this area. You need to be in your tornado safe spot as we speak. We have been getting reports in from the National Weather Service, some damage. We had someone send in a viewer send in a picture in Slidell, where their fence was blown down by the strong winds. So we are getting reports of some damage from, I can't confirm whether it was a tornado or strong winds at this point, but it's definitely windy in spots and it is causing damage. And that hook right there stands out, doesn't it? That's where your tornado risk is going to be currently north of I-10 there in Hancock County. So that's where we still want you in your tornado safe spot. Now, if you're in Slidell, the tornado risk has come to an end, but it's probably still windy and it's still pouring. There's lightning and thunder, so stay inside. But that tornado risk has now shifted over into parts of Mississippi and sliding over towards the Kill and far northern parts of Diamond Head, and as you get into Pearl River, Harrison County. All right, so let's take a look at the metro area because we do have a lot going on here too. We've got our severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds. We've got our flash flood warning for street flooding, and our winds. You know, I don't know if you've seen any reports, Alexa, on the winds, but we're still reporting 39 at the airport. I don't know if it's picked up at all, but that's fairly manageable. Hopefully it doesn't get stronger than that this morning, but it certainly could. And our tornado watch is still going until 1 o'clock this afternoon, and because we're not done yet, are we?
No, exactly. So right now we are tracking even some more.
Just a sec, Alexa. They got to get your mic open real quick. There you go.
And also, if you can pull up my Max 1, and I can show you kind of a wide view of what's happening right now. So this line of storms and heavy rain is slowly kind of drifting east-southeast. So a heavy batch of rain and strong storms moving through the Almonds towards Luling along 310. So this batch of storms that's kind of moving through Jean Lafitte into Belchase, going to close in on the West Bank and the New Orleans Metro just as that line of storms is closing in on the East Bank of New Orleans. So a lot of rain is going to be moving throughout the metro area over the next several hours. This is kind of slowly creeping through the area right now. Quite a bit of lightning in the Des Allemands area in the river parishes.
Yeah.
Luling seeing quite a bit of lightning and heavier downpours. So I'm sure we'll be seeing more flash flooding with that throughout our river
And let's go back to
parishes.
Max 2 really quick, Alexa. We're going to bump this up to a confirmed tornado now. It said they did have a confirmed tornado near Stennis. This is what we were just talking about. This is going to be right on that leading edge that's moving through Hancock County. It's going to be north of the interstate. So once you get towards the Kill and Diamond Head, that's where you need to be in your tornado safe spot immediately. Now in Bay St. Louis, that area of rotation is to your north, but you're going to get rocked by these strong winds coming out of the thunderstorms. So you've got a couple things going on here. You've got the tornado risk. You've also got the strong wind risk. Now, and this is clear as day. Classic signature here for rotation. I want to jump to our other radar, maybe out of Mobile, to see if this looks a little bit better. It looks the same. So that's what we're watching. This is your area of spin. That's where your tornado is, well, it's confirmed. We don't know if it's still on the ground, but at one point it certainly was, back towards Stennis, which is here. It just crossed Texas Flat Road, and it's heading towards Highway 603 and Highway 43, right where they meet up. That's where we've got our biggest tornado threat. Now, if you're watching us in the Kill, right now we probably are seeing the tornado threat just north of town, but you got the strong winds coming into town, 70 mile an hour plus are possible. That tornado risk is right there over that's Highway 43 there. That's Highway 603. So about to cross into Pearl River County there in northern parts of Hancock County. So that's our confirmed tornado warning. Continuing to watch what they're saying about this tornado warning for Hancock County. It says it goes until 11 a.m. A tornado-producing storm was located near the Kill, or about 7 miles northwest of Diamond Head. It's booking it. It's moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So I tell you what, let's put a track on this. It's getting into some rural country, but soon it's going to be crossing into Harrison County and getting into more populated area, just getting outside of our viewing area. But here we go. Let's fast forward it. 50 miles an hour. It'll be near Dido, near 1039, Louisiana near 1046, Louisiana Elementary School. That's getting over into parts of Harrison County, 1047, Lyman, that's the Gulfport area, near 1054. So that's where it'll be in the next 30 minutes or so. It will be closer to Highway 49, that junction, as it moves off out of our viewing area. But right now, currently sitting right near Highway 43 and eventually Highway 603 there in Hancock County. It looks like it's going to stay just north of the Kill and just north of Diamond Head. But that's where we have our confirmed tornado at this hour, moving east at 50 miles an hour. And it just continues to look so impressive on each radar scan. Let's see if we've got a debris ball with this thing, because our radars can tell us if it's picking up any debris. It's a bit messy, nothing picking up there. You know what? That may be it. Back when it was around Stennis, just north of Stennis, there was a lowering. It's hard to say for sure, but they're saying it's confirmed, so we're going to go with it and say just treat this as a tornado on the ground if you live in parts of far eastern Hancock County and up into parts of northern Harrison County. That includes Saussure, that includes Lyman. It's going to stay north of the interstate in Gulfport. Y'all still got my audio? Yeah. Okay, my IFB died, Walter. So we are continuing to watch this. So this is our only tornado warning at the moment in our immediate area. Now here in the city of New Orleans, I don't know if we can take a live camera from maybe
New
take
Orleans.
whatever live camera, the West Bank, or here in the quarter, maybe looking pretty good here of what we got going on. The heavy rain, it's here. It's going to be here for a while, and we're not going to see that wrap up anytime soon. This is our flash flood risk really increasing across the area. There's the West Bank. You can see starting to come down.
The Rampart camera is down at the moment.
Oh, and our Rampart camera's down. I'm going to let, can someone take it over really quick? I need to change my batteries, and I'll get right back with you.
So
Alexa, I'll let you take it over.
We'll switch it back over to Max 1 on the radar. Okay, great. So right now we are tracking those tornado warnings throughout South Mississippi. If you're just joining us now, the time is 10:31. These tornado warnings are in effect for the next several minutes until 11 a.m. So we have another half an hour to go on this confirmed tornado across South Mississippi. That includes the communities of Diamond Head all the way eastward along I-10 in South Mississippi. So this is where we'll be watching. This is where, if you live in this area, this is where you definitely need to get in your safe space. In an interior room away from windows and doors, an interior room like a bathroom, a closet, away from any sort of windows and doors. Do not try to go outside and take any pictures of this. You will not be able to see it. The storm is so rain wrapped. The rain is coming down in sheets and you won't be able to see this at all. So make sure you get into your safe place if you're along Interstate 10 or nearby in South Mississippi and even northward, because we have 2 tornado warned boxes in effect right now for the next half an hour. So right along I-49, I-53, that includes I-43 and I-53 and I-49 along in South Mississippi in Hancock County and Harrison County. This tornado warning is in effect until 11 o'clock this morning. So let me switch and view our different radar products at the moment. That rotation looks to be just north of Diamond Head. So if you're in the Diamond Head area, right along Kiln, the Lease Road in the Kiln area, this is when you get into your safe place, and this is going to continue to move northeast at around 50 miles per hour. So it's moving pretty quickly. It's moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour rather, as it zips along through South Mississippi. So we'll be here monitoring this tornado warning for the next half an hour. This kind of signature hook right here over the Diamond Head area, just north of Diamond Head, is where that rotation is right now. So this is a confirmed tornado. I would treat this as a confirmed tornado, as this pink flashing box is what indicates that yes, there is a confirmed tornado possibly on the ground. So this is when you get into your safe place, call your friends and neighbors, let them know, hey, let's wait this thing out as it continues to head eastward along South Mississippi over the next half an hour. So a wider look at the entire area, showing vigorous storms across the entire metro area, where there are some strong heavy downpours that could lead to some additional flooding across the New Orleans metro. Heavy rain back west towards our river parishes. Quite a bit of lightning within this storm just south of Laplace towards Luling and Des Allemands. We're going to continue to see gusty winds with this up to 60, 70 miles per hour. Now, as we go throughout the next several hours, this is really what we have: severe weather with us for the next several hours. This tornado warning still in effect until 11 a.m. this morning across South Mississippi. So closer look at those communities affected right just west of Diamond Head. So in the Diamond Head area along I-43 and I-10, that is where you need to definitely get into your safe zone. A closer look at our scans. I'm going to switch radar sites and switch it over to Mobile, see if we can get a better look at this with the storm relative velocity. That would show the rotation that is popping up on our radar at the moment. That's a good idea to see where this is exactly occurring. So let me pull up the Mobile radar, if we can get a better scan of this as it loads. Okay, pretty similar to showing the Hammond radar. So I'm going to switch it back to Hammond. It's a good indication it's in the Diamond Head area, that area of rotation at the moment in the Diamond Head area. I'm going to check back with the National Weather Service to see if there are any updates on any damage. So far, no damage reports coming in just yet, but we'll continue to watch this confirmed tornado as it progresses northeastward, east-northeastward, at about 50 miles per hour. So it is moving by pretty quickly. Now, if you're in the Diamond Head area and just north, definitely get in your safe zone along 603, Highway 603 in the Kiln area.
And Alexa, you were talking about no reports of damage. Colleen has gotten some calls from some friends who have damage in Slidell.
Slidell, yes.
They have had some trees down, chimneys down, things like that.
Yeah, so we had those tornado warnings near Slidell and the straight line winds, the severe storm warnings. So it's hard to say if those wind damage is from a tornado or straight line winds, most likely from those straight line winds gusting up to 70, 80 miles per hour. So of course that'll do damage. That's comparable to a hurricane force wind. So that can topple trees, that can topple mobile homes, that could cause quite a bit of structural damage and knock down trees and get some power outages, which we do have several reports of power outages.
We have had some confirmed tornadoes already, right?
So far, no updates on any confirmed tornadoes. This is tagged as a confirmed tornado, but there's nothing that has come in yet that says there's a tornado on the ground. We don't have any.
I thought we had a confirmation. Peyton, had you got any confirmation on a tornado?
They've all been radar indicate. There was definitely confirmed ones right outside of our area.
Yeah.
But you know, we've been talking the difference between these tornadoes and the straight line winds. It's going to be hard to notice the difference. I mean,
until you get there on the ground and really check it out. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, as we were talking, Colleen's had damage reported for friends in Slidell. We've had damage reported all across parts of St. Tammany. We're trying to work and get a better idea on how significant the damage is and things like that. But right now, our tornado threat is now moving into Harrison County. It just moved into the Dido area. There's Lyman, so that's what's going to be heading into Harrison County as this line of intense storms continues to move off towards the east. And you know, we've been talking, this is not going to be a quick event, unfortunately, and it is not. By the way, Gulfport just gusted to 60 miles an hour. This is ahead of the main storms, so the worst of it's not even there. So it just shows you what these storms are capable of. Let's go to Max 2 really quick. Alexa, I want to show you what our next problem is about to be in the city of New Orleans, and it's something we're all too used to. It's flooding, and here's why. Eric, it's finally moved in, and what's going to happen is we need to see how long this is going to train, because it's not moving very fast, and this is when we're going to start to have big flooding problems. So the flooding risk, it's starting now, and it's only going to get worse through probably the lunchtime hour.
And let's talk about the difference in the colors and what that means in rainfall and wind, things like that.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here on this map, right? So anywhere you see, what are you talking about, the boxes or the radar?
The radar.
The radar. So anywhere you see these reds and you get some deep reds in here, you're starting to get into some very heavy rainfall. Let's actually look at how high these rainfall rates are, because they're got to be getting on up there. They've got to be, you know, they could be 4 to 6 inches an hour. That is certainly going to be a possibility with the atmosphere today.
And that guarantees we will have flooding if we get that kind of rain.
Anywhere you see red is 2 to 4 inches an hour. This is obviously having problems. I don't trust this. Anyways, some of the heaviest rain is about 4 to 6 inches an hour with what we're looking at right now.
On the last radar shot you showed, it's a very different picture than what we're seeing right there.
Yeah.
Here's what we see.
That product's having issues, obviously.
Guys, and I just got word too, Slidell Police Department reported cars overturned on Pontchartrain, multiple vehicles having issues along with multiple trees down like we have been mentioning, but the cars is a new one and they are waiting for the storm to pass, of course, assess the damage, but right now there's multiple cars that are flipped over.
Let's go.
Where is that in Slidell? Do we know?
Off of Pontchartrain.
Okay.
So that's just coming off the
Where's
Twin Span
Pontchartrain?
Bridge south of Slidell.
Okay, we do have Leah up there in Slidell. Oh yeah, okay, Leah, you're in Slidell or that area. What are you seeing? Where are you at, and what you got for us?
Well, guys, we were actually approaching that part where Highway 12 meets 11, and we saw this down fence right here. You can see just a sign of how strong these winds out here are. We are on the road. We felt the wind pushing our mobile forecast center. We got off, and we've seen quite a bit of street flooding. We've seen limbs of trees in the road, and actually a little bit further down from where we are right here, there's actually a tree that it looks like it's absolutely snapped in half as a result of this wind that that we are seeing out here, the severe weather in St. Tammany Parish. Colleen actually just mentioned about some of the reports from Slidell Police Department about some of these overturned cars. We've seen at least 3 cars, and we were making our way this way towards the Pearl River community that were cars either in water on the sides of the highway needing assistance from police, and definitely tons of people still on the roads, as you can see right now. Many of them have been driving with their flashers on, so a lot of things happening out here in St. Tammany Parish when it comes to damages with that high wind that we've been seeing in the area. We're looking at some street flooding, and we've been riding throughout some of the neighborhoods here, again still trying to make it to that Pearl River community where we are expecting those high winds to continue right now. I feel the wind coming, the rain is coming out. If you guys can see it, it's coming horizontally right now towards this side, so a lot going on out here in St. Tammany Parish. We have the high winds, we have the water, and just a major weather event that's happening now in St. Tammany Parish. It's coming down significant out here. We'll continue to make our way further into St. Tammany Parish and eventually toward Mississippi, where we are continuing to see some of those tornado watches and warning come out. I'll send it back to you all in the studio for right now.
And Leah, quickly, back to that damage we saw on by the fence. What blew down? Because it took down a metal fence, and usually metal fences are pretty strong.
Yeah, absolutely, Eric. I mean, if you look a little bit closer here, it looks like there was a sign that was standing on the outside of the metal fence, and it looks like the wind kind of gusted and took that over and toppled over on top onto that metal fence. Again, just a sign of how strong this wind is, because it looks like at one point this was a pretty sturdy structure with all of this wood. It looks like it's hammered down into the ground. So again, just a sign of how really strong these winds are. I mean, we're talking about wind gusts that are up to 60 miles an hour, and in some cases higher than that. If you look right here, you can see how this wood was actually encased in some cement. So again, just showing how strong these winds are. Not something you want to be outside in. We are out here in these conditions to be the eyes and ears, so you guys don't have to go out and look and see what's going on out here.
And quickly, just a quick reminder of the location where you are right now.
Guys, right now we are actually in St. Tammany Parish. We are right near where the portion of where I-12 and 11, those highways kind of meet and cross over. We are right off of one of those exits nearing that area.
All right, Leah, thank you very much, and stay safe out there, because it is bad.
Down. I know we're seeing some pictures over there. We have that on WLTV.com. Also, just taking a quick look, if you are headed out to the airport, maybe you are picking somebody up who's coming in, or maybe headed out. I know we're talking about some of these warnings and stuff being lifted closer to 12, 1 o'clock, and so that's when a lot of those flights and stuff are being moved to, so just pay attention to that as well. And I know, Colleen, you're just keeping a look at these roadways. I'm still pretty, well, showing you there really quick, just some of the flights. So if you're out and about, this is just something you want to pay attention to. Like I said, if you're picking someone up or headed out, on these flights, a lot of them are being pushed back to kind of that later time frame. Peyton, I know you're mentioning maybe more like 1 o'clock is when some of these watches are being lifted, so I think they're probably taking heed to that as well there at the airport. Any update as far as the wind that they're experiencing out there at the airport? I know earlier you said it was about 40 miles per hour.
Yeah, we haven't seen any of the 80 in the city. I haven't clocked any of those. We've seen 40, and we did have a 60 earlier at the lakefront. So we've had some strong winds. You know, we were talking earlier, exactly where Leah is where we were thinking the tornado was. This is what the snapshot looked at 10 o'clock. That's Highway 11, that's I-12. That hook is where we thought the tornado was. So we may be getting confirmation on the ground of some damage. We'll see if it was from the straight line winds or an actual tornado, but that's what we've got going on. And Colleen, she's from up here. She knows a lot of people. She's getting a lot of messages from friends and family about some damage that they've seen done. So we're across the area.
So many messages coming in right now, and back into the Slidell area, just like I mentioned off of Pontchartrain Drive where we talked about those flipped vehicles, there's now flooding that's actually unusual near Salmon High School and the neighborhoods there. That doesn't usually flood in that area, and there are reports of the street flooding, and it's becoming pretty heavy right now. Yeah,
and Colleen, this is why. I mean, in the past 3 hours, parts of Slidell have picked up anywhere from 3 to 5 to 6 to even over 7 inches of rain.
Yeah, and is the North Shore still getting the worst of it, or are we getting it, you know, now in the city?
We're starting to see improvements on the North Shore. Actually, we don't have anything torrential anymore on the North Shore. It's still raining, but we are now seeing the worst of it move into Mississippi, crazy rain over Mississippi right now, and then right over the city. So guys, we're probably going to start to transition more to a flooding problem in the city of New Orleans and back through parts of St. Charles and St. John, because this has, as we've feared, it's laid down, meaning it is running, it's training across itself, and this is when you really start to see those rain totals add up.
And it looks like when you look at the screen and the radar there, it looks like there's no end to it for a while.
Yeah, let's put it in motion and see what we've got. Yeah, you see, it's got a slight movement to the southeast, but it's only moving at probably a couple of miles an hour. So it's going to take a while for this to actually move out. And this is what, me and Alexa, we were talking about 5:30 this morning. We said, sometimes these things can train over the same areas. You get these tails, and that's exactly what's happening here. So
and we're hearing tons of rain on the roof here at our station.
Yeah, we are, and every now and then lightning and thunder still. And so that's going to probably become our bigger issue here in the coming hours. It's going to be flash flooding, and we've already seen so much flash flooding this morning. We've had live pictures, all those normal spots flooding, but even some spots that we don't usually see holding a lot of water right now.
Well, and depending on just how much water is coming down and how fast and how long it lasts.
Yeah, that's the problem. If it lasts 10 minutes, no biggie, but if it lasts like this, it's probably gonna last a couple hours. And rainfall rates are well over 4 inches an hour in some of this.
Yeah.
We just can't keep up with it. So the flooding risk is really start to go up. I don't know if we, control room, if we still have any of our live crews. I'm sure we do out there in some of our typical flooded spots. I don't know if they're taking shelter right now, but we've had live eyes out there all morning. Hopefully we've got some pictures coming for you soon of what things look like out there. Because it's, you don't want to get out in this. And I know sometimes you get out in it and you don't think it's bad, and then all of a sudden you're in a neighborhood.
Well, let me ask you this. Are we past the point here in the city where we're past the worry about this extremely strong winds? It's more of a flooding emergency now?
Yeah, as this heavy rain moves in, there is still a severe weather threat, but I think it's going to start to become more of a, at least in the city itself, it's going to start to become more of a flooding threat.
And where is it still the real high wind threat?
Mississippi, moving into right outside of our viewing area, and our like south of us, so like down into Terrebonne, Lower Lafourche, Plaquemines Parish, where we really haven't been touched by the storms yet. You still have a pretty big risk for storms as we go through today. Alexa, you got an update for us?
Oh, yeah, you probably noticed that the tornado warnings that were...
Wait, hold on.
She hasn't got her mic up yet.
Oh, okay. You probably noticed the tornado warnings in South Mississippi now in Harrison County have been peeled back to just a regular tornado warning, no longer that confirmed tag. Right. So that could be somewhat of a good sign. Yeah.
And if you are watching, I know it's technically not in our viewing area, but there are people who watch us over there. And right now, that tornado threat is going to be closer to Highway 49, just south of Saussure, north of Lyman. That's going to be in between once you get north of the interstate there in Gulfport. That's where our tornado threat is going to be at the moment. We've got our mobile forecast center. They're still up on the North Shore. This is in St. Tammany Parish. They just moments ago were stopped on Highway 11 and I-12, that junction right there, and they had reports of damage. That is also where we were thinking there was a tornado around 10 a.m. this morning, so we're waiting to see exactly what that was. It was obviously winds, but was it straight line winds or tornado? We'll wait and see, but
well,
that's what
Peyton, can we take a pause for a second?
Sure.
We have some video from the Slidell Police Department. They're walking through some of the damage. If we can pop that up.
Of what could be possible tornado damage,
Yeah.
Take a look at that in just a minute.
The area of Pontchartrain and Costmeyer, the scene of where a tornado touched down. As you can see over here in the McDonald's parking lot, we got 4 vehicles that are heavily damaged. One's on its side. If you look all around, we got leaning power poles, power lines, trees down. This building to your left got directly hit. They got damaged. This is a scary scene. We urge you again to stay indoors. We are getting multiple reports of another tornado that touched down on Old Spanish Trail. And then across the city of Slidell, we got trees on top of houses. It's going to take a while to really get a grasp on the totality of the damage. But for right now, we want to provide y'all an update. Again, stay indoors and seek shelter until we can provide you more.
All right, there we saw that video from the Slidell Police Department, and he said tornado touchdown. We have not confirmed that, but again, Peyton has said this a number of times, Alexa, the same thing. If you see a tornado, then that's a confirmed tornado.
Correct. But Otherwise, it needs to be crews, right, that go after. And so that's sort of just the process. I mean, what it looks like it could have been a tornado, but also I know, Peyton, when we have a lot of that strong wind, that can also cause a lot of similar damage. And that's why it's just a bit of a process to get these confirmed. But yeah, Eric, as you were saying, I mean, obviously, if you see it with your eyes.
And Peyton, when you look at this, what do you see there?
It's bad damage. It's really hard to tell. These winds were howling. They could have been 80 miles an hour. We did see signs that there was a tornado trying to form on radar. At the end of the day, it's damage, whether it was a tornado or not.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't
yeah,
matter.
that looks awful out there, and that's just another reason we're really asking people just not to get out there, because I mean,
power lines down.
Yeah, power lines. It just
live.
creates more dangerous situations too.
Yeah,
it looks like there was a car maybe parked there that got some of that damage on top of it.
What road did they say they were on right there? Do y'all know, Colleen? Do you know what road that is they're on? I didn't hear him say
That's
it.
on the south side of town. That's off of Pontchartrain, guys.
Yeah, I didn't. I know he said it, but.
Yeah, I mean, you can see widespread. It's not just confined to one tiny little
Pontchartrain.
area.
Okay.
Yeah. And they said it was on the officer who was doing the video said it was on a couple of streets.
Okay, yeah. So, and you know, like we talked about, Leah and them had some damage reported where we thought the tornado could have been. So very easily, it could have been a tornado. So we'll wait and see.
The reason you think maybe the reason he's saying it, if you see damage in one place, then it pops up to another place.
Right. Yeah, that
then
is
you think, well,
usually
maybe
a good
that's
indication.
not straight line winds. Maybe that is a tornado.
And it just shows you, regardless, these storms are powerful. They're producing some winds. So far, the winds have not been a major issue in the New Orleans area. Now, we've had some significant gusts, but I haven't seen any 80-mile-per-hour gusts. We're talking about that flood risk now, so that's where I'm growing concerned. You can see the worst of the storms now moving into Stone County and Harrison County, Mississippi. Strong winds, 70, 80 miles an hour there, moving away from us. Now we're focusing on this right here. And this is not a good setup for us. This is a type of setup when we get some big time flooding across the New Orleans metro. So this is a considerable flash flood warning. Your phones have probably already gone off, and that's because we've picked up several inches of rain. We're going to pick up several more. And this type of setup typically can lead to 4 to 8 inches of rain. And that's on top of what we've already picked up. And so this is just a recipe for some big time flooding across the New Orleans metro, back into the river parishes. Now, I don't want to forget about you down into the bayou parishes, because if you're watching us in Thibodaux and Houma, you're really just starting to get your bigger storms. Now, there is still a tornado risk, especially with any of these cells popping up down here. You can see there's inflow coming into these storms. They're going to try to rotate. So we're going to still watch that from especially Houma back into Lafourche, back into Lower Jefferson, and into Lower Plaquemine. So there's still that risk for some isolated tornadoes, but a lot of this is a very heavy rain that's going to start to lead to some flooding and some ponding. So that's going to continue to be our increased risk as we go through the remainder of the morning. Now, guys, I want to do a quick reset here. It's 10:51. We've been going out this for hours now. We've had multiple tornado warnings. We've had damage reported, especially up on the North Shore. We've had they said there was a confirmed tornado in and around Stennis about 30 minutes ago. That's now moved into Mississippi and Harrison County. And now here in the metro area, this is going to become our flood problem. We can look at our rainfall totals over the past 3 hours, and you can see that very impressive totals have fallen. That line that's over New Orleans was initially up here, so it's reasonable to think these totals could easily translate down here into the metro area as we go through the next several hours. And these totals, anywhere you see pinks and yellow, or pinks and whites, those are really getting on up there. Radar estimating over 7 inches of rain in a few spots. So we've already picked up anywhere from 2 to 4 to even 4.5 inches in the metro. We're probably going to add several more inches to that as we go through the remainder of the morning. Now, I do want to give you an idea. We haven't talked about this in a minute. When is all this going to move out? And it's not going to happen very quickly. The heavy rain's going to be with us this morning. This model, honestly, it's struggling. I don't know. Do you, Alexa, can you get the HER pulled up, that model for us? I think that one's doing a little bit better than this IBM model, to give us an idea of when all this is going to start to wind down and when this is all going to begin to clear on out. Because we're not done. I mean, we still have several more hours here before things really start to improve. All right, so she's going to flip it over to Max 1. Let's see what we've got here. Let's run through it and see how this is handling it. Honestly, it's not doing a great job either. So, but I do think after, I'm saying at 4 o'clock, we'll probably see things really start to quieten down. So our high resolution models, they're not doing a great job on illustrating exactly what's happening, but they both do show at least by 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon, we really start to see things wind down across the area. We've got live reporters out in the field. We are We are watching the flood risk.
Yeah. Paul Murphy, who is out in reserve right now, so let's go to that report.
We're in reserve just past East St. John High School, where there has been quite a bit of rain and wind this morning here in St. John Parish. This whole area is under a flash flood warning, and as you can see here, this is Homedale Place in reserve just off of Airline Highway, and this road is impassable. Just a few minutes ago, some of the parish public works officials showed up and barricaded off this road to keep anyone from driving down here. We're told that we're not sure, they're not sure if any of the water's actually gotten into any of these homes on this road, but they wanted to block off the road to make sure nobody drove down here and pushed a wake into someone's house. So again, this is Homedale Place in reserve, just off of Airline, not far from the high school. And this whole area, the River Parish, this is going to be like this for a while. We've been telling you all morning, if you can wait to get out on the road, do so. And if you see a road that looks like this, please do not drive down this road, because you could be pushing water into people's homes. And that's the scene here in St. John Parish. It is around 11:45, and it's still raining. We still have lightning, and there's still some high winds in the area. Paul Murphy, WWL, Louisiana.
And Paul meant 10:45 when he shot that. Peyton is just telling us there's a new flash flood warning for New Orleans.
Okay.
Alyssa Curtis is on St. Bernard Avenue. What are you seeing there, Alyssa?
Eric, we are on St. Bernard Avenue. I had to come back closer to the camera. I was trying to see exactly how deep the flooding was, and the street kind of just dipped off. So I had to come back a little closer to the neutral ground here. This area is just completely flooded. You guys, you do not want to be driving in this. These are very dangerous conditions to be driving in. You cannot see the road. You cannot see the lines on the road. Across from where we are on the other side of St. Bernard, you're not going to be able to see it because we're trying to keep the camera dry, but on the other side of the road, you cannot see anything. You cannot see any grass. It is just completely covered in water, and the rain has picked up. We were over closer to the French Quarter, and now we came this way, and the rain started picking up when we were driving this way. You can probably hear it hitting my umbrella, and the wind has also picked up, so it's making the rain kind of hit sideways right now. Again, we have seen some cars, they've had to take it very, very slow just because of how deep this water is, and also because of that rain. Oh, and here's the truck. We just got splashed a little bit, but you can just tell from what you just saw just how bad these conditions are right now. I'm gonna go back out and make sure it's safe. I want to go back out just to show you guys how deep this water is. I'm gonna see if my photographer Rick Neese can show us exactly. As I'm moving farther back, you can just see right now the water is about to my ankles. If I move this way, it's getting closer and closer to my knees, coming up my shins. Right about here, it drops off. So I'm gonna stay right here so I don't go any deeper into this water. Do not be out here if you do not have to. I know we are out here, and I know a lot of you guys at home always say, you tell us to not be out there, and you guys are out there. We just want to make sure that we're keeping you guys safe and showing you, and we have been safe out here. We've been kind of keeping an eye on these conditions and going inside when it's too dangerous for us to be out here. But please be careful. I'm going to move a little bit closer now so I can get out of this shin deep water here. Again, if you don't have to drive, if you don't have to go anywhere, please just stay at home. The rain seems to be slowing down just a little bit, but as we've seen within the last 2 hours or so, this is very unpredictable. It's been picking up really quickly at the drop of a hat and then slowing down. So again, please just be careful. If you have to go out, drive very slowly. Put your lights on. Just use the most caution as possible. I'm going to get here on the neutral ground just in case a car is coming. But again, these conditions have been changing fairly quickly. These streets are becoming flooded. We saw over on Orleans and North Broad, there was some city workers out opening up the drains to release some of that flood water. But again, some of these neighborhoods, they're just so unpredictable, guys. So please be careful. We're going to keep driving around and checking out these conditions for you guys and keep you guys updated. But for now, reporting live on St. Bernard, Alyssa Curtis, WWL Louisiana.
All right, thank you very much. And we did see that garbage truck fly through there, and that's the last thing you want to see when the street is flooded. We are under a flash flood warning. It was just issued. All our phones went off at the same time.
Yeah, that's going until 2 o'clock. So as we've seen, these conditions continue to travel through our area, and a lot of these warnings or watches, excuse me, are being pushed back further and further. So just something to pay attention to. A good reason right now to keep your phone charged. Also have the WWL app just in case you need to get those alerts if you're maybe heading to a shelter. But really, we want everybody to stay put where they are. So we're going to check back in with Peyton, still keeping an eye on what's going on here.
And Peyton, let's explain the difference in heavy rain and a flash flood warning.
Well, here's the deal. It's a flash flood emergency. This is as big as they get when you're talking about flash flooding. These are quite rare, and they're only issued when extreme flooding is expected. Now, what's happening here is, and this is why all your phones went off, all of New Orleans, from the east back through uptown to City Park, all under that flash flood emergency. We're not expecting this heavy rain to stop really anytime soon. So they've gone ahead and they've upgraded this to the highest ranking of flash flood warnings. Now, they're both still bad, but flash flood warnings we deal with often, flash flood emergencies. It's just to really convey that message that this is a big deal. I want to show you why this is a big deal and why they did it. Well, the rain, it started to move back in a couple of hours, or about an hour ago or so. And it's not moving. It has completely parked itself over the city. And notice with embedded very heavy rain, anywhere you see reds and deep reds, that's that torrential rain. There's a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. So rainfall rates could easily be 4 to 6 inches with all of this, and that's per hour, 4 to 6 inches an hour. It's already been raining about an hour here across the city, and so we will easily add several more inches to all of this. And guys, as you know, there's not a pumping system in the world that can handle rain like this. I mean, all across the world, cities, whenever you get heavy rain like this, it's going to flood, and it's especially going to flood in New Orleans when we have to pump everything out. So if a road usually floods, you can almost guarantee it's going to be flooded. Those roads that don't flood, they could flood as well. Eric?
Peyton, I'm looking at the camera from my house in Uptown.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem that it's raining that hard there.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, are there spots where it's just going to be,
there's some little, yeah, you see this this general, it's a little bit lighter, but then right behind it you get heavy stuff again. So there's probably going to be some breaks in the intensity, but it's going to be raining continuously more than likely.
And some places getting a whole lot more than others.
Yeah, they are. And the rainfall has really started to add up. Not only here in the city, but other places. The North Shore, we've had flooding reported in Slidell, the bayou parishes, the river parishes, and there's really not an area on the map right now that hasn't seen a lot of rain. In the past 3 hours, parts of the New Orleans area have seen everywhere from 2 to 4 inches. And so a lot of flooding happening. Colleen, you got an update on some flooding for us?
Yeah, Peyton, in Pearl River, the town of Pearl River, usually we rarely ever see flooding near the Pearl River High School. And I have reports from the residents there that they're showing me pictures of flooding all over the streets and in their yards. And again, that rarely ever floods. Didn't flood years ago, and up until now that we're seeing that be a big problem for Pearl River, Louisiana.
Yeah, in the past 3 hours, up around Pearl River, picking up nearly 5 to 6 inches of rainfall. And Colleen knows this area well. She's a native to the North Shore, Slidell to Pearl River. She's had a lot of friends and family texting her, not only about flooding, but we've had many reports of damage. If you are just joining us after 11 a.m., several reports of damage all across Slidell. We're working to confirm whether it was tornadic winds or straight line winds. We did have what we thought was a tornado on radar when that was happening, and so we're working to confirm that. Alexa, what do you got for us?
People reporting no power in Slidell and in Ozone Woods section of Slidell, no power, flooding extremely bad in people's backyards. Also reports of hail across South Mississippi. Now, we were talking about the rain just being absolutely persistent. I wanted to switch to Max 1 and see if we can get maybe an idea of over the next couple of hours, when will this start to subside? Because really there's no sign of this stopping anytime soon. This has been ongoing heavy rain. It continues for the metro area, draped across the area right now with more more storms streaming in from the southwest from the Gulf. So we'll be watching this for several more hours. So let's see how the model is doing. Somewhat okay. I mean,
better, yeah.
Yeah, we'll walk it forward and see what we got. Now, over the next hour, still talking slow-moving heavy rain and storms. So the severe risk is still with us, but really the flooding risk is the top thing now. More so flooding, widespread flooding being the concern, and flash flooding. And we have that catastrophic flooding in the New Orleans metro right now. It's a flash flood emergency. So going into the 1 o'clock hour, the 2 o'clock hour, this model still indicating we'll have rain and storms across the area. Still continuing until the 3 o'clock hour. So we still have several more hours of heavy rain as those storms kind of stream in from the Gulf, and that line of storms that we're seeing now is moving really slowly. It's just kind of slowly, ominously draping across the city and dumping a ton of rain. And we've already seen so much rain so far today. So I can switch back and pull up our tower cam, which you can just see the raindrops falling on the West Bank right now. So the camera is a little obscured by that, but still heavy rain across parts of the metro area. Like we mentioned 2 seconds ago, some parts of the area, the New Orleans metro kind of in a lull, but most of the area dealing with drenching and torrential rain now. Switching back to Max 2.
Yeah, and you know, Alexa, we're talking about who's in the clear right now. You know, we can say that most of the North Shore, I think, is done with at least the severe weather with like tornadoes and strong winds. It looks like you're still got some heavier rain near Slidell, but once you get further to the north, your intensities have really come down. So we still probably have some flooding in and around I-12, but the worst of this, the strong winds, the tornado threat, I think that's going to be over for those areas. Now, south of the lake, a different story. We still have pretty prime ingredients down here south of this main line, where we could still see strong storms. We're talking about there could still be a few tornadoes, there could still be some strong winds, and obviously certainly some very, very heavy rainfall. Things are just not moving very quickly. So our tornado risk, it does continue. I will say we're going to keep an eye on all these storms that we'll say they're somewhat untouched, and down here towards Houma, back down through the lower bayou parishes, that's where we have that's still that potential for some severe weather. Eric, do you have something for us?
If my mic is open, I've just gotten
One moment. Okay, go ahead.
I just got a text from Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. He said he got a report from DOTD, a grounds crew, that a tornado touched down at or near the Slidell Welcome Center. Preliminary photos don't show any damage to the Welcome Center itself, but the site has several trees down and light poles down. When weather permits, they're going to get out and just check it and make sure it's happened.
Colleen, was that the camera we had pulled up when that was all
Absolutely. That was the camera we caught right
Yeah.
before that happened.
When the winds were blowing on that camera.
And then we had that officer in Slidell giving us that report from the
video from them.
Yeah.
If we can pull that up.
If we can pull that up, yeah. And we don't know if this officer actually saw a tornado, but he was walking through the damage. He said a tornado touched down. So
radar was telling us it was definitely.
radar said it, yeah. And again, if you see a tornado, it's a confirmed tornado.
Yeah. So let's go to that video now where we have an update from them. Slidell Police Department will listen in to the officer there.
All right, guys, so we're in the area of Old Spanish Trail near Pine Tree Street, City Drive. If you can see off in the distance, the Courtney Heights apartment complex took a pretty direct hit. Severe damage right across the road from there. That's ACO, I believe. I believe it's ACO Builders. They have severe damage as well. You can see the trees down, the power lines down, power poles leaning over. None of this is a safe area to currently be in. The Slidell Police Department, the fire department, and the Acadian ambulance are out here assessing the scene, assessing victims. We're activating our special response team, our SWAT team, to assist with rescues and surveying the damage around the area. Again, we have another couple of storms to come. Stay indoors, stay sheltered, and we'll provide updates along the way.
Slidell Police Department, that's the second video they've sent us.
We got all the
two different locations, one on Pontchartrain and one on Old Spanish Trail. So it's rough. And then I'm looking at some of the photos that Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser sent me from the Welcome Center, and trees are down. It looks like some construction equipment has been at least pushed off to the side of the road. So I mean, it's a mess there.
Yeah, definitely potentially dangerous conditions. We heard him say in that video there, and I know we're going to try and follow up, check back in with them. But he had said we're assessing victims, so wondering if there's anybody who is dealing with injuries, maybe in those areas where they're experiencing some of those problems. But that's certainly top of mind. Obviously, we don't want to hear of that from anyone, but he did say that in the video, so we'll have to check in and see.
There was a couple
if we can
cars
get
that
an update
had
on that.
there was a couple cars that had their windows blown out, so they may have been in it.
NOLA.com is reporting multiple people were injured and several buildings damaged. We saw the officer talking about that apartment complex taking it to what was a pretty severe hit. So we don't know. We're trying to confirm the reports of any injuries.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's something we'll work on
winds
for
like
sure.
that and damage like that, oftentimes there are injuries.
Yeah, and we do have our Liam McNeil up there working to get more visuals for us. Hopefully we can get some live visuals of the damage we've had, and it's been in a couple spots. We think there could have been a couple tornadoes. There were 2 different instances where we had 2 separate tornado warnings. The first one started around Highway 11 where Leah was earlier and traveled to the north up through the Pearl River community. The second one, and this is the one we had captured on camera, was the one that started in South Slidell and moved towards Mississippi. So there was 2 different instances.
And we had talked earlier about maybe the heaviest damage being across the lake, and you said, well, that's moved down to us now here in the city. Now, we've escaped, at least for the most part, any of that heavy wind damage. We have had a lot of flooding, though.
Yeah, we have. Luckily, I think, we missed the biggest tornado threat in the city and the strongest winds, but the flooding is becoming a big concern right now.
And you mentioned Leah being up in that area, so we do want to check in with her now. I think we just have her over the phone, but she can kind of tell us a little bit of what she's seeing out there, because Leah, I think the big concern right now is we're seeing some of that damage, seeing some of the video. I know you're headed in that area, and I'm sure it's difficult to get around, but a big concern is if there are any injuries, anything that you can tell us.
Well, right now, guys, we're trying to get more information from the Slidell Police Department. Right now, we are here in Slidell, and I mean, there's a stretch of road right here that it looks like something significant blew through this area. I'm right here at Pontchartrain Drive, right across where the O'Reilly Park is, where the McDonald's is, and guys, there is just some incredible damage out here. I'm sure you guys can hear the sirens in the background. In the McDonald's parking lot, there is 3 vehicles kind of all crammed into a corner with trees on top of them. One of them is completely turned over on its side. There's a windshield that is completely crashed in. And there is the St. Tammany Parish Fire Department that's out here. I mean, guys, there are power lines that are tilted. There's debris all over in the roads. We do have 2 Slidell police officers who are trying to divert traffic away from this area because there's still a lot of people on the road. But guys, it looks like something significant was here in this area and passed through. We have just debris everywhere over this stretch of road. There's damages to the McDonald's building. I'm looking at quite a few buildings. There's a building that doesn't have a roof anymore. There are trees that are snapped in half and damaged. And it looks like a piece of what used to be those signature golden arches on McDonald's is literally in the middle of the street that's currently being blocked off by Slidell Police Department. So unfortunately, we're having some signal issues. It looks like service or something was knocked out here in the area because we can't come to you guys live, but just kind of trying to paint the picture for you all. It is some significant damage right here that I'm standing off right here in St. Tammany Parish in Slidell.
All right, Leah, thank you very much. And the damage has been significant in Slidell. And have we had actual confirmation from the Weather Service or anybody on tornadoes, or is it just they're just radar confirmed and the police department?
Usually, when you're in the thick of it like this,
it's hard for
Well, that's the last thing on their mind. They're trying to look ahead and they'll do all this tomorrow. It was probably a tornado. I mean, that seems like a pretty good bet at this point. We saw 2 instances on radar that stuck out like a sore thumb. That's a tornado on radar. So not surprising that this is probably tornado damage. And we could have had 2 separate occasions there. One came in a little bit earlier. The last one was about 15 minutes later. So that's what we've got. The good news, guys, for the North Shore, at least the severe weather threat has come to an end. And it's still raining. It's still going to be a nasty day, but we no longer have our tornado threat for Tangi, Washington, and St. Tammany. Now, south of the lake, we're still in the thick of some pretty heavy thunderstorms. If you are just joining us, it's just before 11:15 here. We've been watching a lot of active weather all morning long. Still have very heavy rain draped across the metro. A flash flood emergency is in effect for Orleans Parish. What is a flash flood emergency? Well, it's a step beyond a flash flood warning, just meaning that it's trying to message how significant the flooding could be with this rain. And this is why. When you put it in motion, I'm going to show you the last hour of this. It really paints the picture on why this is a problem. It started raining about an hour ago, and it's slowly moving southeast. It's not moving fast enough. So this is a training effect where you just get heavy rain building over the same areas, and it can start to add up to 2 to 4 to 4 to 6 to 6 to 8 inches of rain. And obviously that's going to cause your flooding. Eventually this will start to move out, but it may not be for several more hours. We saw parts of the North Shore see this, sit over them for a couple hours and drop 4 to 8 inches of rain. So it's reasonable to believe that's what we're going to get down here on the metro or in the metro. Now, if you're watching us in Thibodaux and Houma, we've got another big cell that has just fired up here. And this is what I was talking about. We're not necessarily done with the severe weather. We still have the ingredients. Now, it's looking a little bit more ragged than it was a couple of hours ago, but that's a pretty healthy cell that's sitting near Houma. Right now, the rotation in it is nothing that's terribly impressive, but there is some broad rotation, and there are likely some stronger winds in this, maybe 40, 50 miles an hour. Wouldn't be surprised if that does continue to strengthen. So that's going to be moving just north of Houma, probably closer to the Raceland, Matthews, Lockport areas, getting some of those heavier storms there with that batch. Once you look behind it, look at this. Look at all this mess in the Gulf. So it's going to take a while as all this is moving northeast. This is all trying to move this way, so they're meeting up over us. And it's going to take a little while before this all starts to wind down. And that's why the flooding risk is going to become our biggest issue as we go through the afternoon. If you're watching us in South Mississippi, we're going to give you the all clear with the severe weather. We don't have any more tornado warnings for our counties, but once you get over into Mississippi of Jackson County here, a new tornado warning has just been issued. That's north of I-10. So that's where our tornado risk exists at the moment. We do have flooding videos. This is on St. Bernard Avenue. We all know that area floods, and we've already picked up several inches of rain in a short amount of time. Let's take a video of it, and there you go. Oh, pushing it. So you can see, when was this taken? Just moments ago, I'm guessing? They just sent it in. So flooding all the way up to the car there. This is why we would like you to stay home this afternoon. Don't go out and get into your, go to your lunch plan. It's not going to happen. This isn't in Reserve, by the way. We do have other video from Reserve, but this is in New Orleans. That's off St. Bernard, a very usual spot where we see significant flooding. And that's what we've got happening right now. And I imagine, guys, this is what a lot of the streets look like this morning or this heading into the afternoon. So hopefully that person's car it's going to be just fine. We've seen many, many instances and videos of flooding happening across the area. You get into the water, you don't know how deep it is. Next thing you know, you got to get out there and push your new car. So just stay put if you can for the afternoon. I would not get out in it if you're going out this afternoon.
And Peyton, we're hearing steady rain here in the French Quarter. And again, other parts of the city, I've just had a couple of texts from some friends in other parts of the city and in Metairie, not hearing a whole lot. I just look at the cameras at my house again. It's just not raining out there that much.
Yeah, we've already picked up over 4 inches at the lakefront and 3 inches out in Kenner.
But we're not done yet, and we're still more to come.
I wouldn't be surprised if some of these double by the end of the day.
So how long do you think this, and are we in a training system right now?
Yeah, this is definitely training. That's you hear us talking about, that's when it's just going to rain. Now you will see some breaks, but at the end of the day, it's really going to start to add up.
And it does depend on where you are.
It does. And sometimes it doesn't have anything to do with meteorology, does it? It has to do with, well, that catch basin's got a tree in it or something, or it's not draining, or a pump's messed up, or this or that.
Or as we've seen so many times, it can be pouring in one part of the city, and you go a few blocks over and there's nothing.
Yeah, and that's how it goes down here. So it's raining almost everywhere, but the intensity and where it's really collecting is more isolated. Your typical spots we've seen so far are flooding. Esplanade near Little Dizzy, and over towards St. Bernard is flooding as well. We've got video of it right here. So this is what a lot of the flooded areas are looking like this afternoon. Sorry, I was reading a report of some hail here. So we still have some strong storms coming on through the area. This is not wrapping up anytime soon. flash flooding emergency for the city of New Orleans. Yes, this is an emergency, which is just your serious, it's just wording that helps you really tell people how bad it is. This is going to go until 2 p.m. So they're thinking at least through 2 p.m. we're still going to have some fairly big flood problems. Alexa?
Yeah, right. Like you mentioned, those storms keep coming in off the Gulf, moving through our bayou parishes, up through the river parishes, not to mention this persistent training of rain and storms right over the South Shore, right along the New Orleans metro that's really not letting up. So as we go throughout the next several hours, this is what we have to deal with. But even out ahead of that, moving through Homa, you can see this one cell, this storm moving through.
You're going to switch over to Max 1 for you.
Oh, yeah. Let me switch back over
There you
to
go.
Max 1 here. That one cell that's moving through the Homa area, continuing to push northeastward, that can give us some stronger wind gusts, maybe up to 40, 50 miles per hour, quite a bit of lightning as well. But really the threat for flooding is the top thing we'll be continuing to monitor throughout the rest of the morning. And like we were just mentioning, all those storms still streaming in off of the Gulf of Mexico, moving through our bayou parishes right along that corridor. So the rain is going to continue and the flash flooding risk will continue over the next several hours. And it will still, even if the rain kind of lets up, of course, it will take time for the water to recede and for it to drain. And if we're having any other issues across the city with draining, then, you know, that would be another added issue on top of that. And we are getting reports of hail across Mississippi. Also some flash flooding still happening for parts of Slidell. Some heavy rain still moving into the Slidell area at the moment, and heaviest of that rain also pushing over the Twin Span at the moment. In New Orleans East, seeing some heavier batches of rain. Laplace down to Luling, some steady and heavy downpours that continues that flooding threat for our river parishes all the way across our entire area. We're under some sort of flooding, flash flood risk or a continuous flood risk now over the next couple hours. That will continue to be the trend, as these storms really are not going to let up anytime soon. So we're going to continuously watch this probably over the next 2-3 hours or so. As things continue to progress and this line of storms continues to push in right along that corridor, right along that from Homa down to the coast, and that continues to move from southwest to northeast, and that will keep pushing into our river parishes over the next several hours. Plus, we've got this ongoing training of rain on the South Shore at the moment, right in the New Orleans metro, including the West Bank down to Belle Chase, into Luling, down to Raceland. So it's just been an ongoing nasty day today. Luckily, like we had mentioned, we kind of dodged the wind problems on the South Shore, but now it's the flooding risk that we have switched to. But unfortunately, the North Shore, St. Tammany Parish, Slidell, seeing a lot of damage with the possible tornado that had maybe happened around 10 o'clock this morning.
And you know, when you look at, let's go back to Max 2 really quickly. When you look at the warnings across the area, it does, well, at least we're done with the tornado warnings in our local area for now, at least, and it's loading. And when you look at it, you've just got a bunch of flash flood warnings at the moment, and that's our biggest concern. You can see all the greens here. It includes basically every larger city in our viewing area, from Slidell to Covington to Hammond, Laplace, up the river parishes. It includes St. Charles, and it includes the entire metro. And that red box is your flash flood emergency. That's where the flooding is expected to be even worse than the others. So most of us now are just turning to a flash flood potential and picking up or looking at all the damage left over from the earlier tornado or strong winds. The risk now is going to start to come down, at least for those strong winds, but the flooding risk, it's not going anywhere, at least anytime soon. And just getting a tremendous amount of reports of some hail, maybe up to the size of quarter over there in Hancock County.
Right.
We're getting plenty of, yeah, go ahead.
Seeing those reports, the car flooded in an apartment parking lot with more than 6 inches of standing water. Water entering at least one apartment unit. That's in Slidell. So St. Tammany still dealing with that standing water and water entering an apartment unit in the Slidell area. So that is something that's an ongoing concern with the heavy rain coming down.
And Alexa, when you look at this, you know, this is the problem we're seeing right now, is this training effect. So that's where the trainings happen, unfortunately, right over the city. But look at all this extra moisture and these thunderstorms building back down to the south. These are going to continue to move up to the north and east. Now, eventually, this will all start to clear out, but it's going to be a very slow process. So the flash flood warning is going to go till 2 o'clock right now. That's another 3 hours or so, at least 2.5 hours. And so things are not going to improve at least through the lunchtime hour. So don't plan to get outside for lunch here. You need to stay put. But once we get into the latter afternoon, I think really 4 o'clock is going to be that time when we start to see things improve, and at least the heaviest of the rain and the bigger thunderstorms, they do start to wind. wind down.
Right, seeing water covering I-59 between mile markers 4 and 6. I know that we got that report a while ago back in Mississippi. Just not a good time to drive anywhere across our immediate area. The only real places where things are starting to kind of improve would be places along I-55 on the North Shore, from Kentwood down to Amite City, Washington Parish, seeing just some light moderate rain.
Yeah,
So,
and they're trimming back that tornado watch with that severe weather risk coming at least slower. We'll eventually start to see our area trim back, but for now it still is going to go. But I think that tornado risk, at least for the North Shore, has come to an end. You're just watching the leftover in the rain.
Hey, and are we still under the flash flood emergency here?
Yeah, that goes until 2 right now.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's just, you know, they send that out. That triggers the phones when the phones make that loud noise, just telling people, please don't get out on the roads. We've got video. Control room, do we have any live shots of what we got going on out there right now across the city with regard to maybe underpasses or flooding? I know we have some video and we've been working to get those in for you, but several of those spots, those typical spots, Esplanade, St. Bernard, the underpass near Carrollton, all of those at some point have had some water. I know Colleen has been keeping an eye on things as well. Colleen, do we have any updates on if we're seeing any major problems with traffic? Is the causeway back open? That's one thing we haven't talked about in a while.
Yeah, the causeway is still closed at the moment from reports that I'm seeing, and actually just reopened. Speaking of, so the causeway is back open on both sides, but like Alexa also mentioned, there's an issue for I-59 up near just past Pearl River approaching the Picayune area. Looks like there's some water perhaps on the interstate system. And then for Slidell, y'all, the Old Spanish Trail along with Pontchartrain Drive, avoid it if at all possible because there's some serious damage in that area. I had reports, actually several people posting on social media that it's basically looking like post-Katrina just from the tree damage alone, and some people are stuck in their neighborhoods because of the downed trees. So we're going to go over now to Eric and Brianna.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Colleen. So we want to check in right now. We've been seeing some of that serious damage out of Slidell, where we believe there could be tornadoes touch down.
And we have reports of injuries too.
And a number of reports of injuries, which I think is the big thing here. So we want to check in. We have Daniel Slidell, PIO, who's joining us by phone. First off, just want to say thank you for everything you're doing out there. We know you guys are extremely busy, and thanks for taking the time out to speak with us. What are some of the latest things that you want to let people know about?
Yeah, thanks for having us. Look, we're just trying to get the message out right now for people not to come out and sightsee. It's really not safe conditions. You know, we have water rising. We have our high water rescue team out right now trying to cut through down trees, get to people that might be trapped in their houses, particularly an elderly that might be on oxygen that need transported out. I haven't been able to see the radar or talk to anybody official, but we're being told that there was maybe 2 or 3 tornadoes that came down. The most excessive damage right now that I know of is on the south end of Slidell, near Pontchartrain, Old Spanish Trail. We've had multiple commercial structures that are partially collapsed, trees through residential houses, roofs ripped off. We had to rescue about 50 people out of an apartment complex off of Old Spanish Trail where the roof came off and some part of the building collapsed there. It's look, I haven't seen this kind of damage outside of a hurricane in Slidell in a long time, maybe ever in my lifetime, this bad.
Daniel, if I can just butt in for a second, we have had reports of injuries. Have you had reports of injuries?
Yeah, so by the grace of God, we have not gotten any reports of serious or fatal injuries, and I hope it stays that way. And I can tell you right now, based off what I've seen, if we don't have any, it's truly a miracle. But we have multiple minor and moderate injuries. We actually had to transport people ourselves, the police department, because ambulances were stacked full. But nothing major, you know. For the damage that you're seeing and for the injuries that we're having, it's a miracle right now, and we hope it stays that way.
And I was going to say, what do you assess as the extent of the damage that you guys have seen so far?
I mean, I would consider it extensive total loss damage to a lot of places I've seen. I mean, these apartments, this whole apartment complex, it's you know, buildings are just completely partially collapsed on the front and back ends. The apartment complex, I didn't get a chance to walk around, but it looked pretty bad. I saw a building on Pontchartrain Drive where cars got thrown into it. You know, just glass and windows busted out everywhere. They had cars that flipped over. So yeah, it's you know, it's bad, and I hope the worst is past us. I don't know.
And Dan, we saw some video from one of your officers talking about a tornado. Did anyone actually see a tornado? Now we confirmed it on radar, but did anybody actually have a report where they saw the tornado?
All I know, one of our officers were actually right in the middle of it. I haven't spoken to him. I have not talked to anybody who actually saw it. I just know he was in the middle of it. When he said he saw cars flipping, his car was shaking. You know, you can tell the panic in his voice when it came out. And, you know, it just felt weird, you know, kind of like helpless, like, oh my gosh, this is really happening, you know?
How's that officer doing, by the way?
He's fine. He's fine.
Good.
He was able to immediately render aid to those that were around his patrol car. So it's, you know, look, I'm going to say it again. If we make it out of this with just the minor injuries that I've seen so far, nothing major or no fatalities, and it's a miracle.
And how widespread is the damage that you've seen so far?
So if you're familiar with Slidell, it starts on the south end of Slidell. I haven't made it to the north end yet, but I'm hearing by Brown Switch area, the Johnny Smith industrial area off of Highway 11 near Pearl River. Turtle Creek, I heard there's some damage. I think it's pretty widespread. It doesn't seem like it's like a one destructive line, but it seems like it's widespread, probably in a 5-mile radius around the city and surrounding unincorporated areas. Is what I'm hearing. Like I said, I haven't ventured out that far yet. And where was that apartment complex located that you said was so badly damaged? That's Courtney Height Apartments. It's off of Old Spanish Trail and City Drive, I believe it is. And was there a lot of damage on Spanish Trail? Lots of damage, yeah. We can't even get down it right now. There's trees blocking probably half a mile or so sporadically. And that's a heavily traveled street, too. No, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, you guys are doing a great job at posting on social, and we have some of those videos as you're talking of one of your officers there who was just giving kind of an assessment of what they're seeing. I know you mentioned that about, you would guess, maybe 50 people had to be rescued from those Courtney Heights apartments. We do have reporter Meg Ferris who's on the way there to try to get a visual as well. What is being done for those people? I mean, obviously they can't just stay out there with the severe weather. Do you know if they were able to be transferred or maybe Red Cross, anything like that yet?
Right. So I know we set up kind of a makeshift command post right now with the fire department and ourselves. We called in additional resources from our search and rescue off-duty officers, reserve officers, and the fire department has additional personnel coming in. We're trying to get those people to shelter. I'm not sure exactly where they're bringing them right now. But I know, look, we have a lot of resources in the community. I'm getting a lot of text messages from people, you know, wanting to help out. There's no doubt we're going to have the resources we need, you know. And I assume you've gotten calls for help from all over the city in Slidell. Yeah, I mean, at some point in time, you know, it's we're still actually taking those calls in right now. We're unable to get to some of those people at the moment, so we're coordinating with the fire department who has chainsaws. And if we have a blocked thoroughfare, they're cutting through so we can get our officers down there. Some areas the water's so high we have to get our high water vehicle out. But like I said, right now, just minor injuries that we know of, and we hope it stays that way. Well, we do hope it stays that way. And how bad is the flooding in some areas, and what areas are seeing the most water? Mostly the neighborhoods. I once again, I haven't had a chance to get out there yet. I'm just hearing it on the radio about off of West Hall in particular. I heard a little bit ago, and I don't think it's high water to the extent of getting in the houses, but I think it's high water to where you can't pass through with a regular vehicle. So the biggest problem right now are down trees, power lines, telephone poles, things like that. Yeah, that's the most dangerous thing right now are these down trees and power lines. You know, it's just very dangerous. to be out right now. I can't stress that enough. This is not the time to sightsee, not the time to do it.
Yeah, we're looking at a live view we have right now from one of our reporter photographer teams in Slidell. I'm not sure exactly what intersection this is, but as you were talking about, Daniel, we're seeing those power lines not completely down, but definitely pushed over. And we're seeing some, it looks like police department, those crews that you have blocking some of the intersections, but people are still out and about, which I know you keep saying that is the biggest issue for you guys, is you don't need people out on the roadway because your crews are trying to do their job.
Yeah, and this Punch Train Drive we're looking at right now, the hardest hit area, as Daniel was saying, was over on Old Spanish Trail.
Right, Ponce Train and Old Spanish Trail got hit really, really hard. Like I'm looking at a car wash right now on Old Spanish Trail where everything looks like it just collapsed. The fences are down. So the damage is widespread. It's all over the place.
Yeah, fortunately, and again, we keep stressing this so many times. If the injuries are just slight, that will be miraculous. And the damage that you've seen, like to that apartment complex, some of the homes, does it? And again, does it appear to be tornado damage? I mean, is it just like total destruction?
No, 100% tornado damage. There's no doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind. Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, we really appreciate you taking the time out to speak with us and give us this update. Just, keep us in tune if anything else changes. But we really appreciate what you guys are out there doing, and just, hope that you guys all stay safe as well. Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we appreciate you guys getting the message out. Thank you.
Yeah. And Peyton, this is the time when you don't want people out on the road. Especially in Slidell. This happened across the lake. This is the only area so far that we've had that we've heard real heavy damage.
Yeah, at least significant damage. We're working, on days like this, there's so much going on. It's all trickling in slowly. Yeah. And of course, if you have damage, let us know. We need to see it. There's also, we're talking about the flooding problem. Me and Colleen, I-59 in Mississippi shut down right now because of water covering both sides of the interstate. So you've got problems over there as well. We've got significant flooding in the city. Obviously, you've got damage. And a lot of times after post-storms, you can get these post-storm fatalities, and it's people who are out doing things.
That's usually when the most happen.
It's the most, and it could be something as they don't see a power line and it's still live, or maybe they overwork themselves, things like that. Or if you don't have power and you're going to be turning on a generator later today, it's like hurricane season. Remember those generator safety things. Don't be running it in the house. Don't run it in the garage. Right. Don't carbon monoxide poisoning.
Well, and the other thing is, and he was saying in Slidell, it doesn't appear that it's gotten into homes, things like that. That's good news. Yeah. The damage right now in most of the roadways is not so much the flooding, it's the down power lines, the trees,
wind,
the telephone poles, and debris.
And the North Shore, he mentioned earlier he wasn't sure if we were done with the severe weather. I do think the North Shore is done with at least the severe storms, including damaging winds and tornadoes, but the South Shore is still getting some pretty big storms, and that's where at least our severe weather risk is going to continue, mainly down here south of the lake, south of the metro, where they haven't really seen much in the way of the big storms
but
yet.
Nothing like we saw in Slidell.
Yeah, it doesn't, well, I don't want to say nothing.
Well, no, it doesn't appear.
It doesn't at the moment, no, but there is still a tornado risk down here, mainly confined to lower Plaquemines, eastern St. Bernard. But they're getting a bit messy in the atmosphere for us to get those, but the air's still spinning. The atmosphere still has plenty of rotation and spin in it this afternoon. If that's going to happen, if there's going to be another tornado anywhere, it's likely going to be south of us, down here into lower Lafourche, lower Jefferson, or lower Plaquemines.
Well,
here in the city, I think we're okay.
I got a message from a viewer down in Venice, said still really heavy wind down there and lots of lightning.
Yeah. Oh, wow. And just look at this picture real quick, not to cut you off, Peyton.
No, this is Slidell,
Yeah, we continue to get these live views here from our photographer reporter team there. And you see in that McDonald's parking lot where they mentioned earlier damage, this is along Ponce Train still, I believe, that car is flipped on its side. Gosh, and I know that we were just listening to Slidell Police Department PIO, who was saying that he saw a ton of cars flipped over either completely or on their sides, pushed into buildings. So yeah, just getting a live look here at some of the damage in Slidell. Gosh,
this was on
really
Ponce Train, you said?
Yeah, I think that's the intersection there along Ponce Train where they got hit.
This view is from. He said some of the heavier damage and equal heavier damage are maybe heavier, was over on Old Spanish Trail.
Okay.
And that's what Colleen was reporting all day today, is that Pontchartrain and Old Spanish Trail were some of the places where she was getting the most reports about damage done. And again, you know, according to the Slidell Police Department, the injuries so far, which there have been some, have only been minor, nothing serious, and no fatalities so far. I mean, things can be replaced, lives cannot.
Yeah, and guys, this would have been the second tornado. You know, we were tracking 2 for Slidell.
Yeah.
This would have been the one that came in a little bit later and moved into Mississippi, causing all the winds and the damage too. The other one, and we have had reports of some damage there, is the one on the north side of I-12, right near Highway 11. That would have moved towards Pearl River, the community. So we're still working to confirm, you know, if there were all these tornadoes, how many? That'll be answered in a couple days. It takes time, but I mean, you can see there, that's some damage right there in Slidell.
And this is living proof of why we have taken this so seriously today, why we've stayed on with our programming to keep people informed, because this has been a mess.
Yeah, we've been on since, well, early this morning, but yeah, it's been rough. The good news is we've been talking about the severe weather threat. I don't think it's going to be an issue anymore for the North Shore. So right now you're still getting rain, but that severe weather threat has moved well east into Mississippi and into Alabama right now. Now we still have some storms here on the South Shore. None look that rough though. We don't have any other severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings. We're going to watch them, but right now I'm feeling okay about a lot of these. They are producing some very heavy rain, and flooding is becoming our big issue. Colleen's been keeping a very close eye on all the floods. She's probably got more than she can even mention. But Colleen, what are our main flood problems right now, or what roads are we dealing with our biggest problems across the area?
Well, the newest and biggest one for the North Shore, which really ever floods, is the fact that I-59 is now shut down. So this is at the Highway 43 exit around mile marker 6 for the Picayune area.
That's in Mississippi?
Correct, in Mississippi. Now, if you plan on leaving the city, I just got text from people that are trying to head home to get their kids. If you're planning on taking the twin span, it's fine at the moment, but like Peyton has been mentioning, that can significantly still increase with the winds. And then just coming off onto perhaps Old Spanish Trail, Pontchartrain Drive, we're asking people to avoid the area if at all possible, along with the community, because it's just not good all around, especially with the down power lines. Even traffic lights that are out, they might seem fine at the moment, but if you're under them, that could also fall onto somebody. So we're asking people just to avoid the area and on the roadways if at all possible, especially for the North Shore and Slidell, on that south side of Slidell.
Yeah, thanks, Colleen. And, you know, it takes a while for the floodwaters to drain off. The intensity of the flood or the rain on the North Shore has been coming down, and that will help things improve, but it's going to take a while longer for things to drain off. South of the lake, the intensity, it's been up and down. Me and Eric have been talking about this. He checks his cameras at his house. It wasn't too bad, but you go a block away or a mile away, and it's coming down, and you got, you know, feet of water in the street.
And we're going to continue our coverage till this thing moves out of the area, but as you look on the radar, there's still a lot more weather that's coming our way.
Yeah, it's just not moving, and this is that tail end where it's trailing, or training is what we call it, and it's where that heavy rain just continues to move over the same areas. Now the intensity has started to come down in a few spots, but you can see there's still some very heavy rain and thunderstorms, and all this coming in off the Gulf as well. So for areas like Houma, you flood down there too, right? Well, you've just really been getting into the thick of it. Your flood threat will probably be increasing through the morning as well.
Peyton, as we look at this weather coming into the city and the metro area, is there any chance we could see the same kind of weather they saw in Slidell?
In the city, I don't think so. In the immediate city, we've got too much rain. The atmosphere is worked over. It's not conducive for tornadoes anymore in the immediate city, but down along the coast, there's still that chance. So Grand Isle, Buras, we don't want to forget about you. You do still have a risk for waterspouts and tornadoes through today. And so, you know, it's just one of those things. You got to follow it. This, unfortunately, is not a quick moving event. It's probably going to be with us several more hours. We've been saying that 4 o'clock hour is likely when a lot of this will be out of here. But, you know, hopefully things start to wind down just before that 4 o'clock hour as well.
And the rain is still fairly heavy in some areas.
Yeah, it is. And I'm going to zoom in here because this is good. You see the intensity come down. You notice how we go from all these bright yellows to some greens, so intensity down, but then coming in right behind it. You've got more heavy rain and some thunderstorms near Luling. So still getting some of the heavy rain. I want to pull up how much rain we've picked up so far. Radar estimated. Let's go with the past 12 hours. So since last night. And there's your bullseye. A lot of that purple is going to be 4 to 8 inches of rain. We've maxed out the scale here in the lake. Parts of the lake have probably picked up over 10 inches of rain. But there you have it, St. Tammany, Covington, Mandeville, Slidell, Picayune, anywhere in between. We've got flooding because you've picked up over 4 to 8 inches of rain so far. The metro area has been divided. That heavy rain has just started to move in over the past hour. So we're starting to see it really start to add up. But there you can see out in Gentilly and New Orleans East, over 6 to 7 inches of rain has fallen. Here in the city, it ranges from like 3.5 uptown.
Well, on St. Bernard Avenue, we saw that heavy flooding.
At St. Bernard, the car was up to its up to the door there, and it was a little SUV. So, yeah, indeed. And the West Bank, it's better, but it's starting to get higher out there too. So Belle Chase has picked up about 1.5 inches so far, and then you jump across the river here, and you've got a big hefty 7.1 inches out in New Orleans East and going out up towards Slidell. So Eric, it's with us this afternoon. You don't get out in it. I don't care if you got a Jeep or, you know, you're driving a trash truck through the water.
Well, because you might push water into somebody's home.
Yeah, this was the car we were watching earlier. What road? This was St. Bernard.
Yeah,
St. Bernard, yeah.
Avenue.
And that's you know, this is a classic place that floods all the time, doesn't it? When we get heavy rains like this.
We see it along Claiborne, around Nashville, and
look at it flowing
Napoleon.
there.
Yeah. Yeah,
it's a mess.
It looks like it's gone down a bit there.
It does. It's draining. That's interesting. So.
No, that's good.
That's good. And the intensity of the rain has come down too. That's something you notice. So that'll help us out. It's just going to take a while. Our flash flood emergency, if you've looked at your phone and seen this scary message about catastrophic flooding, that's what it's talking about. It's just the wording the Weather Service uses to denote how serious it is. And so that's going to linger for a little while longer. Hopefully after 2 o'clock, a lot of this is out of here. But stay put through lunchtime. I know a lot of kiddos were out of school today. I know some had to go to school. Hopefully got where you need to be safe and sound, but the severe weather threat, it will slowly start to come to an end through the rest of the afternoon, and then we'll be watching, just waiting for all this water to drain off, Eric.
Oh, yeah, it happens. It happens. I had the same thing happen.
Oh my God, we're
a couple
both
minutes
coughing,
ago.
yeah.
We've been on for a long time, and we'll keep that picture up of St. Bernard Avenue, where Alyssa Curtis was out there earlier. She was walking in water that was up to her shins.
Yeah, it gets deep. And, you know, when you're driving a lot of times, you can't tell how deep the water is. And then the next thing you know, you're floating in your car and
that's why they always say, if you come to an area where there's water, it's best to turn around and go the other way. For a couple of reasons. You know, it may be, especially in this city, a big pothole or something where you may drop into it. Or if you go through it, you may push water into somebody's car or their home or business.
Yeah, there's just so many things to it, and I think we all agree that down here, you just don't want to do that. You don't want to be that person. So the heavy rain, you know, we're seeing some breaks in the metro area, that intensity we've got there. It's raining, but this is not your torrential rain. It is still coming down, though, out in Lafourche Parish and St. Charles. So if you're watching us in like Luling or Booty, no severe weather right now, but it's coming down heavy, got lightning and thunder. Same thing down into Lafourche Parish. We've got some pretty big storms. And it looks like that's actually trying to build maybe into the city. So we could still possibly see some heavier rounds coming into the actual city of New Orleans for the next couple of hours. So not out of the woods just yet, Eric.
And I think it's also important to note that a lot of these changes are happening very quickly, and different areas are experiencing different levels of this severe weather. And so you just want to stay up to date on the most current information, but also just paying attention consistently. And that's why, as you both have mentioned, we've stayed on air and online throughout the morning, because it happens so quickly. And then we've seen, you know, some of those consequences from this severe weather all throughout our area. You know,
yeah, this is one of the first times we haven't heard a ton of rain on the roof here at Channel 4.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. It's gotten a bit quieter here. But a lot of places, I think, at this point, just dealing with, you know, the damage, the aftermath there, especially up in Slidell.
Yeah, Slidell, so far, that's been our major damage. We've had some various other reports. Of course, let us know. We don't know about it unless you tell us or tell the officials. And, you know, there could have been actually a couple tornadoes up there in Slidell. There was 2 different occasions when we were watching radar that really grabbed our attention. That's an example of what not to do, right?
Exactly.
They'll floor it. So, you know, I know we always preach, stay home if you can. Some people are like, well, I got to go do this. But, you know, that's really what you're going to run into across a big part of the city this afternoon.
And we were surprised to see as many people out as we saw today, especially when we saw that wind blowing on, was it Highway 59?
I-59, when the tornado, what we think was a tornado passing by,
And we see a tractor trailer truck go through it. You know, we've seen instances I've witnessed it personally because I've been in a tornado before, where a tornado flips a tractor trailer truck on its side.
They're just a big wind sail, right? They're so high profile, it doesn't take much at all. So there's a brief break. Can we go to radar just really quickly? I want to show you what we're going to be watching because there are some heavier showers and storms starting to move back into parts of the metro. You can see these darker colors starting to pick up as they approach maybe Jefferson Parish. You can see, though, we're getting some brief breaks from at least the torrential downpours in the city. It's still raining, but hopefully it's enough that where we can get some of these pumps to catch up on what we've got out there right now. But at the moment, things are really not going to improve very quickly until we actually dry out and stay dry for several hours. And that's probably not going to happen until late this afternoon. Alexa, you got something for us? Yeah.
Right, like it'll take lots of time for that water to recede. So we were talking about what's happening right now. We could kind of walk it forward over the next couple of hours to see, how we're looking getting into the early afternoon. So this is our precision cast model.
You'll have to switch to Max 1.
Oh, let me switch to Max 1.
There you go.
Yeah, so we're going to walk it forward over the next few hours to see what the latest model updates are indicating. So over the next, 2 hours or so, we're still talking that batch of rain continuing to push in from the Gulf, moving up our bayou parishes into parts of the metro area. So even though there are some lulls in the rain, the model is still showing that we will have rain with us for the next couple of hours. So it will take several hours for that flooding to subside later on for us to be, like you just said, to be completely dry, which looks like so far model's still showing not until later this afternoon around 3-4 o'clock when things really start to wind down. And then we'll have several dry days ahead because it's going to take some time in the Slidell area for the cleanup effort with all the downed trees, the down power lines, that apartment complex that was damaged in the old Spanish Trail area. So a lot to have to deal with getting into the next couple of days. And really over the next few hours, we're still having to put up with heavy rain across the South Shore. Now, some improvements, like you mentioned, on the North Shore, loading the radar image back up to get the latest update on that. But some improvements on the North Shore with some lighter rain, but really the heavy rain still positioned across the New Orleans metro with some breaks, but heavy stuff starting to make its way from our river parishes into maybe Jefferson Parish in the next half an hour or less. Closer look at that with our radar image loading up right now. Give it just 2 seconds. It will show you the latest, what we've been tracking all morning as this batch of rain keeps pushing in. So this cell right here that's kind of been persistent in the Des Allemands, Raceland area, continuing to move to the northeast. A little bit of lightning with that, so we'll get some brief wind gusts with that. Mostly some heavier downpours, just sheets of rain coming with that cell. That is going to continue to push northeastward, so that will be moving into Kenner and Metairie over the next, I would say, half hour or so. And as we get into the next few hours, we'll be watching this continuous line of rain and storms move right over the same areas from Thibodaux to Houma, and it's really no signs of stopping yet as it continues to come off of the Gulf of Mexico. So the training of the storms is still something we have to deal with getting into the next couple of hours. So not a good time to get on the roads, a good time to stay at home and to just kind of wait this out if you can.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the latest outlook here. They are trimming back that severe weather risk. That's expected as the rain comes in and stabilizes the atmosphere some. Our biggest problems are going to slowly start to move off towards the east. You notice that level 4 out of 5 risk is now outside of our area, and they're trimming us down to a level 1 and 2. So we could still see a few showers, maybe some hail and a few storms on the North Shore later today and on the South Shore, but that risk is going to slowly come to an end over the next couple of hours. And so most of us, the severe weather threat is coming down. Now, that's not the same thing as the flood risk. That's sticking around with us, and that's going to be with us the rest of this afternoon. So if you are just joining us, and we've been at this for many, many hours now. We've been tracking our strong storms. We've had several reports of tornado damage up in the Slidell area and surrounding communities. We've had a tremendous amount of flooding reports all across the area, from the North Shore to the South Shore, out through the river parishes. That's still with us, and that's not going to stop anytime soon. But I do think that severe weather threat is starting to slowly come to an end, just not done with the heavy rain.
And I did get an update, you probably saw this too, from St. Tammany, from the National Weather Service, St. Tammany Fire Protection. The Recreation District 4 gym on North 12th in Lacombe is opening up as a Red Cross shelter for any citizens needing a place to go. So that's North 12th Street in Lacombe. They're opening up a Red Cross shelter for any citizens that need somewhere to go after all this terrible weather that has passed through St. Tammany Parish.
Yeah, and if you are traveling, be careful. I'm looking at another video just below that, Alexa, and look at the flooding there. That's in Lacombe. That area, a tremendous amount of water has been flowing in and around the area. It's probably going to take a second for us to get our river forecast updated. We'll take a look at that and see. I don't know if Alexa work on that in just a little bit. Sometimes they have to run models and see exactly how that plays out, but we'll get our river forecast for you coming up soon. But yeah, you got the heavy rain, so if you're heading to shelters, be extra careful. Watch for down power lines. Don't be walking out in this stuff. That's some of the most dangerous stuff you can run into if you're out and about during thunderstorms. But yes, if you're watching us down in Thibodaux and Houma, it is coming down right now. The weather, I wouldn't say it's severe. We probably have some strong wind gusts occasionally, but the heavy rain is the biggest thing, along with a light and thunder. Okay, we have Lily in Kenner. Lily's out there, been keeping an eye on things all morning. What you got for us right now, Lily?
Hey Peyton, yeah, so we are just off of Williams Boulevard where 2 trees fell down in a man's backyard. I want to introduce you all to Mr. George here. Not how you wanted to start your morning, waking up. You said this was around 7:30 this morning?
Between 7 and 7:30 this morning, yes.
Okay, so you walk out into your backyard and describe what you saw.
Well, 2 gigantic trees toppled over on top of my pool enclosure, my pool, my jacuzzi outside, my garage, where I keep my car, all the fences are down. It's just horrendous. My pond, everything is ruined, everything.
So Mr. George, these trees are quite large, so I'm thinking next steps you're gonna need to get someone out here with a chainsaw, insurance. Walk me through what comes next.
Getting rid of all this debris so I can see the further damage. Hauling all these trees, chop down the trees and hauling them away. And I have to get a licensed company to do that, of course,
And you kind of detailed exactly what all was damaged in this. Did it hit your home at all?
Part of the flat roof by the den, it looks like there's some damage as well, as you can see in the corner. But again, with this weather, I can't get up there and assess that problem yet.
And this happened so early this morning, kind of before we even were monitoring, possible tornadoes there on the North Shore. And it looks like your neighbors didn't experience anything like this either.
No, it just hit me. I don't know.
It's wild.
The luck of the Irish, and I'm not Irish.
Well, I don't know if I'd call you lucky after seeing all this damage, but we definitely hope that you can get this all cleared and figure out what comes next for you, because this is tough to see all this.
One day at a time, one day at a time,
Definitely.
I've got to get my life back together after this shortly,
Yeah.
And here goes another warning on the phone.
I know, we're getting another warning right now. Well, we'll send it back to you all live in Kenner. Lily Cummings, WWL Louisiana.
Okay, Lily, thank you for that. Yeah, definitely glad that it wasn't worse there. And I just want to know too, getting a number of messages. I know you got a photo too as well. We saw the majority of that damage up more north, and a lot of the other Metairie, Kenner, River Ridge, Harahan, Elmwood, those kind of areas weren't seeing as much.
Although we just in Kenner with that.
Yeah, as many problems. Kenner, I think, had probably the worst out of that. But I'm getting a lot of people who are sending some pictures and stuff through Facebook and texting me showing a lot of the neighborhoods are starting to flood. So I don't know if it's that consistent downpour, but that's something to note if you were kind of in that area thinking, okay, we're in the clear. Just keep staying home at this point.
Right.
We want to check in now.
Quickly, 2 things. What was that alert that Lily just got?
Flash flood warning.
A flash flood
Another flash flood.
Jefferson
They were just
Parish.
adding another flash flood warning to Jefferson Parish, out in Kenner. So yeah, they're upgrading it to elevate it a bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, now we have Leah McNeil, who is in Slidell. Leah?
I'm going to try to pull her in now. Forgot a phone. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be a celebrity. Okay?
Oh, we're back to Lily now.
Go ahead, Leah.
All right, guys, I'm reporting live from our mobile forecast center. I'm actually right now in a neighborhood right off of Old Spanish Trail. I'm on Slidell Avenue where there is some significant localized street flooding. We actually do see a downed tree right here that we're coming up on right now. So I'm going to cut the camera, turn the camera so you all can see that tree that we're coming up on right now. There is just really water all around us where we are driving at right now. And just coming up on this tree, we have seen some power lines around us as well. And a lot of these homes are really low to the ground. We passed a home that actually has some sandbags out in the front trying to stop the water from coming into their homes. But again, guys, if you are able to be home at this time, that is the best place to be, because driving around here in St. John earlier this morning, now in St. Tammany Parish here in Slidell, we are seeing that street flooding, which I know is a concern for so many people here throughout our area. So we're going to continue to check on things out here on our end, but we're going to send it back to you all in the studio for right now.
And Leah, you've been in the mobile forecast center all morning long. You've been all around the metro area, from west of the city now to northeast of the city in Slidell. Is this the worst damage you've seen?
There's another tree down over there.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed a lot of downed tree limbs where we just were not too long ago off of Old Spanish Trail. There was a significant damage when it comes to power lines, and really a major thing is, of course, the water, but you also have to be mindful of the debris as you're making your way through the area. I've seen tons of different like twigs and things from trees. I've seen some pieces off of fences and even some garbage cans that I'm looking at right now. One of those is just completely underwater. So a lot of things to be mindful of whenever you are out on the roads. We're seeing a lot. We're seeing a little bit of everything out here.
All right, Leah, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
All right, we're continuing to follow our coverage here, just keeping an update on everything that's happening. I think Slidell is a place where a lot of us have eyes on, Peyton, especially with the recovery efforts that they're now in the middle of. We heard from Slidell Police Department's PIO just a little bit ago, and he was saying that he doesn't want anybody to leave their homes to get out there and no sightseeing. It's not worth it.
So far, that's where we've seen the most damage is in Slidell. And we had talked about how the rain was letting up here. It's back here at the station. You can hear it on the roof right now. So we are far from over, Peyton.
Yeah, and you know, I'm finally getting a chance to go through all my comments on social media, and a lot of damage reports coming in Slidell, obviously. Stennis has some damage reports. We were thinking that's the same tornado that moved through that Slidell area. We've had other reports of just some minor damage here and there from some strong winds. So the good news, that part of the worst weather, at least the tornadoes, I think we're really done with that here, especially north of the lake and in the metro. We could still see some storms rotate near our coastal areas this afternoon. Now here's the deal. We've still got plenty of heavy rain though. We've got lots of heavy rain still moving up over the metro. We've getting a bit of a break, but that flash flood risk will continue throughout the rest of the afternoon. Currently our flash flood warnings expire in the next couple of hours, so we still have a ways to go with this as we track this mess that's moving on through southeast Louisiana. We're going to do a quick reset. We've got the new news for you right here on WWL Louisiana.
WWL Louisiana News at noon begins with breaking news.
And the breaking news is something we've been following all day long today. This weather has been just terrible. It's raining still here. We have seen a lot of damage in Slidell on Pontchartrain Avenue and Old Spanish Trail. I mean, it's been a mess there.
Yeah, it has. We've heard that there are potential injuries as they are dealing with a number of people who are out of their home with damage to particularly one apartment complex. So we're seeing this widespread. Lily Cummings was just live there in Kenner, where we're seeing some extensive damage. A lot of things are slowing down, and we've got Peyton Malone who's watching this, but we don't want anyone to, get out of their homes and start driving around because this storm is still moving through a number of parts of our area.
Yeah, big mess.
And Peyton, are we through with tornadoes now?
Here in the metro and the North Shore, yes.
Okay.
I'm confident in that. Now, closer to the coast, we're going to keep an eye on some of these storms that could try to spin still. But now that the heaviest of the rain is here, it's going to help work over the atmosphere. The winds are not going to be right for tornadoes anymore down here in the metro, but further south could be. All right, here's the deal. The North Shore, you're done with the severe weather. We've still got some light rain falling. We still have plenty of flooded areas on the North Shore. And when I say North Shore, we're talking about a big area here from Hammond down down I-12, back into Madisonville, Covington, Mandeville, extend that over to Lacombe, and going over into Slidell. That's where we still have flooding. We've got flooding up I-59 in Mississippi. The heaviest of the storms on the North Shore of Mississippi are now moving into Alabama, so that's where the tornado currently is, our tornado risk currently is. Here in the metro, the flooding risk is now our primary concern. We have a flash flood emergency. Now, what does that sounds a bit dramatic, doesn't it? Well, it's meant to sound dramatic because it's supposed to convey just how substantial the flooding risk could be. So you can see there a flash flood emergency includes most of Orleans Parish with a flash flood warning for most of Jefferson Parish. In other words, don't be driving in the metro right now. There's too many flooded roads. We've had many reports of flooded roads, many cars that are driving through it. They stall out, not surprising there. And while we've seen some breaks in the heaviest of the rain, there's still some heavy rain back to the southeast here, back through the river and bayou parishes. This is slowly trying to move up. I'm going to put this in motion here because I want to show you why this has become such a big flooding problem. It's that training effect. And what happened here was about 3 hours ago, this was all on the North Shore. Let's back it up. So here we go. It started on the North Shore. It slowed down. That was your tornado there in Slidell, a couple of them. And then it started to move over the city. And look, it just stalls out and parks itself. So this is our flooding risk that's going to continue, I would say, for probably a couple of more hours. I do think in the next couple of hours we'll start to see some of this break down, but it may not be until like 4 o'clock this afternoon where we really start to see some relief from this. So precision cast showing, let's show you about 4 o'clock. Your heaviest of the storms and rain are moving out, and we finally start to see some breaks. So the rest of your afternoon looks like we could be dealing with the heavy rain and the flooding. And all these dings you hear, those are flooding reports we're getting from the National Weather Service. So that's what's going to be with us through the remainder of the afternoon. And then by tonight and tomorrow, we may have a few sprinkles lingering, but for the most part, we've got some really nice weather moving in as we head into the end of the week for French Quarter Fest. That tornado threat specifically, and this is good, notice it's still fairly high near the coast. But watch what happens as we go through the noon and 1 o'clock hour. It will continue to slide out of the area. It stays high near the mouth of the river, but I think we'll start to see some improvements. Now, there's still a chance 1 or 2 storms are strong this afternoon, you can see there, but the threat should be on the lower side. Guys, I'll have your full forecast. We'll take a look at that 7-day forecast. I think you're going to like to see it. That's coming up a little later on in the show.
Well, we could use some good weather after this. And as we've been saying all day today, the heaviest damage we've seen so far has been in Slidell. There have been reports of some injuries. Fortunately, the police department tells us none serious and no fatalities. And we were told by the officer we talked to, considering the damage he's seen, it's a miracle.
And he said it was some of the worst damage he's seen out there, which is pretty horrifying to think everything that, especially our area and the North Shore have dealt with. So it's good to hear that, and hopefully it stays that way.
Yeah, and Meg Ferris is in Slidell. Meg, what are you seeing there now?
Well, Eric, that was Daniel who y'all talked to on the phone a little while ago, and what he said is exactly true. We are on the scene now, and I'm going to have Mike show you some of these buildings that are really in bad shape here off of Old Spanish Trail Drive near City Drive. And here I have 2 people here who are going to talk to us right now. First is a councilman from this area, Trey Brownfield. And Trey, what have you heard? What's the latest?
Well, first and foremost, we have too many people on the streets of Slidell right now. I ask all of our residents, please stay off the streets.
Yeah, lots of looky-loos just driving by, yeah.
Absolutely. We are trying to get people safe. We are trying to get people, the resources needed to these areas. Here, as you can see, the ECO building, a friend of mine owns this business. I just went to talk to him, and his secretary said that her hip hurts from hitting the ground when the tornado hit the ground here. If you look over here to our left,
over here at the apartment complex,
50-something people were evacuated from this apartment complex right here. I manage an Ace here in Slidell on the other side. I just went to go check on our partner store over here, Ace owners on this side, and they are completely devastated. The school over there is devastated. We got a lot of devastation throughout Slidell. But again, please stay off the roads. I was pushing vehicles out of flooded areas earlier. We are trying to do everything we can to keep everybody safe. And as bad and the devastation is, the people of Slidell are resilient, and we will rebuild together and make sure that everybody is safe.
Now, Councilman, there were no children in the school or near the school, right?
No, the school was shut down today.
Okay. And we understand the police and ambulances took these people to the hospital. There were no serious injuries, but I heard Daniel say earlier, clearly a tornado. Yes, I've been through many hurricanes, and this is a tornado. I mean, there's no question. What about now? Let me bring in Michael while we have you here. PIO, we understand there's shelters opening now?
Yeah, so one shelter, we're working with the city of Slidell. It's John Slidell Park. It is open, is ready to receive people. Also in Lacombe, the rec center in Lacombe, ready to receive anyone who needs shelter. If you need a warm place to stay, if you need food, water, we're going to make sure that we're prepared. You know, we've been working up early this morning to make sure that we're prepared if we have to open a shelter. We really hope that we don't have to, but if you look around, it's obvious. This is, these are the pictures that you're afraid of when you see when tornadoes come through and ruin lives. There's people who are packing their bags and trying to find shelter. So we have to open those shelters, one in Lacombe at the rec center, John Slidell Park, working with the city of Slidell, and we'll have another one open in the Slidell area, probably maybe closer to the Pearl River area later on this afternoon.
Okay, now 50 people in this apartment complex, they're not going to be going in there anytime soon, and shelters can't stay open long. So what's the plan? Is there a longer-term plan to find housing for these people?
We'll continue to work with our citizens. We're going to do everything we can to help our citizens. Previously, there's been possibilities for hotel rooms or shelters, and this is not going away today. This is going to be here for a couple of days. These people won't be able to get into their homes for a long time. And, I mentioned before, you can't prepare for a tornado. You prepare for the rain, you try to fix your drainage, but a tornado comes through and rips people's lives apart in just a matter of seconds. Unfortunately, we have our citizens who are hurt today, not just physically, but also emotionally and spiritually. So we're going to do everything we can. We're going to work with the city of Slidell. This is a matter of just trying to put the citizens of St. Tammany Parish first, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
And they're down power lines, and we know there are a lot of times deaths and injuries happen after the storm goes through. And you're right, I am concerned about all these people who are walking around and walking through. Have y'all heard of any injuries of that nature or anything of that
At this time, I personally haven't. Michael, have you?
No, we just know that there's multiple reported injuries. I know Slidell police actually took some people personally because the EMS couldn't keep up fast enough. So, this is something, it's a very fluid situation. It's possible, telling everybody to please stay off the roads. As we're talking right now, there's a bunch of people who are just driving around. A lot of people have their cell phones out. Like, these are people who are in their worst times, and we really, please stay home. Don't come out here. It's not ready yet to be traveling. One, if there's a down power line, it may be on the road, trees, there may be shingles that have nails on them that may puncture a tire. There's so many possibilities. There's flooded roads. Fortunately, the rain has slacked off a little bit so that the drainage can catch up, but this is not the time to be in the community.
Do either of you know how far the damage goes beyond the apartment complex and this building, this business right here, or did the tornado just touch down briefly, or is there a path, and how long is it?
This isn't the only location. I was told by Slidell police there's another location further towards the lake. It's clear that something moved through here, and it continued further north. Up on I-12, there are trees down on the shoulder. So this is something that was significant. Obviously, the National Weather Service is going to come out and confirm. But this is something major. It's our worst fears, and it's impacting people's lives.
And we reported earlier that we believe there were two, and we had one of our other reporters on the scene on Pontchartrain Drive talking about overturned cars. That may have been the same one skipping, or that may have been a different one. Tell me what you saw over there, Councilman.
That was complete disaster. Picked up vehicles thrown into buildings, roofs ripped off, frontage of buildings blown in, glass blown in, things like that.
All businesses or any residential?
So we were over there, like I said, checking on the Ace Hardware over there, and it was mostly the businesses we were checking. We have a group, all of us councilmen are talking and reporting damages right now. There are houses that were affected in the area. There are downed trees all across the city here, and we have the full force of Slidell is out and about trying to get this city back on track, and we will. And again, we respectfully ask, please stay off the roads.
So let me ask y'all, do you need people with chainsaws to come somewhere and get an assignment and deployed? Is that the type of thing, or no?
I would say at this time, no. Leave it to the first responders. Firefighters were out here. You could look off to the side. All these were trees that were across the road that have been chopped up by first responders, by those who are essential personnel. Leave it to the essential personnel right now. I think it's going to come to a point where we're going to ask for the community to come together, whether it's a meal train or it's something to help. And really, that's when you're going to see why St. Tammany Parish is the best place to be in Louisiana, when that spirit comes together. But at this time, please stay home. The first responders are out. They're still directing traffic. We're still trying to make sure that it's safe to operate. And, things could become hazardous pretty quickly. So the best thing to do is just to stay where you're at, and then we'll have those calls for help when we need them.
Let me ask you, gentlemen, are you talking about the secretary who the force of the wind hurt her hip going down?
She jumped to the ground just because of the front of their whole building here was glass and was being blown in. She was in the middle of, she said she just hit the ground. The roof obviously started being ripped off and things like that.
I see. She hit the ground for protection because she heard it coming.
Yeah, and our thoughts and prayers are with everybody who are affected today, and we're going to be here to the end. We're going to be here until you are back in a location. We'll make sure that your needs are met. But we have a great partnership. Look, I mean, the parish is on the ground here. Our mayor was on the ground here. Everybody is on the ground today, and we're going to make sure that the city of Slidell gets back on track as soon as possible.
Councilman Brownfield, I see you're cold. It is cold. I see you're shaking and you're soaking wet. So thank you for your time. And Michael, you have my number. Please keep us in touch with any opening shelters or anything new. We're going to be on the scene all day into the evening newscast. So please let us know.
And I do want to reiterate, if somebody needs to go to the shelter, John Slidell Park, which thankfully the city of Slidell has opened up for our citizens, the rec center in Lacombe, another option. There's going to be more to come in the coming hours and the days, but the best thing to do is just think of the people of Slidell, pray for the people of Slidell. We're going to recover from this. We always do. It's just going to take some time.
Very quickly, Mandeville, Covington, Folsom, all that area is okay?
Everybody's been impacted by this. This is just the worst of it here in Slidell. Slidell absolutely got the worst of it, but the most widespread concern has been flooding, but this is obviously the worst of the damage. It's very isolated to this Slidell area.
No water in homes in any St. Tammany that you know of in any of the other areas?
Not yet reported. It's not to say that it hasn't happened. We received so much rain today, and I know the city does, the parish does. We work year-round on drainage for situations like this, but we received several inches of rain in just 2 or 3 hours. I don't know of any drainage system in the world that can keep up with that, but now that the rain has stopped, our drainage systems are going to catch up, and hopefully that water will subside quickly. But we're going to be good neighbors. The city is, the parish is. We're going to be good neighbors for our citizens and do everything we can to offer that assistance and just be good neighbors.
Thank you both so much. Thank you. We're going to walk around right now and look for maybe some people who lived here. I did see one woman coming out of her apartment. A lot of traffic going on, but we're going to find some residents and we can come back to y'all. See, the firefighters are still on the scene assessing some damage over this way, and they already have a big crane out here, I guess, to start moving some of this. But as you can see, the traffic is really flowing, and it's just people just coming by, gaper delay, they call it, from people just being looky-loos. And as you heard, they've asked for people to stay out of the way. So let me go up here. I'm with photographer Mike Milan. I want to go up here and talk to these men in these camo jackets to see if they live here or what they're here for. Sir, did you live here? No? Y'all are here to help? We're here with Channel 4, just reporting on what's happened. Have you been in any of the buildings or seen anything?
I walked around the buildings, and it's gone. It's all gone. So.
Did you have any friends or relatives? Do you live in this area, or what brought you out? Are you trying to help?
Yes, I'm just observation for the owner.
Oh, for the owner of it. Okay. And there were 50 people. Is that accurate? That's what police tell us. Okay. And inside, have you been inside the building? Not yet. So you're out here helping for the owner of this building to see what can be done. Okay. Anything else to report to us at this time?
People don't need to come out. It's dangerous.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous situation.
Yeah, I've seen power lines down and things still falling, debris still falling. Right. Yeah. Are there too many people coming out just to look?
I don't know. I don't have any idea of it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So that's what we have from here right now. We'll be back shortly, but I'm going to try to find some people who lived in this area to tell us what they experienced. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Megan. What the councilman told Meg is that let the first responders do what they need to do to clean up. Don't come out and do things like that. Now, east of where Meg is, over at the Stennis Space Center, they had cars that were parked around the building. They, an employee told our Colleen Seeley that all the windows in the cars had been blown out. Wires were down all over the place. Fortunately, there was no damage to the facility itself. Wow. But it was just one of those things, and we'll talk to Peyton about that later, what may have caused all that wind, the pressure to blow out all those car windows.
Yeah, just showing how extensive this storm is and the damage. I mean, we're taking a look at it there from Slidell. I mean, awful. Just awful to see. And we've also got Lily coming to, we spoke to just a while ago. You were showing us some of the damage to one man's home where 2 massive trees had toppled over his backyard, his pool. Seeing any more damage out there, Lily? What are you seeing?
Good afternoon, guys. That's right. We are in Kenner, just off of Williams Boulevard. A lot of rain still coming down at this hour. Now, if you see behind me, it's hard to miss this massive tree that has fallen down. Like you said, Bree, it was 2 trees that fell into this man's yard. You can see one that's spanning all the way, crushed his fence right here, also crushed his garage, crushed his grill right there, as well as his pool covering. So a lot of damage to his backyard. And then if you spin around and look the other way, you have another massive limb going towards the other side of the fence. So a lot of work to be done here. We talked to him earlier, as you said, Mr. George. We wanted to let him get inside and get warm and dry and everything, but he was explaining to us that this was kind of an outlier event that happened around 7:30 this morning. He said he heard some noise, he heard the thunderstorm roll through, he walked out into the backyard and saw all of this and just couldn't believe it, because most of the neighbors in this area have not seen damage that looks anything like this. So you're looking at 2 massive trees that have fallen down in his backyard, and obviously he's going to have a lot of work to do. He said he's going to be getting in touch with insurance agents, obviously, and also having to get some of these tree limbs cleared so that he can get a full picture of what all was damaged inside this garage. He tells us he's got a nice car in there. Hopefully that's okay. The good news here, guys, is that his home is, for the most part, okay. Again, he wants to get all of this cleared out so that he can get a full picture of what happened. But again, we believe that this was kind of an outlier event that happened early this morning. So hopefully he gets this all taken care of quickly, and we wish him the very best. I know we introduced him to y'all a little bit earlier before we started our new newscast. But for now, that's all we're seeing right now. In Kenner, reporting live, Lily Cummings, WWL, Louisiana.
All right, Lily, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And let's get over to Peyton now. We had talked about all those windows being blown out in cars over at Stennis. You think it was probably debris that did that?
Typically, that's what happens, and it could be debris that's picked up from the tornado nearby. It can be limbs. It could be anything. That's usually what happens with windows being knocked out. This looks like it's probably the same tornado where we're reporting the Slidell damage. Yeah, it was just moving along. Now, whether it was on the ground that whole time, we'll have to wait and see. But you can see this was at about 9:30 or so. Our initial concern was for a tornado popping up north of I-12 and Highway 11. I've had some minor damage reports from that one. That's a different one. This is the one that popped up that we're showing you all the damage reports from. At about 10:05 or so, this area of rotation started to come off the lake, moved there. There's Slidell, there's I-10, Pontchartrain Boulevard is right in here. I'm not sure whether it's Avenue or Boulevard, but that's where it was. And then once we get to about 10:15, you can see that rotation signature popping up right near Stennis. That would have been the area of rotation. It really started to lock in and tighten up. And then once we get to about 10:30 or so, it looks like it's still ongoing, probably north of the Kill. And this passed over 603. I have not had any damage reports out here. Obviously, this is a lot more rural of an area. But as we get into the 10:45 time frame, that area of rotation is getting into Harrison County. So this traveled almost from Slidell all the way up to Harrison County here across Hancock County as well. And that's where we've had multiple reports of damage. So the National Weather Service, you know how this goes. They'll go out, they'll survey, they'll determine was it on the ground that long, how strong was it based on the damage, those types of things. And then we'll report that information. That'll probably happen tomorrow, I imagine. It's usually at least a day later. But other than that, that's been our biggest issue with the damage reported so far. The other problem, and it's the flash flooding risk. I tell you what, we've still got plenty of heavy rain falling. We're actually starting to see some heavier rain build up to the North Shore again. These isolated cells are dumping some heavy rain. The tornado risk with all these are much lower, but there is still a lot of spin in the atmosphere. You can tell by looking at them, they just have that look. They've got a bit of a hook, but right now the atmosphere is not nearly as favorable for tornadoes as it was a couple of hours ago. But we're still going to keep an eye on these. So if you're up on the North Shore, we still have flash flooding in and around Hammond. We still have flash flooding around really all of St. Tammany. As rain is lighter but still continuing. Now south of the lake, flash flooding certainly an issue all the way from New Orleans, Kenner, Metairie, and back into the river parishes. You can see those boxes there indicating flash flood warnings, and that kind of maroon outlook here is a flash flood emergency, just depicting how much rain and how quickly the rain has come. So this is not ending soon. We've got plenty of heavy rain coming in through the rest of this afternoon, it looks like. So flash flooding not winding down anytime soon. Just had a friend text me and said, what are the roads like in the quarter in downtown? Can I come home? And I said, well, not right now, but maybe this afternoon by 3 o'clock or so, 4 o'clock, heading home from work. I think a lot of it will be improvement, or we'll see improvements by then, because by 4 o'clock, a lot of this is going to be out of here. Let me show you today's forecast. Now that we're still getting the heavy rain, it's going to be with us this morning, and at least through the early afternoon. But once we get to, let's say 4 or 5 o'clock, you can see the big heavy stuff starts to move on out of the region, and we're left with improvements. Now, we'll probably still have some lighter rain into this evening, but it's not going to be in anything like what we've been seeing earlier today. And then once we get into tonight and tomorrow, still a few wraparound showers, maybe a small piece of hail here and there with those. But other than that, we're going to be done with this bad stuff here by probably 4 o'clock this afternoon. So hour by hour, you can see that the temperatures really don't matter today. They're going to stay in the 70s with the rain. Rain chances are likely through at least 3 p.m. Then they start to trend downward and will be mostly dry as we head into this evening. And I'll leave you with a look at the 7-day. I talked about this earlier, guys. I haven't shown it all day. We've been busy. This is great. It'll be windy tomorrow, but kicking off French Quarter Fest, we got great weather, and then once we get into the weekend, we'll be dealing with a warm-up, partly cloudy skies, but other than today, I don't have any big storms in the forecast.
Yeah, and the one thing we were worried about, you mentioned French Quarter Fest, that they had all the stuff, a lot of stuff set up. They tried to batten down the hatches, and hopefully there wasn't any damage to any of the tents and stages and things like that for French Quarter Fest. But the big damage we saw today was in Slidell.
Yeah, that's where we know that they've opened 2 shelters because they're dealing with so many people who are either not able to get back into their homes, dealing with injuries. So we want to check back in with Meg Ferris, who's there on the ground. You spoke to some officials there just a little bit ago, and I know you were trying to find some residents. What are you seeing there? Because it looks very active as crews are trying to, looks like, clear up an area. I'm not sure. Signal is a little touchy, but if Meg, you can hear us.
Yes, I can. As you can see, the fire department is already on the scene. They're already cutting down trees. Power is off. We've got a whole crew of about a dozen people with the fire department, and you can see the machinery now trying to scoop all this up. But I have with me right now 3 people who live in this apartment complex we've been showing and talking about, who rode out. But they remember when the tornado hit. And tell me first what you heard, ma'am.
I live upstairs, and I was sleeping, and I woke up to hearing my neighbors scream in the apartment next to me, and the wind was really loud, and I knew something wasn't right. And as I was running into my son's room to jump on him, it screamed tornado. I heard windows blow out, and we're okay. Both of our bedroom ceilings are caved in. All of our ceilings are leaking. So now we're just downstairs waiting for someone to come get us out of here so we can go get a shower and some sleep.
And you said you had, what, 5 pets with you?
Well, 6 technically. I have a turtle, 3 dogs, and 2 cats. Everybody's out and downstairs waiting to get out of here. Everybody's safe. We're all good. It sucks. Lost everything we have. Our car's destroyed, but we're alive, and that's all that matters, honestly. I'm very grateful.
What did it sound like, and what did you think when you heard her running in?
At first, I was like, "What is she doing?" I was really confused, and then it sounded like a train. How everyone describes tornadoes sound like a train, and then heard loud banging, and then it was over. And then we were sitting there. It was like, oh, everything's fine now. And then I'm sitting in her bedroom, and we were just sitting there chilling, and then the ceiling just caved in, and then we were like, start grabbing stuff, get it out. I was actively grabbing stuff to get out in my room, and then the ceiling caved in on top of me.
Did you ever have the feeling of wind spinning around inside, or just heard ripping outside?
Any of that. No, it just, we didn't feel anything. When it happened, we were like, okay, we're good. That wasn't as bad as we thought. So I looked outside the windows and then realized my hallways were pouring water, and I'm like, yeah, this isn't good.
Yeah. We opened the door, we looked outside, and it was just, everything was devastated. I was sitting out there with one of our neighbors looking, and then the wind was still pretty high, and stuff was starting to fly at us, so we went back inside. It was...
I'm so sorry for y'all, and sir, and here you are with two canes walking. What did you experience?
Basically the same thing he experienced, but there was no pre-advisory, no warning. A wind came up, it only lasted 5 or 6 seconds, and I was aware that a tornado was coming because I had been watching television and listening to the radio, hoping that it would pass like all the previous ones that passed in my lifetime.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
In the Army, in the war. But no.
What war? What are you a veteran of?
Vietnam.
Thank you for your service, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What are you going to do now? Do you have a place to go?
Well, I don't have a place to go, but my daughter doesn't live too far from here, and people at Comfort Care not to be giving them a free commercial. They say the Red Cross will be out here shortly, So
Now, do you live upstairs or downstairs in this building?
Downstairs.
And did your ceiling and cave in and water come in on you? Did you lose your belongings?
It didn't cave in on me. It's leaking now, though. I'm able to go back and forth, in and out. And the only thing I notice is my bed is getting soaked. All the appliances and clothing and stuff like that is replaceable. Even the bed is replaceable, but in the meantime, I need a place, to put it.
Yes,
Well,
the parish told us earlier that they were going to eventually try to get, hotel rooms and that type of thing after the immediate aftermath is over. So I'll get your number. Let me try to find out what they're going to do for y'all. You were just talking about where y'all going to go for now?
I have family a couple of streets over that I can stay with. Now it's just trying to get there, but with the streets being blocked off by trees, we're just kind of stuck and waiting.
Yeah. And all your belongings are wet?
We have a little bit of clothes. He graduates from high school this month, so we got all of his graduation stuff taken care of. His PlayStation 5, of course, because he's a teenager, and just the most important stuff. Everything else is just stuff.
Where do you go to high school?
Salmon.
Yeah. Oh, and I heard there may have been some damage there. We're not sure at this time. Have you heard from any of your classmates?
Everyone I've heard from, they're perfectly fine, but connection's spotty, so it's hard to get in contact with anyone.
Phone service is terrible.
You're supposed to be going to prom and that type of thing right now.
Prom already happened last month, so.
Okay.
But you had your cap and gown and everything inside, and it's all wet?
Saved. We got all that saved. That was all good.
I grabbed that just before the ceiling collapsed, so that was like the last thing I grabbed.
And you were rubbing your shoulder. Did the ceiling fall in and hit you?
When the ceiling came in, part of it glanced me on my head, and the rest of it just kind of landed on my shoulder, so.
I'll get it, sir. Don't worry. I got it for you. And so what happened?
Like when the ceiling came in, and then it just whacked me right in the shoulder, and then it's not too bad. It originally hurt a good bit, but now it's just like, it's kind of just there, a little tiny bit of pain, but I should be fine.
Okay. All right. Well, best of luck to both of y'all, and I'm going to get your phone number and see if I can get you some help. So, you see, these are the stories of. We show the buildings crushed, we show the cleanup and everything, but these are the real stories. When you just hear those statistics, we always think, 50 people and no one died, but you hear that their lives are forever changed, and their next step, you know, what are they going to do for their next step? So we're going to stick around here and keep talking to people and try to help them out with what the next step is. Eric, Brianna, back to you.
Thank you very much, Meg, and Katie Moore is joining me now. But and Meg brought up a good point. You know, thank God we don't have any really severe injuries or any fatalities.
Absolutely.
But those lives will be changed for years and years to come.
Yes.
When you have damage like that.
Yes, the damage is extensive, and especially in parts of Slidell. We're not quite sure what it looks like in Mississippi yet. We know that there was some damage over at Stennis Space Center.
Yes.
But we're still getting reports of damage coming in across the metro area. And as we have mentioned over and over, Peyton Malone, Alexa Trishler saying this threat is not over yet. We're now seeing the flooding.
They think the tornado threat is over, but you're right. The flooding is still a problem.
Flooding is now going on.
And we saw flooding with Alyssa Curtis on St. Bernard Avenue this morning, and it's still there now.
Eric, it actually has gotten worse since we last checked in. There was a slight break in the rain, but it has just come back, and it's a steady flow. It's kind of going a little bit harder, then it lets up a little bit, but the rain has not stopped. And I want to show you how deep this flooding is. I want to make sure there are no cars coming, but this is right off the neutral ground, and it is halfway up to my shins right now. This flooding is not getting any better. In fact, I think it actually is getting worse. It's breached the neutral ground. That is how high. You can kind of see from some of these marks over here, like the stop sign, the fire hydrant, and things like that, how bad the flooding is here. There was a car stalled out a little while ago. They had some issues kind of pushing it closer to the neutral ground. They were sitting here for quite some time. They were able to get out of here very slowly, but since then we've seen so many cars drive through here. I'm not sure why. You guys should be staying home. You do not want to get stuck in this floodwaters. There are some cars actually I see backing up, kind of deciding it's not worth it, and it's not worth it. You do not want to be out here. This flooded street is just, it's so bad out here. It doesn't seem to be draining at all. I don't know if it's just because of the steady flow of rain, or if the drains aren't working, or if any of the catch basins around here are maybe a little blocked by some trees and some leaves over here, but this is not getting any better at all. I'm gonna walk across the street now to this other side. Now, again, we've seen some cars drive through here. Some cars, as you're gonna see in a second, are having to drive the wrong way down the street because some of these streets are just so badly flooded. You don't want to be stalling out here. We've seen some people slow down and kind of ask us if it's okay to drive through these streets. You don't want to drive through this if you do not have to. You guys were talking earlier about you can't see the street when it's this badly flooded. You can't tell where the street stops, where the street starts. You cannot tell the lines in the street. And you guys, we all know these New Orleans streets. There's a lot of potholes, a lot of things like that, a lot of construction going on. You can't tell when you're coming up on a pothole. So you might hit something that you can't see and get stuck, or, you know, that rainwater might get into your car. It's not safe. The rain seems to be letting up just a little bit, but it doesn't look like it's about to stop at all. There's I'm gonna walk over here to check out. There seems to be some cars moving very slowly. We're also trying to be careful as we're out here as well in these conditions. So if you can stay home, just please do. We've seen some trucks and some even higher cars, and the water has been pretty high up on their cars. So especially if you have a lower lane car like this one right here, you're gonna have a higher risk of that water getting into your car and stalling out. As I'm just looking around this area and this block, it looks like a lake out here. It looks like Pontchartrain. It is so heavily flooded. When it does start receding, it's going to take some time for that water to completely get out of the street and let up. Again, just stay home if you can. The rain seems to be slowing down just a little bit, but we've been on air, guys, for hours now, and you've been able to tell it starts, it stops. It's so unpredictable. So stay safe, stay inside. We're going to continue to check out these conditions. We might have to move from this area because, again, we're parked in the neutral ground, but the water has since breached the neutral ground, and it's getting pretty high up here, as you can see. So we're going to keep an eye out for you guys. If you can stay home, please do. You do not want to be driving. You don't want to be outside, even just to look out of the window. Just watch your TV. We're bringing it to you for you guys so you don't have to do that. Again, it's just really bad out here, and you don't know what it's going to be like from 1 minute to the next. So please be careful, stay at home. We're going to check out some of these conditions around the city for you guys and bring you the latest. But for now, reporting live on St. Bernard, Alyssa Curtis, WWL Louisiana.
And Alyssa, I'm curious because you had said it was worse now than it was when we went to you earlier when it was pouring down rain. You've been out there for several hours. Has the rain let up a lot? It doesn't seem like it's pouring there, but the water's gotten higher.
Eric, the rain stopped for just a little bit since the last time we saw you guys, but it has since started again, and since it started again, it's been in kind of like, it'll slow down, it'll pick back up, it'll slow down, it'll pick back up, but it has been a steady, consistent rain. So I'm sure that has to add to the flooding conditions that we're seeing right now. We've actually seen, you can't see, it's behind the camera, but a few cars have now parked in the neutral ground. I think they've just decided, hey, we're gonna wait it out and just stay here. It's not worth it to drive through this street because it's so bad. So yeah, it has started raining again. It seems like you might be able to hear it. It's getting a little bit harder. It's coming down a little bit harder right now. But again, it's just been a steady stream and consistent rain.
All right, and Katie Moore is on the set with us.
Yes.
And you've done so many reports on the Sewage and Water Board in our Down the Drain series, and you've been checking the website. They really haven't updated anything to let us know what's going on.
No.
Especially in that area where Alyssa is.
Right. So we know that this is the situation. 92 of 99 major drainage pumps are available today to deal with this flooding event.
Available does not mean they're working, though, does it?
No, not necessarily. Well, yes, it does mean that they do work. It doesn't mean that they're necessarily turned on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
But when you look at the power generation, this is really the issue that we're going to see today. If this rain continues at the power and intensity that we have seen it coming down throughout the morning, you see that they are able to generate 40.5 megawatts of power to run the drainage pumps. If we scroll up just a little bit right underneath that, you can see that the Sewage and Water Board says on the site that they need 44 megawatts of power to run at peak demand. So
and we're at peak demand right now.
Right. I don't know. I would think that we are, but I don't know technically, you know, if we're at that level for them. It depends on where it's raining and in different parts of the city. But if they need all of the drainage pumps to run simultaneously, that would indicate that they're at peak demand and that they would need more power than they're capable of generating right now.
One would assume, and I've gotten pictures from people all over the city. A friend of mine who's in the energy center said they can't even get out of the building. The water was up to the steps in the building. So I mean, it's been bad all over town. You know what we saw with Alyssa, and on Claiborne Avenue, other places that flood a lot.
Yes.
I mean, it seems like it's one of those times when they need full power.
Absolutely. And, you know, this is something that we've been dealing with for a few months now. We've known that they have been under what is really ideal to run the drainage pumps in town. As Eric just mentioned, we are seeing these reports come in from all over the city. The underpasses in most major areas where they typically flood.
Yeah.
When you look at Streetwise NOLA, it says that those are shut down. I know they have police officers out just from people who are out and about and sending me text messages and letting me know. So the flooding situation is real. It's happening in the city of New Orleans. If your car is not at higher ground, you should probably move it if it is safe to do so. Also getting reports around Jefferson Parish as well, where people are dealing with flood events. Saw over on a few Facebook messages, Facebook boards, that they've already had some businesses that have gotten some water in them. So,
well, and you mentioned we've been dealing with these problems at the Sewage and Water Board for a few months.
Yes.
I would say decades.
Yes. But this particular emergency and this particular situation with Turbine 4, this is something that we've been ping-ponging back and forth, you know, for the past few months. So it is a dangerous situation. We know that they're building a substation, at least that's the goal, so that Entergy can provide more steady and reliable power for the Sewage and Water Board. It's just not done yet. So this is the situation that we're in right now, and people just need to be really aware as we move through this rain event.
And again, as we talked about earlier with Peyton, when you have rain like this, even if you had the best system and everything was working perfectly, you couldn't pump out that amount of water.
Absolutely. It just comes down too hard, too fast for those pumps to keep up with. You know, when we did that down the drain investigation a few years ago, one of the things that I really took a look at was, over the years, what we've heard, right? You can vouch for this. It's 1 inch the first hour, half an inch every hour after that, that the pumps can handle. We debunked that. We said, you know, that's how the system could operate if
it was perfect.
If it was in great shape and if it was able to do what it was designed to do. That's its design capacity, not necessarily its operational capacity. And so that is the reality that we're in right now.
All right. Angela, tell me one more time where we're going to go now.
We're going to go to Slidell. Leah McNeil standing by in Slidell. Of course, that area got hit by at least one tornado that Slidell police are saying is pretty likely on the ground there. Leah, where are you now?
Well, right now I'm on Duncan Street, right off of Old Spanish Trail, and I mean, there is some significant damage here on this street. If you look right here, you see that there is just tree debris all in the street. There are trees that are just really being held up by power lines at this point. Other trees snapped in half and on top of people's roofs here in the area. Luckily, I did speak to some neighbors. They said no one here was hurt. If you can believe it, it's really just a blessing that no one here was hurt. The home you're looking at right now, I did speak to that family. They're inside right now, kind of getting out of the rain, but they did tell me that they heard what sounded like a huge tornado that touched down right in front of their homes. They said it got really quiet, and then a couple seconds later they heard a massive gust of wind, and they all kind of ran into the bathroom. It was a family of 5 and even an infant that was all just huddled around each other in the interior room of their home, in that bathroom, just sheltering and trying to stay safe. Luckily, they all are safe this morning. The St. Tammany Parish Fire Department did come out here and actually cut a tree limb that was blocking this roadway so cars could get past. We also saw that Acadian ambulance had to actually maneuver their way around these power lines to get back here and check on someone who was actually in their home that needed to be checked out. But guys, I mean, the damage out here is extensive. A lot of people are, you know, just really in shock. They're still very much in a state of shock. One woman told me that, you know, when they first got the alerts and everyone was saying that it was going to be severe weather, she said they say that all the time. So she really wasn't convinced that it would be severe weather. Coming outside and looking at it now, she says that she is going to take every severe weather alert seriously from this point forward. And I think that's the biggest lesson here, is just to take every single threat seriously and stay prepared, because you never know when it's going to turn out just like this. None of the folks in this block right now have power, so that is something that the folks will continue to be working on to, of course, clear out this area, untangle these trees and these limbs from these power lines, and then, of course, eventually restore power to this area out here. But for the most part, luckily, neighbors tell me that they are just thankful that everyone is okay. No one lost their lives in this incredible damage that we see here. I mean, look at this tree right here, just pretty much snapped in half and onto this home right here. You see the homeowner right there in the yard is kind of trying to clean up some of these limbs. He mentioned to me earlier that he was walking around his area trying to clean out some of those catch basins and make sure that the drains were clear, so that way when the rain picked up again like it is right now, that water can actually drain. Because of course, now that the rain has picked up once again, flooding is a concern for not just these neighbors here, but all across St. Tammany Parish and the metro area, where we are seeing that rain pick up again, and we'll be doing so until the end of the afternoon. But again, lucky to report right here on Duncan Street, right off of Old Spanish Trail here in Slidell, that no one here in this block was hurt incredibly by this horrific damage here caused by this severe weather that passed through the area. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
All right, Leah, thank you very much. And that is the best news, that nobody was seriously injured there. I mean, but the damage in Slidell is just, I mean, it's mind-boggling.
It really is. It's atrocious out there.
And you grew up in Slidell.
I did. And, you know, to see those areas that I went to when I was in junior high and high school have this kind of damage, you know, this is a highly populated area, as we know. These are major thoroughfares in Slidell. Pontchartrain over on Old Spanish Trail, all seeing some significant damage from what we believe to be a tornado. Obviously, we haven't confirmed that with the Weather Service yet.
And one of the things I was impressed with is how fast the first responders got out there.
Yes.
And we're cutting up trees and unblocking roads.
Absolutely.
So people get by.
Absolutely. We also heard from Daniel Susano, who's the PIO for the Slidell Police Department, that one of their officers was actually in the tornado as it was hitting. So he was swirled or terrified experiencing that. So.
And now back here in the city, we have Colin Arnold on the phone right now. What do we know about what's happening here? And what's the situation with the pumps right now, Colin?
Hey, well, thanks for having me. I think that, you know, the main thing we're concerned about, obviously, right now is we've got multiple street flooding reports around the city. No area is particularly immune, although I have talked to Sewage and Water Board, and they're pretty comfortable with what's going on in New Orleans East and Algiers right now, Lakeview as well. But Gentilly and Mid-City appear to be somewhat of an issue right now, just with the sheer amount of rain that's fallen. We're looking at anywhere from 5 to over 7 inches of rain that has fallen since this morning, and I think, as Eric, you noted, that's difficult to keep up with, if not impossible. Now it's catch up, and so in pumping, and so now it's catch up, and so what we're seeing is, you know, them working with the power that they have, which is not optimal, to manage the pumping situation, and I think we'll see throughout the day as this hopefully continues to lift, that we'll see some water going down. I know of no flooded structures at this point. I know that there are some vehicle issues, particularly at underpass locations. Those are closed. You know, public safety is out there. I would just tell the public right now, if you really don't need to be on the roads, don't drive right now, and stay put. Let this pass through. You know, our problem is, and what you've noted with your weather forecasting is, that there's a lot of this still out to the west of us, and we seem to be, you know, as happens sometimes, trapped in this kind of line of storms that's going to continue to come over us. And so that's the concern right now. You know, we are certainly monitoring. We've been with Entergy as well. I think they've done a great job today as far as, you know, we started off the morning when the winds were heavier with about 6,600 without power, and the last I saw that was down to less than 100. And so, you know, I think we're in a good position as far as power outages are concerned. The main issue right now, and really what I wanted to speak about, was just staying off the roads if at all possible through about 3 o'clock today.
Well,
just
Colin,
trying to make sure that the people are safe.
Colin, we just saw the damage over in Slidell. It was extensive over there. We have not had any reports of any damage here. It's been mostly flooding, as you mentioned, right?
Yeah, that's correct, and fortunately for that. Now, obviously, our eyes are on Slidell and our neighbors in St. Tammany, and we'll offer any support that we need to them, as it appears that this was a tornado that touched down there. Obviously, what started the day, you know, heavy rain, yes, but the one of the bigger concerns as well was that potential embedded tornadic activity inside these cells as they moved over the city. We saw winds 20 to 30 miles an hour sustained, and gusts up to 40 to 50 at a certain point, but those have dropped down a little bit. I still think wind is a concern, but it's the greater concern, obviously, now is just the tremendous amount of rainfall that has occurred over a short period of time, which has obviously put, you know, our drainage system in focus, and what needs to occur there is the catch up, you know, the inch an hour and then a half inch each additional hour that they talk about a lot at Sewage and Water Board, trying to catch up with what has fallen already, which again, I'm looking at areas of 6 to 7 inches in Gentilly, which, you know, we might get another inch. I would not say that's out of the possibility. So we could be looking at, in some areas of the city, 8 inches of rain in about 6 to 8 hours.
Now, Colin, you mentioned it just now, the capacity of the system. You said 6 inches already in Gentilly? 7 inches in Gentilly?
Correct.
And is it similar over in Mid-City?
I'm looking at anywhere from 5 to 7 on our monitoring system there. And by the way, the public can view this at weatherwise.nola.gov. We've got weather stations all over the city, and they can kind of see what we're looking at.
That is just an incredible amount of rain.
The amounts of rain. It's a lot of rain. It's the system is not designed to keep up with that in any way, shape, or form. The issue, that we will be looking at and talking about with Sewage and Water Board for the rest of this afternoon is how they're doing with bringing that back down. I have checked with them on canal levels. They're not concerned about that right now. They started pumping down canals last night and yesterday, and so I think really what the issue is right now is just making sure that they can prioritize the power that they have to getting to the pumps that are needed the most to clear the city of water. But I am seeing in a lot of locations that water is going down appreciably, and then unfortunately we'll get another band of rain coming through, which will increase that. I think from 11 to about maybe 30 minutes ago, so an hour and a half, we got probably 2.5 inches of rain, which is not something that is easily that's a tall hurdle for any system.
How are you with the staffing levels at the Sewage and Water Board? Did they staff up a lot of places in order to prepare for this event in advance? I know they're sort of playing whack-a-mole in terms of feeding power where it needs to go to keep up with the rain as it continues to fall.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any staffing issues. We did a briefing this morning for the mayor about French Quarter Fest, obviously looking at them making their final preparations today. That's obviously been somewhat delayed due to this weather. But we, took that opportunity to get a full briefing on the weather and kind of where everybody's at as far as today. And everything seemed to be good other than, and I don't know if I can say other than, I'll say other than, 40 megawatts of power in a system that you noted needs 44 to be, optimally running. Now, what that means is, clearly that decisions have to be made about, where finding the water, seeking out the water, and prioritizing those pumping stations and those areas. And like I said, it seems to be that, New Orleans East is faring better in this. Algiers is faring a little bit better as far as, not saying there isn't street flooding out there. I'm sure there is water in the streets, but just overall, it appears that it's Gentilly and areas of Mid-City that tend to have the most, and extending kind of into Holly Grove as well.
Yeah, so we're looking at some of the rain totals
that's where they're focused right now.
Okay. Yeah, we're looking at some of the rain totals right now. They're very heavy. And you mentioned French Quarter Fest. The city is getting ready to host one of the biggest free festivals in the country tomorrow morning. That's going to set I guess when you guys meet on this, there's a lot of stuff you've got to catch up on now.
Well, they had to take down some of the parts of the stages that were probably wind prone, but they can work in the rain. I think the main issue today was a lot of the vendor delivery.
Yeah.
And so they're going to be doing that on into tonight. We will work with them obviously very closely. If there's good news, the weather for after today is going to be terrific for the rest of this weekend.
And that is
so
good.
There's really no severe weather. Yeah.
And a lot of the problems with the French Quarter Festival, the people who put that on. But the city does play a big part in putting a festival like this on.
Well, yeah, we provide a lot of the public safety resources in conjunction with French Quarter Festivals Incorporated, and there's fire resources for a lot of the cooking and things that go on near the stages. There's, of course, EMS and emergency medical resources for anyone that may, fall ill or have an issue, medical issue. And then just obviously, we set up a command post here, Homeland Security down there, just to kind of coordinate a lot of the movement with streets and Sewage and Water Board, and trying to get continued traffic flow throughout the days that the festival goes on. So, and then quite frankly, weather is a huge part of what we do in incident response. So when we talk about special events, we talk about weather frequently. And today, and even last night, I was communicating with French Quarter Fest about when can we find opportunities, even during a really poor day like today, to finish up these things. To to answer the question, I think what you would see tomorrow, the worst case scenario would be potentially a late start, which we'll communicate with them through NOLA Ready and through every means that we have to get to you to communicate that maybe it's going to be an hour or two late. But at this point, I don't think that's going to happen. I think it'll go off fine. Right now, I think we just need to ride this out, let the pumps catch up, and move forward from there.
Yeah, I'm seeing some canceled flights out at Armstrong International Airport. Any word from them on any problems that they're having with this rain and weather today?
Yep. They were on the call this morning, and it's a great point. We have extremely high 24,000 seats coming in today and tomorrow, and so any of those delays due to weather, and it might not just be the weather here, as you know, Houston, Dallas, all of these areas around us and areas east of us are going to be presented with the same type of weather situations that the pilots and the airlines have to make allowances and change schedules for. So they're on it. They had plenty of TSA for screening. They've got jazz music in their jazz stage there at the airport. They'll keep the passengers entertained. But yeah, there's certainly flight delays whenever you get weather like this are possible. They're not going to let these planes land or take off into the middle of a thunderstorm.
It does seem messy out there.
There could be delays.
Before we let you go, Colin, you were talking about flooding in Gentilly. We had popped up a picture of the flooding in Gentilly. If we can get our crew to pop that back up again. This is outside somebody's porch or someplace, but that's a lot of water.
It certainly is. We've got our real-time crime center. One of the great things about what we can do at that facility is, it's obviously been huge for our law enforcement function in the city, but we can convert that facility during times like this into really kind of weather stations with the cameras, and so we can look at where water is at. They submit a report to us every hour with updates on what they're seeing out there, particularly at all the underpass locations. Yeah, that is quite a bit right there. I'm looking at your screen right now. It's a little bit delayed, but for sure. And you can see there that another important point is, people need to slow down when they're driving on these streets if they are. I'd prefer that they don't, quite frankly, but there's very little between that truck that's there and being flooded. It's not right now, but somebody drives through there 5-10 miles an hour, and they're going to get water in their vehicle.
And also,
neutral ground parking was lifted yesterday, and it's lifted through this evening. So, if you haven't yet, park your vehicle on high ground for sure.
Is there any way you can give us one last check in Mid-City? We know, that area tends to flood. We've had a lot of businesses and homes impacted in recent storms. How are we looking so far?
So far, it's kind of the same, that we see. What we do is, if we see our technicians at the Real-Time Crime Center have become very good at seeing where storm drains and catch basins are maybe not clearing, and then we send that immediately over to the Department of Public Works in order for them to try and take action as soon as they can get out there. And so, sometimes I've seen them actually get out there and unclog a catch basin during a rainstorm. So they are receptive to it. They're active to it. They have, I see you have Streetwise up there too, which is a great resource. They have that as well. But what we like to do is follow up with the cameras and actually really pinpoint, is this a location that typically floods often just because it's that low, or is there a storm drain or catch basin issue that we need to address? And that's what we're working on now.
All right, Colin, thank you very much. And maybe this could be a drill for what looks like is going to be a very active hurricane season.
Yeah.
Hopefully this is the worst we get.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, and this
Absolutely.
weather situation is something that we're going to be dealing with the next couple of hours even.
Yeah.
The rain is still continuing to come down out there. We are still seeing some lines of storms moving through the metro area on the radar. And I know that Peyton Malone has been standing by throughout the morning to give us all the details, especially as those tornadoes were touching down in different parts of, the North Shore and Slidell and Mississippi. Peyton, what's the latest now?
Yeah, we still have rain. That's the bad news here, and it's going to be with us for several more hours. Still getting some very heavy rain. Look at all the lightning just south of the metro. That's your heaviest thunderstorm. And while we did start to see some breaks in the heavy rain and storms on the North Shore, they've filled back in. So we're not done just yet. Now, the severe weather threat, it is lower, but they've extended the tornado watch until 4 o'clock this afternoon. I do think after 4 o'clock, all this mess is going to be gone for the most part, but we still have several more hours to watch things. But now our greatest threat is that risk for flooding, and we have plenty of it. We have flash flood emergencies. That's not something we say very frequently. Often we have these during hurricanes and things like that, when we see massive flooding or when you see breaches and levees and things. But in this case, it's issued just for the fact that we've had heavy rain and we've had a lot of it, and it's not coming down anytime soon. So you can see there heavy rain at times mixing in across the East Bank, same thing on the West Bank. Your flash flood emergency includes the entire metro New Orleans from Kenner back through the West Bank all the way up here to New Orleans and back through New Orleans East. So as long as that flash flood emergency is in effect, you got to stay put. You get out on the roads, there's no doubt you're going to run into flooded waters and you're going to have problems if you're going to be out there as well. So that's what we've got going on immediately now. We've been talking about these totals, rather impressive. And you know, a lot of times you look at something and you say, whoa, we missed it by that much. Well, in this time around, that heavy rain set up right over the worst parts. Now, I guess there's some good news here. Maybe the worst was right over the lake, but on both sides here, we've picked up some very hefty totals. Anywhere from about 4 to nearly 10 inches being depicted by radar here in the metro area. And we were just listening to Colin talk about Mid-City and Gentilly. Those are the places that seen the heaviest of the rain today and your biggest flooding problems. North Shore not immune to this. We've had 5 to 6, 7 inches from Picayune to Slidell. Back along I-12, we've had massive flooding problems and really a big part of St. Tammany. Same thing, still seeing flooding in and around Hammond, and we're still seeing flooding in and around the bayou, really the river parishes. St. John, St. James, and St. Charles got a lot of flooded roads. So there's really not many people that have great travel weather this afternoon, and it's still coming down. We could add another 1 to 2 inches to this. So it's just that humble reminder of how the weather can be down here on the Gulf Coast. You can have days where you pick up 10 inches of rain. That's unbelievable. That doesn't happen in a lot of parts of the world. So that's what we got for you today. We still have our tornado watch, meaning there may be 1 or 2 storms that still try to spin, especially down here near the coast. But that tornado threat does appear lower. When those initial showers and storms came in, they bring in some rain-cooled air, and oftentimes that can help limit the tornado potential later on. So they've still got the tornado watch for most of us, but we are seeing big improvements there. And I want to show you how things do improve later on today. We'll be watching for the rain for the next couple of hours. I do think by 4 o'clock it's starting to move out. We'll be left with mostly dry weather this evening and tonight, and then that sets us up for great and quiet weather, more importantly, as we head into the weekend, just in time for French Quarter Fest.
All right, thank you very much. We do want to remind people that the RTA has stopped service on streetcars and buses because of the flooding around the city.
Yes.
So we'll let you know when that is going to be resumed.
Yeah, Peyton just mentioned the rain is still coming down out there. It is still heavy in spots. Places like Jefferson Parish, Kenner, we've seen reports of flooded streets and maybe some damage from some of those straight line winds or possible tornadoes up there. And the city of New Orleans right now is really dealing with an inundation of water. I mean, we heard Colin Arnold saying they've got over 8 inches of water in Gentilly. That was clocked at one of the pump stations there.
And we're both getting texts from people who are telling us their streets are flooded, you know?
Yes, and over in Slidell, obviously, they're dealing with a really terrible situation. Tornado, we think, touched down in a couple of spots in Slidell. I'm seeing on social media that some people had damage to homes, rental properties, businesses there.
There's an apartment building that was just demolished.
Yes, yes. And Paul Murphy is over in that area today. He looks like he's over by the McDonald's over on Pontchartrain, where the Golden Arches themselves were actually taken out by this thing. Paul, what's the latest from where you are?
Well, you're absolutely right, Katie. The Golden Arches from this McDonald's here in the 3300 block of Pontchartrain Drive blew off its foundation and ended up business. And we were talking with some of the folks that work here. Luckily, there were no customers in McDonald's at the time, but there were about 4 or 5 workers. Take a look at these cars here. The tornado. Tornado. They were toys. You see the tree came down and hit this black vehicle right here. Luckily, nobody was in the car at the time. This red car also is severely damaged. And if I can wait for Adam to come around here, I can show you this other vehicle right here, tossed over on its side. We're told that a woman was trapped inside for a time, and first responders had to come and help her get out of the car. We just talked with the gentleman who told us that he was next door to the McDonald's in a two-story office building, and he saw the gust of wind come out, and all of a sudden he heard, I guess what everybody else describes as the train was coming, and he decided to run downstairs, and then he heard the door, the suction of the tornado pull the door out, hanging on to the
Unfortunately, Paul was just telling us some of these gripping stories of survival from that tornado that touched down, we believe, in Slidell today. Incredible stories of people who ended up surviving, things like the woman who was in that car that was absolutely flipped on its side. And you could see the building, the McDonald's, it looked like a tree just was thrown right into it, like an arrow, like a javelin, and it took a huge chunk out of that building.
And that's not the heaviest damage we saw in Slidell. Earlier in the day, Peyton did confirm a couple of tornadoes on radar.
Yes.
And then we heard one of the sheriff's, the police officers showing us the damage. He said it was a tornado that touched down. Daniel, the PIO out there, didn't confirm that anybody saw a tornado, but it does appear that one has happened.
Yeah, I mean, he did say, though, that one of their officers thinks that he was in the tornado at the time and was in their unit. Fortunately, that officer is okay, he said, but clearly terrified. I mean, I can't imagine how terrifying that situation is to get caught in a tornado like that.
Yeah, and from the damage we've seen, it does not look like straight line winds, but you know, you just never know, but it does look like a tornado.
Certainly
does.
All right,
Alyssa Curtis is over in Gentilly. She's been moving around today. Gentilly's seen a lot of water. We were just talking with Colin Arnold, and he said it's one of the places where they're seeing a ton of it.
Yeah, up to 8 inches of water.
Yeah, guys, we're here at the Gentilly underpass. It is closed right now. This water is just extremely high right now. Take a look. This is, I'm sure, why they had to close this. There's a car stalled out and stuck on the side. It looks like they kind of pulled over to the sidewalk and were able to get up a little bit onto the grass. I'm not sure if someone is in there or not. I don't believe so, but again, I am not sure. Someone from this gas station came out and took a look real quick, and he told us that this car has been out here probably about an hour, maybe an hour and a half. Further down, there is also another car that is stalled out, kind of right under the overpass right there. This is exactly why you guys should be staying home. You don't want to be in these conditions. You have no idea. From 1 minute to the next, these things can happen, and it is so dangerous. I'm going to see if my photographer Rick Neese can kind of show me right now so he can show you exactly how high this water is. It is raining. It's a light rain, but it is raining. We're hearing some thunder. We just possibly saw some lightning. But take a look at how deep this water is, and this is not even in the middle of the street. As we know, this street takes a dip, and you're going to get a little bit of a higher water over here. I want to take a look at what's going on down there. It looks like there's some emergency vehicles parked, or trying to take a look and see. It looks like there's some workers over there. I'm not sure if they're putting up barricades or what, but again, you don't want to be out here. This is very dangerous conditions, as you've seen. Those few cars stalled out. There looks to be another one. I'm not sure if that last gray car further back is stalled out, or if they've just kind of stopped there so they can take a break and give their car a rest. It doesn't look as if the water past the underpass is too high, but the water here is extremely high. It's come up at least a few inches. We just saw some lightning, and we're hearing some more thunder. This rain does not seem to be letting up. It is not as hard right now. It's not coming down too hard, but it's just a consistent, steady flow of rainwater coming down. And As we know, guys, our city floods. It floods during a normal rainstorm, but this is not a normal rainstorm whatsoever. It doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. It doesn't seem like we're going to have a break, at least for now. And from the last time you guys saw me till now, it's let up. It started coming down harder. It's let up again. So again, we're just want to let you guys know it's so unpredictable right now what is happening. So if you can stay home, please stay home. It seems as though this underpass will be closed off for quite some time. I'm taking a look and I see some vehicles that seem to be with the city. You might be able to see some of their flashing lights. It seems like they put up some barricades again to let people know don't drive through this underpass. Again, a few cars stalled out over here at the Gentilly underpass, or we're not sure again if there are people in those cars or what. I don't believe there's anyone in these cars, but again, I'm not sure. Please stay home, be safe. We're seeing a lot of tree debris in these floodwaters. We're hearing some thunder. You can probably hear that. We're gonna have to go so we can get inside the car and be safe. So we're gonna toss it back to you guys while we kind of take shelter for a little bit. But please be safe. For now, reporting live at Gentilly, Alyssa Curtis, WWL. Louisiana.
Thank you, Alyssa. Yeah, and she's got a great picture there. That's what we've been dealing with across a big part of the metro. We were talking to Colin Arnold earlier, and Mid-City, Gentilly are the hot spots today, it looks like, for flooding. But I tell you what, we've got flooding all over the map. I just checked in with Jefferson Parish. They've got street flooding in Kenner. They've got street flooding in Metairie, and it's still coming down. Now, the good news, we're finally starting to see at least some relief, but I still think we're a couple of hours away from giving the all clear here. Heavy rain now moving back up on the North Shore. Heavy rain continuing in the metro, and look how intense this thunderstorm is moving across parts of New Orleans, especially closer to the West Bank. A ton of lightning in this here, and I actually want to see how much lightning we've got in this this afternoon. That's a sign of a fairly healthy thunderstorm there. Let's see, we'll query it, and you can see over 600 lightning strikes just in the New Orleans metro area, and so you certainly are hearing that. Now you can see you're starting to get some breaks back through Luling, back through Thibodaux, the river parishes. Hopefully that will allow some of that water to drain off. That will slowly start to creep into the metro area here in the coming hours, and I do think 4 o'clock is when we're probably going to be done with all this mess. So flooding is our primary concern now, but there is still a low wind risk for a few strong storms. The tornado risk, it's not nearly as high as it was earlier. Right now, I'm thinking we probably had at least 2 tornadoes today, and they both were in the Slidell area. We will wait probably a couple days for the National Weather Service to confirm everything, but that's what I'm thinking I saw on radar when it was happening in the 9 and the 10 o'clock hours earlier this morning. That tornado or possible tornado then moved into Mississippi with some very strong winds. Not only did we have the potential for the tornado, I think there was winds that were approaching 80 miles an hour near that tornado. So we'll see what ends up happening with that. So the tornado threat, it's much lower now. We'll start to see maybe a low-wind tornado risk down here along the coast through the afternoon, but I don't see it being nearly anything like what we just dealt with for the most part. We are doing pretty good here. So as we go through the rest of the afternoon, the rain begins to clear out. We'll be left with a nicer and quieter evening, and then temperatures will fall into the 60s tonight. And the good news is this is going to be the beginning of a great stretch of weather. After today, your 7-day is picture perfect. We're talking about getting into festival weather here. French Quarter Fest kicks off tomorrow. The weather should be a lot quieter for it, and then that's the way it stays through the weekend. We'll actually warm back up. We'll have some drier mornings with lower humidity. I'm talking perfect weather as we head into Saturday and Sunday, and then that big warm-up rolls on into next week. We'll still be in the mid-80s by Monday and mid-80s by next Tuesday. So once we get this mess out of here, we really are going to start to see some improvements. I'm sure you're wondering how much rain did we pick up with all this? Well, it's still raining and we're adding some, but here's what we're estimating so far. And we're maxing out our color scale on our radar here. So anywhere you see purples up to the white, that's about 4 to 9 inches, which is most of the area. Most of us are going to end the day with like probably 6 to 10 inches of rain. Now the highest totals right over the causeway. Thank goodness that didn't happen inland, but that's where we saw our highest totals. It's also where we saw one of our highest wind gusts. We gusted to near 80 miles an hour. That's the same thunderstorm that brought that potential tornado and strong winds into the Slidell area just moments later. Heavy rain both sides of the lake. Nearly 10 inches being estimated on radar here in parts of the metro area. Out in Gentilly, New Orleans East, it seems to be where we've seen most of the rain, or at least the highest rain totals. And then you can see up in Picayune around 6 inches, back through Hammond still dealing with flash flooding, back through the river parishes still dealing with flash flooding, although the heavy rain is starting to wind down out there, as this is really the initial signs of seeing improvement. So overall, things are gradually improving. But if you are watching us down here in eastern St. Bernard, lower Plaquemines, you still got some big thunderstorms on the doorstep. You're not done just yet. But once you head west, you start to see, well, you get more breaks here. But we're still probably at least a couple of hours away from getting all this mess out of here and seeing big improvements. I do want to mention they did extend the tornado watch until 4 p.m. That includes, well, most of southeast Louisiana. It doesn't include Tangipahoa, but I'm thinking probably the North Shore and South Mississippi severe weather threat is now really, really low. It doesn't look nearly as high as it was, and most of us are going to be just fine the rest of the day. It's really once you get into Plaquemines Parish, East St. Bernard, and we'll say all of St. Bernard Parish, where there's still a slightly higher tornado risk. That rain cold air hasn't quite gotten there just yet. So still staying weather aware as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon. But once we get to that 4 o'clock hour, things are looking a lot better. We'll continue to keep you updated, guys, but for now, stay off the roads. That flash flood emergency going for several more hours.
Yeah, we're certainly not done yet, and Sharice Gibson's now here joining me, giving Eric a break.
Yeah, talking about staying off the roads. It took me a while to get here because all of the roadways that I took on the way here, coming from the uptown area, going down LaSalle, you would have a few breaks where there wasn't as much water, where those pumps are obviously working. Yeah. And then you got to the point where the water kind of, and you know my car sits a little low, the water had gotten pretty high, so I had to back up because, of course, we always tell you guys to turn around and don't drown. Yep. There are a lot of high spots with that water, and I will tell you right now, I have a pool in the backyard because the water is consistently coming down.
Yeah, it really is, and the rain is not done yet, as Peyton just mentioned. We did hear from Colin Arnold earlier, who said that they have confirmed through the city that they have had almost 8 inches of rain in Gentilly alone. So Mid-City obviously is a very tenuous situation because, as we know, that's an area that tends to flood. There are businesses and homes that are, you know, unfortunately inundated pretty regularly. So we're hoping, fingers crossed, saying a prayer that the rain lets up enough so that the pumps can catch up and that those areas stay dry.
And you know what's really interesting about this particular flood is I've looked on social media and the videos that have been sent to us online and that you all have been sending us on the WWL-TV app. It seems like there is not an area that has gone unscathed by the rain that is coming down. So everywhere is dealing with some flooding, even down at the French Quarter, going up North Rampart. I just came up that area, had to also slow down on that part. Again, going up uptown, Gentilly, in the Lakeview neighborhood, every single community is dealing with the possibility of some flooding. And of course, the winds weren't as heavy as I thought they were going to be. They were a little bit heavier earlier this morning.
Definitely. We saw some houses in Kenner where, you know, we had Lily Cummings out reporting with that gentleman who had 2 massive trees fall
that's the scary part,
into his pool. Fortunately, he doesn't think that the damage is extensive to his house, but it certainly is going to be a difficult cleanup, and he is going to have a lot of repairs to do, you know, as he moves forward.
We've done stories recently about the oak trees and the damage from the oak trees that we've seen around the city, and making sure parks and parkways keeps up with the oak trees. Now, that's the issue that scares me. When you have a tree that's rotted, you have the rain and it sits in those floodwaters, and the potential for that tree to snap and to fall down. Or in that case of that area, it could have been the high winds or the potential tornado that was in the area. Let's go to Paul Murphy, if I'm not mistaken. He has also been monitoring the flooding in our community.
He's in Slidell.
Yeah, so he's in Slidell right now, actually, where the tornado hit. Paul, it looks like you have a couple of people there with you. Can you give us an idea of how they're feeling right now?
Yeah, we're on Pontchartrain Drive in Slidell, where we suspect a tornado blew through here sometime around 10 o'clock. It started out across the street from where I am right now at the McDonald's. And I'm told it blew across the street. You can see the McDonald's golden arches right there along the street. And then it came across here and damaged, blew the windows out of this beauty salon here right across the street from McDonald's. And we're here with Alicia, who's the owner of this beauty salon. Can you just talk about what happened this morning?
Well, my stylist, Essence, she was here, and she called me and said the salon is completely gone. So her and one of my They were here with customers here. They ran for cover into the dryer room. The wall came completely down and all the windows bust out. Everything flew out of the window, out the doors, out the windows, and at a complete loss. All their cars are damaged. All the cars are completely damaged. Essence, I don't know if you want to speak with her,
Yeah,
but
if she wants to come over.
yeah,
and talk
but
with
she
us
can
about-
give you more details than because I wasn't scheduled to come until 5 o'clock today. Essence, the Channel 4.
We're going to talk with one of the stylists that was actually here when the tornado, heavy winds blew through the building, and I believe your name is Essence. Come talk with us. So Essence, you were here when the tornado touched down. Talk about what you heard and what you saw.
We was working and it just kind of got windy. It was real dark. It lightened up and then the wind picked up and it picked up fast. We all got together and just tried to the back to go and get some kind of shelter. And before we can get down the hall all the way, the ceiling started collapsing and we just died for shelter. And everything was happening so fast, and then everything collapsed on top of us.
Is everybody okay?
Yes.
And now looking at the damage here, what are some of your thoughts?
Just like, I know it's a process or whatever, but with a great team that I have, we're gonna make it.
Yeah.
We're gonna make it.
You're looking out on the street here, Alicia, and you see the power poles down, the trees that just sort of snap like twigs. Across the street, you have the McDonald's where the wind actually flipped one vehicle over, knocked a tree on a bunch of others. What do you think about that?
It's scary. It's scary, and it's a blessing that they were fine. I'm thankful that no one got hurt. That's the most important thing. But it's just a blessing for them to still be here, especially looking at the massive amount of damage that occurred.
Since we were talking to a gentleman that works in the building across the street there, and he said that he actually heard the whistle.
Yeah.
Did you hear anything? And did you feel the pressure of talk about that?
It wasn't a whistle. It was like a loud whistle. And when the whistling started coming, that's when the stuff started rattling. So we started trying to run for cover. And then when the rattling started, it picked up so fast. Like the rattling got faster and faster and faster. So we tried to run, and then that's when everything was just like it was happening so fast. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and I'm sorry this happened to your business, but you'll rebuild, right?
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
This is Louisiana. We're resilient down here, right?
Yeah. We weathered all the storms.
Yeah.
And I'm glad nobody was hurt. And that is what we're looking at right here, unfortunately, in the 3300 block of Pontchartrain Drive in Slidell. As you look up and down the street, I know Adam's inside shooting some of the video inside the beauty salon, but as he walks towards the door, you can see up and down this street emergency vehicles. You can see poles that are down. You can see again the golden arches blown across the street from the McDonald's. And unfortunately, this is a really busy road, and I'm sure the first responders would like folks to really stay off the road, particularly in this part of Slidell, which has seen so much damage this morning. A little while ago, we saw a high water vehicle. It looked like it was either the sheriff's office or the police had some deputies in the back of a high water vehicle. And we were hearing that maybe there were some folks that were trapped in some homes that had to be rescued. If you look up and down again the street here, you can really see the awesome power that this tornado had as it hit this part of Slidell. That's what the scene is here in 3300 block of Pontchartrain. I know that there were other areas of Slidell that were damaged as well. Paul Murphy, WWL, Louisiana.
Now, Paul, as you were out driving around getting to that location, could you tell, sometimes these tornadoes tend to hopscotch in areas that they hit. Any idea if this was a straight line path or what you can tell from the destruction and really devastation that you saw on your way in?
Well, from what one gentleman was telling us that was actually in one of the buildings, one of the office buildings here, you could see the building that has the facing, the facade of the building came off. Said it looked like the wind went from south to southeast and went right across the street here. We just saw a big lightning bolt right there. But we did see, and you're right, you can usually tell when there's been a tornado or some heavy winds as you start seeing things in the street as you make your way to where the tornado actually touched down. As we were getting off of I-12 on the Highway 11, you saw trees that were down that had been in the road that had to be removed. And then you also saw some of the awnings that were ripped off. And then as we came up here, not only at the McDonald's and the beauty salon and the office building, if you look down the street here, this is a neighborhood. And there's trees and debris all over the vehicles. You can see that power pole came crashing down. Luckily, no one was under it at the time. And they're also contending with the water. If you have any damage to your roof because of something that falling debris, you also have water damage now because it's still raining quite hard out here. And you see the street here, this A-Plus Liquidator, this strip mall next to us. You can see that there are windows blown out of this strip mall as well. We saw that there was a barber shop here, another business where these windows were also blown out. So it had to be a pretty strong tornado that came down here. Again, we're not going to know that for sure until the Weather Service confirms it, but from what I see, this is pretty bad.
Yeah, that looks extensive and just heartbreaking for the owners of those businesses and the countless numbers of people in Slidell whose homes were damaged by this. You know, behind you, we can see that building that you described with the facade taken off. Looks like something took a bite out of the side of that building. It's crazy to think about the level of damage and destruction that one little storm can do.
Now, let me just relate to you the story that the gentleman told me. He was on the second floor of this building when he saw the wind pick up. He said he heard that whistle, that train, if you will, that people hear when the tornado is coming. So he's running down the stairs inside the building, and by the time he makes it down to the bottom of the stairs, the door blows out, and he has to hang on to the banister so he's not sucked out of the building as well. So you can only imagine what he was going through at that time. And luckily he's okay. Luckily, from what we talked to a number of people here in the McDonald's, here at the beauty salon, folks walking by, there didn't seem to be any major injuries, which is a blessing and a miracle when you see the damage that this tornado has done to the city of Slidell. It's particularly here in the 3300 block of Pontchartrain Drive.
That is just incredible, Paul. Thank you for your live reporting out there. And of course, we have another crew. Leah McNeil has been on another part of South Slidell as they make their way kind of up St. Tammany to see what the damage has been done by this tornado. It's incredible.
Right. Okay. We're going to go over to Alexandra Cranford, if I'm not mistaken. Alexandra, a lot of people want to know when the rain is going to stop or at least slack up, because the flooding that we're seeing, not just in the New Orleans area, but in Slidell, in those communities, in addition to that tornado, is making things much harder.
Right, and looking at live radar, you can see what's happening now with the bulk of the storms. Really the heaviest stuff, it's good to finally see this kind of setup where we're seeing it off to the east. So we are seeing that at least. Looking at satellite and radar, sorry, let me get to our other radar screen here and show you. And then I'm going to get into our precision cast model so you can get an idea of where we're seeing those storms moving in the next few hours. By the way, I just came in, of course, to relieve Alexa and Peyton, who did such a great job throughout this event. And I can confirm those 60s that you saw, that's real. It's certainly a cool feel out there, kind of surprising after we've had this warmer, muggy kind of feel lately. But yes, the heavier storms now on the eastern side of our area. So some of you still certainly getting it, but at least some areas are drying out a little bit. In fact, Morgan City, Thibodaux, over toward Gonzales and Baton Rouge, all looking a lot drier at this point. And let me get into that model really quickly, and then I'll get you updated on what we have for some warnings and things like that. Still getting a good bit of lightning happening here and there, but let me get into this model. It does look like this model is lagging a little bit behind, so it has things a little farther to the west than we're actually seeing. It's more like kind of this part that we're seeing right now, but it does have things gradually decreasing. This is by 4 p.m. And again, it's overdoing it a little bit compared to what we're actually seeing right now. But it does look like the trend will be by probably 3 and 4, most of that really heavy pocket or band that you saw there on the eastern side outside of our area. And then this is by 5 and 6. So thankfully things looking a lot drier at that point. And just checking out again what we have as far as warnings and things like that go. We still have several of these flash flood warnings and the tornado watch out, of course, and just getting you some of those updated times. Some of these have been, of course, extended. So on your screen, I'm about to show you where the warnings are. There are a lot of them. The greens are the flash flood warnings, and of course, this is that extreme or kind of more serious flash flood warning in the red there for the New Orleans area. That one goes till 3:45. We have the flash flood warning in some other locations like north of the lake, of course, where it's been so active today, either until 2:15 or so for the western side of the North Shore, and then for this part of St. Tammany and just into that part of Mississippi on the state line until 4 p.m. So it's not really over yet, but we are seeing at least some decrease in the rain, especially that really heavy flooding type rain for some of our spots on the western half or so of the area. Let me show you a few of these rain totals. These are some observed rain totals. So we've been looking at some of the radar indicated totals, but these are observed for different spots. These are National Weather Service sites at the lakefront and at the Kenner Airport. Almost 6 inches recorded for both of those sites. The downtown one is actually coming from the city of New Orleans gauge around the Treme area, so a little bit less there, but I had to fill in that one since the downtown from the National Weather Service, normally on the Superdome, you know, that gauge has been out for a while. Slidell, more than 3 inches, and that's at that airport location. Baton Rouge, more than 1 inch. Thankfully, some spots not quite so much, but I can confirm getting here, just like Charisse was saying, coming in to relieve the morning and midday team, there is water out there for sure. And in fact, even some places like in the French Quarter, we don't normally see water hanging around for a really long time. But I did see it, especially around the Esplanade area. Pretty deep, not in the middle of the street, but kind of on the edges of the street. I mean, several inches deep, and cars were thankfully either not out, it wasn't super crowded as far as traffic went, or they were going really slowly. So that was something nice to see, as opposed to sometimes you get people, you know, going so fast and then causing the wake for houses and businesses along the edges of the street there. As we look at the radar indicated rain totals, like Peyton was pointing out a little while ago, the big bullseye was over the lake. So it's kind of interesting if this had been removed a little bit north, south, east, or west, somewhere not right over the water, it might have caused even more problems than what we're seeing in some of these spots. So really a big bullseye here, and keep in mind that hot pink, that's indicating by radar up to about 10+ inches of rain. The bright reds are 8 to 10 inches. Then you get to the yellow, that's about 3 to 6 or so inches. So very interesting to see, just boom, right over Lake Pontchartrain, and of course surrounding areas, including south, north, and west of Lake Pontchartrain, getting some of those heaviest totals there. Looking at our live radar, you probably want to see what's happening again. Let me show you what we have. And again, this is looking better. So really nice to see some of this moving to the east, right now over Lake Bourne and over the Biloxi Marsh kind of area, some of our heaviest rain. We also have moderate showers still ongoing for some North Shore spots, although also, as we were pointing out, Peyton was mentioning, the severe threat overall is much lower, although a lot of parishes really south of Lake Pontchartrain and off to the east are still under a tornado watch, and that could go until 4 p.m. So a couple more hours officially. Sometimes they'll cancel it earlier when they see the threat has passed, but still a pretty good complex of lots of lightning and thunder with this area of the line of storms over Plaquemines Parish right now. Let's check that out around Carlisle. A lot of heavy rain. Again, so nice to see some of this heaviest bit kind of getting out again toward the marshes, and eventually will be out more over the Mississippi Sound and not over land areas. Then farther back toward Galliano and Cutoff, both of those locations kind of seeing some pretty heavy rain still, so racking up some rain totals there. Here's the drying spot around Thibodaux, thankfully getting to that point, or already gotten to that point. We're checking out north of the lake. A lot of Tangipahoa Parish now not seeing as much action. And then again, for New Orleans, things are drying out for the metro area, Jefferson Parish along the West Bank and New Orleans East. Still rain, we can definitely still hear it here in the French Quarter too, but thankfully not as heavy. So we'll still add to those totals that we have, but we're not seeing quite as much activity, you know, of course, as earlier. So nice to get to this part of the day where things are kind of winding down as opposed to ramping up, but we still have a little while to go. So looking at your forecast through the next several hours, still a pretty high chance of rain in the next hour or so, but by 4 p.m., it might even be lower than 50% by that point. Most of us, I think, would be on the drier side. And then through the rest of the evening, we're in the 70s and we're dry. No, still kind of breezy. And then we have that beautiful weather expected for tomorrow. So we've been saying at least that's lining up well, but still dealing with the heavy rain at this point, and still probably a couple of hours until we see it completely move east of our area.
Alexandra, we know that radar moved the National Weather Service at its new site, so this is a heck of a test for it to have on the first day of it really being up. But we want to go over to Lee McNeil now because, of course, while we're talking about the flooding in our area, we also are dealing with a potential tornado that touched down in Slidell. There were a lot of downed trees, a lot of homes that probably have some damage. We can't confirm all of that damage, but Leah, what can you tell us right now?
Because I'm right here on Duncan Street, right off of Old Spanish Trail, and you mentioned those downed trees. I mean, that is nothing but that is covering this street right here. You see this pine tree, this massive pine tree is in front of somebody's yard. A piece of this tree across the street is actually being held up by some power lines. The St. Tammany Parish Fire Department had to come out earlier and kind of use a chainsaw to saw it in half and really clear the roadway. You can still see that sawdust out here. And this is just a slither of the damage that is out here on Duncan Street. I've been speaking to neighbors for the past couple of hours or so, and luckily no one was injured. One man told me that when he was inside of his home, he actually it got very silent. That was the best way he could. He said it was silent. In a matter of seconds, it just sounded like a massive wind tunnel was just surrounding his home. And the next thing he heard was bangs and crashes from the trees in his front yard falling down. So a lot of scary moments for a lot of folks out here on Duncan Street. I mean, I've been hearing people's stories and really just the frightening moments as they're now trying to pick up the pieces. There's some folks now in the yard. Hey guys, y'all are okay? You said you're good, right? Tell me, I mean, you were inside when it happened. What did it sound like?
So I was in my room and I felt like, you know, whenever you're on an airplane and your ears start to like pop, I just felt like pressure in my ears, and then I just heard like everything like falling over and stuff like that. That was really it. Like, there was like no warning. I just like felt pressure, and then I like heard everything, and like the power went off, stuff like that. That was really it.
And what did you feel when you came outside and kind of saw all the debris and the pine trees? I mean, stuff is everywhere out here.
Honestly, I was just scared. Like overall, like I was trying to get our animals safe, because we have a lot of this. I had to get them in the bathroom, stuff like that, close our windows. But whenever like I saw everything out here, it was just kind of like, I didn't know how to feel really. It was just scared.
And you're okay. This is Mom, right?
Yeah, she came. I was scared.
Yeah, Mom, you went to work today, right?
Yes, I work in New Orleans at Costco. She called me. She sounded frantic. She's like, and a tree fell on the house, and she was panicking, and I was like, I'm on my way. I left work. I'm parked all the way over maybe 3 streets.
So you had to walk quite a distance to get here, yeah.
I walked. I climbed trees and power lines and
just to get home back to your daughter.
Yeah.
How do you feel? I mean, walk me through that panic in her voice. I'm sure that was terrifying for you hearing your daughter.
It was. I started stuttering. I couldn't even. I was tripping over my own feet.
Do you all have any damage to the home? I know we see a lot of debris out here in the front yard. Other than the few things that you're holding, this is like what, some piece of the shingles or the siding
the
or
shutters.
The shutters, yeah.
Just pieces. My shed is completely obliterated. But if you see the apartments in the back,
yeah,
they were tore up pretty bad. So.
And how are you feeling? I mean, luckily I've been speaking to your neighbors. I know a lot of you all were kind of in the streets checking on each other. It feels like a really close, tight-knit little street right here on Duncan. Tell me, what have you been hearing from your neighbors?
they've just been trying to clean up and get everything out the way. Had some people down there messing with power lines.
Well, I'm just glad everyone's okay. Thank you so much for chatting with us, because I know you were at work. I'm glad you were able to make it safely. Let's not cross back over those power lines until it's all clear. But thank y'all for chatting us. Again, I'm so glad y'all are okay. This is, I mean, if you look at their yard, you see tons of debris and just pine needles. And again, guys, this is something that is littering this street, and not just this street, streets all across St. Tammany Parish. We have been out here covering this severe weather, getting ready for it to move in the area since 5 a.m. this morning. So to go from having no rain at all and now to seeing the aftermath, this that you're seeing right now on your screen is really just, it's really just startling to see how quickly this can move into the area and how quickly things can change for people. But as far as right here on Duncan Street in St. Tammany Parish in Slidell, we're so happy that everyone is telling us that they are okay. But for sure, it's definitely going to be quite a bit of a cleanup process here. I mean, you're talking about massive trees that are, you know, in people's yards on top of vehicles. There's a home right next door where the trees actually crashed on top of this Suburban. The windshield is completely shattered. Luckily, the folks who live here told me that it missed their home, so no damage in the inside of their home. They just have a few large limbs kind of in the front of their home. We're gonna walk over and give you guys a good look so you can see just how narrow this tree was from missing this home. It's pretty much, it's really just startling and incredible to see how this damage and how these trees just really narrowly, again, missed this home. So this is just some of the damage that we're seeing out here in St. Tammany Parish. Again, a lot of folks telling us that they are okay and they are feeling very lucky and feeling very blessed that they can say that today, especially considering all this damage. I'll send it back to you all in the studio.
That is just incredible, Leah. If you can pan down to that car again, you can see where the tree pierced the metal of the car.
Wow.
That is insane. That just tells you a little bit about the force of the tornado that went through there, the force of those winds. I mean, it really is a miracle that nobody was significantly hurt in this thing. At least that's not what we've, as far as we've heard so far.
And that's the thing that's really important here. I know that the damage is something that is to marvel at, but the fact that people are safe and they are not injured, hopefully we keep it that way. Hopefully we don't have any loss. I was just marveled by the way that the women in that Paul earlier was speaking to these women inside of that hair salon, how they were so calm talking about the storm hitting that area. Even that family that Leah just spoke to, saying that, wow, I'm sure there was panic in the moment, but everyone is calm and hopefully everyone stays safe. That's the main thing.
We hear about the freight train sound. That's the classic sound that people hear before a tornado comes through. Just about every scene that I've ever been on where there's a tornado, that's how people describe it. But to hear them talk about the pressure, because the pressure is really something that is affected. And so to hear that woman talk about how she felt the pressure in her ears, and then she started to feel the damage happening around her. So that was kind of incredible to hear. Just it affects you physically as well as, you know, the fact that you could be hurt by debris falling and things happening with the tornado. So
yeah, we're going to get to our reporters in a couple of minutes. I know that you had a couple of closures that you wanted to announce.
Well, St. Tammany Parish Schools sent out an update just a little while ago talking about the number of schools that have lost power. They have a number of them. They haven't had a chance to assess them, at least as of 1 o'clock this afternoon. But there have been shelters set up in different parts of St. Tammany Parish in case some of the people out there who have had damage to their homes don't have a place to stay, don't have a safe spot to really dry themselves out from this rain and storm event. There are some shelters that have been set up, a couple of them at schools in St. Tammany Parish. So we'll be sure to get those to you, the specifics as we move on throughout the afternoon.
Also, we just heard from the RTA, they have temporarily suspended all bus services. Of course, that is due to that citywide flooding. When I was on my way in here, we hardly saw any cars on the roadways, and that's the way it should be. Right now, it's just not safe to drive. Even pooling I've seen on the interstate. So if you are out there and it's an emergency, make sure that you're being extremely careful and paying attention to your surroundings. All right, we want to go to Meg Ferris right now, who's also in Slidell. Meg, can you tell us what's the damage or the extent of the damage where you are?
Well, Sharice, we have now moved across the street from that apartment complex where we've been talking to the people where 50 people lived and they now don't have homes. So we're on Old Spanish Trail, and we've come across the street to the Easy Lube, and all these guys, they have like a dozen employees. They do 100 cars a day, and they were all here when the tornado was passing through. And tell me what it felt like. What did you see?
Well, the weather was just getting bad, and then we tried to close the doors because the rain was coming sideways, and as we were trying to close the doors, the door fell off and started just beating the shop up, and then next thing you know, we just tried to cover. We had one customer, and our main thing was to make sure she was safe. So Miss Pam got her out of her car and brought her to the bathroom, and we just kind of hit the deck because they had no warning, no sound. It just like regular bad weather. Then all of a sudden, when the wind came through, it just things started flying around and doors started coming off.
But these are big, huge metal garage doors.
Yes, they're big doors, and I mean, it just tore them up like they are nothing. This one is off the hinge, and it's back by that building back there, and it was just the craziest thing with no warning, and we just, thank God nobody got hurt, and that was our main concern, that the customers were safe and the employees were safe and nobody got hurt.
And these pits down here where y'all get in these deep pits so you can change oil under a car, and some of y'all got down underneath the ground?
Yeah, after we had gone into the bathroom, Toby, Gabe, and I took the customer in the bathroom, and then once the weather settled down some, we came out and I brought the customer down there in the pit, and we stayed down there just to make sure that everything had passed before we let her back out.
Yeah, and you're big and strong. You work on cars, and you said you could barely hold the door closed.
Yeah, I work in the back shop. We have two different shops, and when it hit, I ran to the bathroom, and I was holding the door for probably 3 to 4 minutes as hard as I could to keep it from going while everything blew across.
What did it feel like?
It was just like a moment of like, you didn't know what to think. You didn't know what to think. You know, you were just holding on, just trying to stay safe. So many things are blowing around.
Well, what did any of y'all actually see a tornado? That classic look, twirling gray wind.
Well, the visibility was so bad. All you could see was gray. You know, it was just the rain coming in, the gray, the wind. So I mean, we really couldn't see anything. And we didn't really have much of a chance to look because we were already inside as soon as we got the chance.
Yeah, trying to save your life. Did you see anything?
I did. I was out here taking a video of the clouds, seeing how they were moving faster and faster. And I looked to my right, and I see a big tornado kind of bumbling towards us.
Hey, Meg.
So I'm running to the back, and then doors are being blown off, so we're running into the bathroom.
All right, so glad y'all are all safe. Okay, back to you.
Okay, Meg, yeah, we have an update from Jefferson Parish. There's a lot of water in the roads there. Cynthia Lee Shang, Parish President, giving an update right now, so let's listen in.
Where you don't know where the canal starts and stops, and you don't know where the road starts and stops, and it just looks all on the surface like water, okay? So that's why we're here right now.
And I know that, this is obviously the main canal, but are other canals concerns as well?
I have been looking, and I have our teams. I've asked JPSO to monitor other canals. We have our own public works team monitoring our canals. It seems like West Esplanade was the worst situation. So that's why we're focused on this. But we do have our public works teams checking other canals. A couple of hours ago when I saw this one getting high, we called into our public works. They have people out looking and monitoring, but I've asked JPSO, and I'm happy to see a lot of JPSO cars driving up and down West Esplanade because we're ready to go in case it gets higher. But I'm hoping that with the worst of the heavy rain behind us, we're going to be able to catch up, and you're going to see this canal level go down. That's my hope.
On the street level, any areas of concern in particular?
Well, there are different areas of street flooding, and there's some where cars are stalled. So especially, if you have a low car, just don't try it. Once you try it and it doesn't work, you're stuck. So, pull off to the side. Many cars over here, they just pulled off to the side, and just give us time. It'll go down if we can get, some dry time and there's no rain. The water goes down quickly. But just hold tight and just pull over, and don't try to make it because there are reports of stalled cars throughout different areas of the parish, especially on the East Bank.
We had Joe Valiente on our airways not too long ago talking about drainage and where we're at right now on both banks. Can you kind of tell us a little bit about that as well?
Yeah, we went into this event almost at 99.5% of our system. We always have 1 or 2 pumps, you know, off for maintenance, and I think we had 192 of 194 pumps in operation. So certainly, it's just like every storm. It's a matter of how long it hovers over you. Can you keep up the pumping capacity? I don't know the last reports, but I think I heard, you know, a little. Maybe we got 8 inches. I'm not sure. That's what my team seemed to tell me. So that's more than we expected, but it's just if it can move fast, you know, that's better for us. If it hovers over us, then it's like a time game that we play, our pumping capacity versus how much rain that's still coming down onto the streets.
And any reports of any water rescues or anything like that?
There was a report of one vehicle that people were stuck in a car. They were out by the time first responders got there. There were some other people stuck in cars in high water. Nothing that I'm told deadly or anything, just people in high water, but nothing extremely dangerous.
Was that
but
over
people.
here in Metairie?
That was a report in Metairie, yes. But by the time, the way I got it is by the time first responders got there, the person was already out of the car.
President Chang, we're live right now. If you could just briefly summarize what you said at the top about this particular canal.
Right. This particular canal has been on the top of my mind all day, West Esplanade Canal, because the canal levels were extremely high earlier today, and it kept raining. So the real danger, it's an inconvenience for us to be on flooded streets. It's an inconvenience. It takes a longer time to get whole. But the real danger is this canal, because the vehicles travel right next to the canal. And if the canal overtops and the streets are flooded, on the surface it looks just like straight water. You lose your visual of where the road ends and the canal begins. And if the streets are flooded, it does not, I've been in it myself, it doesn't take a lot of water to have you lose control of your car and for your car to kind of float. So a potential floating car next to an open body of water is a deadly situation. And so that's why I've initially, you know, have been looking at this canal, spending most of my day around here. We have our public works teams looking at the height of all canals, but this canal especially, I was on the phone with Sheriff Lapinto earlier, asked him to send resources out, and I've seen JPSO driving up and down West Esplanade. So we're ready to, you know, put barricades up and put police up and close if we have to, because that's a deadly situation. That's much more than an inconvenient situation. That's a deadly situation. And so that's why I've been kind of hanging around this area today.
Have been any concerns with school letting out? There might be flooded.
Some schools, you know, like we're told that later on today it'll be fine. So it's just we're trying to beat time. We know that parents having to pick up kids from school, you know, I'm sure the schools are going to work with them. Nobody's going to close doors and leave kids, you know, overnight by themselves. So I think, you know, the children are safe. Again, if you have a low car to the ground and you need to wait it out a little bit, I'm sure it'll be fine. I think schools will be making some announcements about that, but we're just trying to get a period of time where there's no rain and we can catch up. But, you know, a lot of vehicles on the cars being stalled is not what we want, right? So fortunately, I think it's not raining as much now. The worst is going to be behind us on the east bank, and we'll be okay for the rest of the day, hopefully, if the way the forecasts come in, you know, prove true. But yes, just it's critical that if you don't think you can make it, it's better to pull off to the side and wait or go in another direction. Just find another way to do what you have to do this afternoon. If in doubt, don't. Okay? That's if you have a low car, if in doubt, don't. So. All right. Okay. Y'all need to go get that.
All right, Lily Cummings, I just called her mixed up with a reporter that we used to have working here, but Lily Cummings is there with Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Sheng, so we're going to ask her some questions in a little bit, but you know, Cynthia Lee Sheng saying that her main concern has been the high water level in the canals in Jefferson Parish. I know she was along West Esplanade just now, and that level, I don't think I've ever seen it that high, and I live somewhat nearby there.
You just showed a video of a canal that's almost like almost breaching.
Yeah, so other people have been sending videos of the West Napoleon Canal as well. That apparently is dangerously high to the top, or at least it was earlier today. So it's a very dangerous situation out there.
Yeah, Alexandra Cranford standing by right now. Alexandra, we just heard from Cynthia Lee Sheng, and we just saw from Leah as well and everyone that's out in the field that the rain seems to be slacking up in those areas in Slidell and in Jefferson Parish. So is that the case? Is the worst of it behind us?
You know, I think so. We're getting to that point where the heaviest rain is now off to the east. Something interesting, though, is that we do see, you can see this little cell here getting close to Homa again. So we may see a few more straggling kind of storms out behind this line of rain. But this is really where some of the highest winds, I think, are, especially when you see that bowing out, kind of like a bow and arrow. That usually indicates some strong winds kind of driving this section and creating that shape. So there is some heavy rain. It's so nice, though, that it is just now getting pretty far to the east of some of those more populated parts of St. Bernard Parish, now almost out into the Mississippi Sound. Still some heavy rain over Bay St. Louis, though. Still a lot of rain south of the city of New Orleans, but actually the metro area itself from the West Bank north into the city and including those parts of Jefferson Parish are now much quieter. Again, a lot of rain and lightning, though, just to the south, really just south of Balchase, including around Carlisle and right along that edge of Plaquemines Parish and into St. Bernard. And then you can look over toward Galliano. We've had some heavier rain around there, too. And again, this is something that, you know, we're seeing kind of starting to surge up again. So we'll see whether this is able to continue and sustain itself. You know, this is roughly on a track, again, toward New Orleans and toward Jefferson Parish. So we'll see. But right now, it's only just barely getting to about Cocodrie, and that could be maybe another bit of rain, and it would certainly increase your rain totals. But those really, really heavy downpours that we saw earlier that dumped, radar indicated up to 10 inches of rain right over Lake Pontchartrain. Those are now mostly to the east. If you're curious about what's going on north of the lake, we still officially have the bright green boxes. I'll show you the warnings in a second, still in effect, but we do thankfully see some lighter rain there, even at Picayune now, where some of the most heavy action was ongoing. Of course, around Slidell, where unfortunately we had those two looked like rotating probably or possibly, you know, tornadoes touch down, and then also off to the northeast into Mississippi, farther into Mississippi to the northeast, still some decent rain there. Okay, as for watches and warnings, yes, the heaviest rain is shifting east. Yes, we have a little bit more to go with the rain, especially if you're in our eastern areas. And again, we'll see if those cells to the south over the Gulf are able to ride up for maybe a final shower storm for a few areas. But this is our tornado watch area, and note that it has been trimmed a little bit. It includes all of our South Shore spots and part of the North Shore and into Mississippi, and this still officially goes until 4 p.m. These are all the active warnings. And again, a watch is not as serious as a warning. A warning is kind of that level up saying it's happening or just about to happen. So these are still in effect, and all of these are for the flooded streets. And just the heads up, you know, please don't drive in these areas if you can. And I know we're getting to the point where some of you may have had some drier spells, maybe some really light rain compared to what we had earlier, and may want to get out and about. If you can, though, this still isn't really a great situation to get into, since there are some streets flooded, many reports coming in, and so you just don't want to get into those spots where it's a little lower lying, and then you're encountering the water over the roads, which is really dangerous, of course, to drive into. So flash flood warning still until 4 p.m. For St. Tammany until 2:15, so not much more farther to the west. And then the big, of course, flash flood emergency warning. That one will go until 3:45. And then you can see as we zoom out, now there are a bunch more flash flood warnings off to our east as some of these heavy storms just continue nudging to the east as this system makes its way over toward, you know, into Mississippi, Alabama, and along the Florida coast. And here is the bigger picture. We have a tornado warning here just barely on the state line or just over the state line into Florida. Big severe thunderstorm warning box in this area too. All these green boxes, the flash flood warning. So just a lot of rain out there, and also, you know, that potent kind of system. Also, we have, you can see farther back, the swirl of the upper low. So we will see all of this continuing to move through our area. But really the next couple of hours, that will be about all that we're going to see. As for wind, we have a wind advisory in place for the next 5 or so hours, but it's not extremely windy for these spots. Balchase saying a near 30-mile-per-hour gust, but thankfully it's a little lower, especially compared to some of those thunderstorm wind gusts. And look at these temperatures. We're in the 60s, so it's actually a cool feel if you step outside, plus the rain, plus a little bit of that breeze. So a little bit of a different kind of feel. Actually, this forecast is a model. It has the rain chances about right, but the temperature is completely wrong. It has us almost near 80 in the next few hours, and we're certainly not there as we're sitting in the 60s. So Precision Cast, I wanted to show you really quick. It's not really doing a great job, but the general idea, and I showed you a different high resolution model a few minutes ago, is that everything's kind of moving out in the next couple of hours. Maybe another shower overnight, but we don't have much of a rain chance really at all. And this takes us to tomorrow morning. We've got some clouds, and then moving through the day on your Thursday for French Quarter Fest, looking pretty good. So this model has clouds actually already out of here by 10 a.m. So we will be clearing, and we will be looking for probably windy conditions tomorrow as well. Just to look really quickly at our forecast for the next few days, as we start to shift our focus from the really strong storms that we had earlier, now into kind of the winding down phase, it looks like, with the severe threat lower, although we're not completely finished necessarily just yet, but we don't have any active tornado or severe warnings at this point, aside from the flash flood warnings. And then you can see tomorrow still windy, high temperature 75, almost perfect. And then getting into Friday and the weekend still looks really good. So wow, French Quarter Fest, Strawberry Fest, other things happening this weekend. You're really lucked out heading into those days after we finished with the storms for today. So at least we're getting to the point where we can almost enjoy the pretty weather that will be moving in, but still some active spots as far as the rain goes. And just to show you a couple more of these, still pretty windy, especially out over the open waters where we still have storms. So we still have a wind advisory in place officially until this evening. And then with these southeast winds, you may have seen some minor coastal flooding. So we still have that coastal flood advisory in addition to all of those active spots. So one more peek at radar, and we'll see how things are shaping up just in the past couple of minutes. Or maybe you're just tuning in and thinking maybe we can start getting outside again. Not really a great idea, but we are seeing some drying, especially for some of these most western areas. Still showers and storms off to the south and southeast of New Orleans. A lot of action, especially with this cell that I was showing you, or this portion of storms right along the coast of Mississippi, and really more so out in the waters. And then look at this, still got to keep our eye on this. We'll see if this is able to surge all the way inland or whether it'll just kind of hug some of our coastal areas more. But we'll keep our eye on this and keep you updated. But for now, the heavier rain, thankfully moving out of some of those areas like New Orleans and really even Slidell. Still some moderate rain coming down there, but not as heavy anymore. And on the other side of the parish, it's getting a good bit lighter as well. For those rain totals, just to touch on that really quickly, I was showing you earlier that our radar estimated rain amounts were so high, and we'll just take a look at that again and see if that has changed. And we'll maybe dot in some of the actual numbers that our radar has estimated. This is normally takes a little while to load because it's taking in a lot of information, but let's just kind of query here. So for New Orleans, radar's estimating close to 7 inches, and I did see that at some of the City of New Orleans sites. I saw about 7 inches around the City Hall part of downtown, more like about 3 or 4 for some other parts of downtown closer to the French Quarter or Treme. Looking north around Covington, a little pocket there that radar wants to say 9 inches, almost 7 inches for parts of St. Tammany. Slidell, it wants to say about 6. Our actual gauge there is showing more like 3 or 4, and then over to the west up to about 8.5. And if you're somewhere farther away, you know, the greens are showing again about 1 or so. That part of Mississippi about 4 or 5, and then the yellows are more like maybe 3 to 4 or so. And some of those actual rain totals, because it's nice to compare what radar is guessing and then see what actual observation sites are saying. Oh, look at this. At Kenner, it's now jumped to 6.2 inches, and the lakefront 6.5 inches. So those are both National Weather Service sites that have now logged over 6 inches of rain today. Downtown, again, I'll update that in a second. Belle Chase close to 2. Like I was saying, the Slidell site at the airport there, 3 to 4 or so inches. And thankfully, some other locations did not get quite as much rain and not as much of a flooding concern. but certainly some of these New Orleans streets, Jefferson Parish, around some parts of Slidell, maybe still some water in those streets. And thank you for those of you who have gotten out safely and shown us some of your videos and pictures. It's always really good for us here in the studio, especially when we're tracking radar and things, to see what you're actually seeing out there. One more look at the big picture, and then we'll see where we're going after that. Right now, it looks like we still have most of the heaviest rain just sweeping along into the Florida Panhandle. Still watching what we have going on in our eastern fringes and along the coast. And then we're not expecting a lot more rain tonight, or tomorrow will be mostly dry, but interesting to see still that swirl associated with the system over the Dallas area, and actually a flash flood warning around there too. All right, back to you guys.
All right, so that flooding threat is still not clear, although it is getting better, as Alexandra just mentioned. We're starting to see it taper off a bit, but there are still many parts of the city of New Orleans that have water in the streets.
All right, we're going to continue our coverage with Alyssa Curtis. She's on Dumaine Street right now. Alyssa, can you tell us exactly where on Dumaine are you? And obviously that flooding, as Katie just mentioned, it's not over, not just yet.
Wow. I think we're having a little bit of an issue with Alyssa's microphone right now, but you could see the water in the street there. It is significant.
It is. And I told you earlier when I tried to get here, a lot of people that are trying to come into the station because we have storm coverage right now and have all teams, everybody, all hands on deck. It's difficult to get in when you go through some of the streets. Some are typically flooded that we know of, that are very low points in the city, that every time you get just even the basic rain, you might have a little bit of flooding in the area. But there are some areas that are really scary that are rising up really high, especially those canals, one of those that we saw in Jefferson Parish, that Cynthia Lee Sheng said she was worried about, because she said that can turn deadly as that water goes there. So it needs to you need to be careful as you drive by.
And it looked like behind her, it was starting to recede. The water was going down. The pumps were really able to catch up in Jefferson Parish. In New Orleans, hopefully that's the situation too, although where Alyssa is on Dumaine, looks like they're still having an issue. Now, we heard from Colin Arnold a little while ago, the emergency preparedness and Homeland Security Director for the city of New Orleans. He told us, you know, the situation is the Sewerage and Water Board cannot generate enough power to run the drainage pumps at peak capacity. And what we saw today was some parts of New Orleans clocking in almost 8 inches of rain throughout this event. That is a tremendous amount of rain in a short period of time, even if it was over a few hours. The city's pumps just can't keep up. And frankly, the power capacity means that they're having to decide which areas to send power to because there's not enough to go around. So that's what they've been fighting all day.
All right, we've been talking about flooding, and we're also talking about some potential tornado damage. You want to go back out to Leah McNeil. She's in Slidell while Alyssa gets her mic together and we can figure out what's going on with that. Leah, she spoke with a family a little bit earlier who was home when that tornado touched down in Slidell.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just some really scary moments. I've talked to quite a few families in the neighborhood out here where I am right now here in Slidell, and the ones who were home when this apparent tornado touched down said that it got quiet, and then all of a sudden just an incredible amount of noise. Some of them kind of described it sounding like a train, and you can really just see the aftermath here in this neighborhood. I'm on Slidell Street right now here in Slidell. You see this power line just completely down, and even damage looks like a water line of some sort right here. You see it just kind of gushing up out of the ground with just tons of tree limbs surrounding it. I mean, this is just really what we have been seeing all throughout the day out here in St. Tammany Parish. We've been out here in St. Tammany, I would say since about probably 6 a.m. this morning. We've been out here kind of keeping an eye on things, waiting for this weather to come into the area. And once it came into the area, it left all of this debris and damage behind. I mean, just kind of looking in the surrounding lots from where this power pole is really just snapped in half and is down here. You can really see a lot of the tree limbs. If you want to pan over here right across the street from this elementary school, you can really see just evidence that the wind was so strong out here in this area with snap trees. I mean, you see what looks like was a shed right here, just completely destroyed, turned on its side. Looks like the windows are blown out, and a lot of just debris and damage out here on Slidell Drive. So we've seen so many people out here on the roads, a lot of people turning around because a lot of these roads are really just impassable. So that just goes to show you about the damage that is still left behind out here. We have seen several different sheriff's offices out here, sheriff's office units kind of keeping an eye on things and keeping everyone safe and just making sure that folks, in fact, do not try and venture out here and try to see what is going on for themselves, because again, that's absolutely what we do not want to happen. Folks are out here trying to get the cleanup efforts going already. We've seen quite a few excavators out here and some of those really heavy duty machineries to try and start clearing out some of these limbs from the area out here. So again, if you are here in the Slidell area, the best thing to do is really just to stay at home while the crews continue to try and get all this cleaned up, because as you can see and as the images that we've been showing throughout the day, it's really going to take quite a bit of time to get this all cleaned up. But luckily, from the folks that we've talked to, there has been no injuries reported so far. So a lot of folks have been telling us that that's an absolute blessing, considering the sounds that they heard when that apparent tornado touched down. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
All right, Leah, thank you so much. Leah, I know that we've been covering the stories about the just kind of outrageous home insurance rates, homeowners insurance rates that people are facing. Have you talked to any people? I see a lot of those power lines and trees that are down in front of homes and yards and on the cars. Are we talking to any people who experience any damage on their homes or any extensive damage to people's homes there?
Well, the family that I first talked to, they said that it's still a bit too much. The tree limbs are covering their home a bit too much to where they can't tell if there was any real damage on their home. There is a few streets not too far away from where we are right now that we have gotten some reports from neighbors of flooding just a little bit inside their home. So again, just another added headache layer when it comes to the insurance rates and the flood insurance rates, the insurance rates period. So just really a big headache for a lot of folks out here. So as of right now, most people are telling me that it's a bit too early to tell the extent of the damage, but luckily so far it's not nothing that is too extreme.
All right, Leah, thank you. And we know the National Weather Service will be doing surveys in that area as they posted in another area as well. But that is just another adding insult to injury, as we recently just talked about the high homeowners, if I can say it, insurance rates that are plaguing a lot of people, including flood rates. It's just really expensive right now to have a home. So when you add this layer of damage, if there is any damage, it's really frustrating.
Yeah, nobody wants to have to make a claim right now. And as we know, a little bit of water can do a lot of damage. Now, there are some shelters that are open in Slidell for anyone who needs them, and Pearl River. Creekside Junior High School is one of them. That's in Pearl River. John Slidell Park Gym is open as a shelter if anyone needs it. That's on Robert Boulevard. The Recreation Center on North 12th Street in Lacombe is also open for anybody who might need shelter. Of course, as Leah just mentioned, people are just now really getting a look at the damage that's been done to their houses. We know the North Shore is just covered with pine trees. It's known for its piney woods. That's one of the things that people love about the North Shore so much. The problem is when you have a tornado rip through, it snaps them like twigs. So it has just been an incredible scene up there. But Jefferson Parish also not immune from what we've been seeing today. Lots of flooding.
All right. Lily Cummings joining us right now. Lily, earlier you spoke to the parish president, Cynthia Lee Shang. We jumped in about midway through the press conference. What did she have to say?
Yeah, Cherise, President Cynthia Lee Shang has said that this has been the area she's been keeping a close eye on all day. We are on West Esplanade. You're looking at the canal behind me here. This is the area that they've been focused on because they've been watching to see if the canal would flood and go over the roadway. As you can see, some cars that are passing through that high water on the roadway there on West Esplanade. So they've been very concerned about this area. However, I will say at this time, it looks like a lot of that water is going down into the pipes, which is good news. We want to see that happening, and we want to, of course, see less rain coming down as well. Now, I will say that there are spots that are flooded all across Jefferson Parish, from the West Bank to the East Bank. They did send us a long long list of some areas that they're watching, and I want to read off just a few of these to you all. Elmwood Park and Clearview is flooded. A big one, Causeway and Vets is impassable. We drove by that earlier today. It was like a lake. You couldn't get, when you're going from I-10, you have the option to go onto the Causeway or to Vets. If you're trying to go to Vets, that was a complete lake. People were having to turn around. So keep that in mind. We also have Cleary between 27th and Vets. We have Farrington Drive in Marrero, the 200 block of Azalea and side streets. We have flooding on Citrus Road, Garden Road, possibly involving homes there. A sinkhole reported at North Arnold Road, Johnson Street. They are saying that that is 8 feet wide and 2 feet deep. We're also seeing different service roads flooded. North Causeway and Metairie Road flooded. Lake Ave to West Esplanade needs barricades. Vehicles are stalling. Fat City is flooded. Loveland and Harvard. So all across, like I said, this list is quite extensive, and that's just a little bit of it. But all across JP, we've been seeing a lot of flooding today. Veterans at Transcontinental, veterans at Clearview, we've seen flooded. We drove past Williams and Airline Drive, Williams Boulevard and Airline Drive earlier today. That was barricaded off because there were some vehicles that had stalled there as well. So Parish President Cynthia Lee Sheng saying that they haven't seen many reports of injuries or things like that, but they did have to do one rescue earlier today in Metairie. By the time that first responders got there, the folks were already out of the car and they were okay. But they did see several cars stalled across the parish today. She said that she's requested backup from JPSO on some of these problem spots, specifically this canal that you're looking at. She's asked that JPSO be out here providing that additional support to let people know, hey, turn around, don't drown, as we always say. So they've been out here assisting with that, making sure that people are getting through safely. So again, JP, look out for these areas, especially between West End and Bonneville along Veterans. There's a lot of side streets there that are flooded as well. Guys.
Lily, did she say anything about why the canals are going down so slowly? I mean, I know she said that things needed to just catch up. Was there any issue with the pumps or anything in their drainage system up there?
I believe she said only 2 pumps were offline at the start of the storm. She felt like that was pretty normal on any average day for Jefferson Parish. So she said this was really just about how much rain that we got over a course of time. She was saying that she believes 8 inches. I know Alexandra and a few other people are probably better experts than me on that, but 8 inches over however long was just too much to keep up with.
And I know, Lily, she's not Kenner. Kenner is Kenner, but you were up in Kenner and saw that incredible tree damage earlier just off of Williams. Did she say anything about whether or not they think that may have been a tornado, or if, you know, that was just some straight line winds and soggy ground that led to that situation?
We don't know at this time about that damage, Katie. We believe, you know, that was early this morning, 7:30 this morning, before some of those reports of tornadoes started popping in. So we're thinking at this time that that was just wind damage, but of course we'll keep you all updated on that.
Okay, good stuff. And I know West Napoleon's canal, the West Napoleon Canal was also to the tops. Just hearing that from friends who were out and about. Just a crazy flooding situation throughout that parish today. Thanks for that update, Lily.
All right, and we want to continue our coverage with Alyssa Curtis. We had some technical difficulties a little bit earlier. Yes. She's in Treme on Dumaine Street. Alyssa, can you join us, or can you hear us right now?
Here, you guys, we were having some camera issues just because of all the rain and the water, but I hope you guys can hear us right now. We're back up, but there is some flooding right here. As you can see, there's been some cars trying to move through this area. We are at the, he's deciding to move back as he's seen some of the flooding here. He said, nope, I'm not doing it. And that has been the situation for the past 10, 15 minutes or so here on North Tonti and Dumaine. we know the streets in New Orleans are very uneven, so we've seen some areas that look a little bit drier, but you take a few steps forward and it is kind of dips off and it is flooded even more. Some over here, I don't know if Bernice is following me with the camera, but you can tell that as I'm walking further and further away, you can see the water is moving. It's just higher on this area. You can kind of see some of these houses, the water is starting to get to the first step of their porch. I was walking around trying to find some of the catch basins. It's a little hard to see just because there's so much water. A lot of the water is really murky. So I've been trying to walk around and look at some of these catch basins to see why the water is just kind of stalled here. They don't seem to be draining. When you look at a catch basin, when there is standing water, you can kind of tell when it's pulling in. You can kind of see that water. There's like a whirlpool and some movement in there. I'm not seeing that over here on North Tonti when I've seen maybe 2 catch basins and they're just completely stalled. No movement. This water is just standing here. And again, it's very uneven. These streets are very uneven. We know that. We live in New Orleans. The streets in New Orleans are uneven. So even if you're driving and you take a look and say, oh, there's only a little bit of water, it doesn't seem too bad. Once you drive a little bit further down that street, you can dip in and just catch some more water. And that's not a situation you want to be in. We've seen a few cars in the past 15, 20 minutes try and drive through this street. You can see now this white SUV is taking that route that we've seen a lot of people. I don't know if he wants to move. I would suggest you go back. They keep getting stuck there.
Yeah, I was just looking up. I was like, ooh, that looks like a bad idea.
Yeah, they keep getting stuck there, so you might want to turn around. So, yeah, we're on live right now, actually. So, yeah, no, that's okay. We wanted to make sure you didn't get stalled out here. We've seen a few cars get stuck, so be careful. A lot of people have been going that way. That seems to be a better route than over here, so be careful, guys. No problem. So this is exactly the situation that we've seen since we've been out here for the past 20 minutes or so. This street specifically, it kind of catches you by surprise. You're driving, it's not so much water, and then as soon as you get towards the middle of the street, you can't go any further. So you don't want to be in these conditions. The rain has let up. It's not raining as bad. There's a few drizzles. It's been on and off for the past few hours, as you guys have seen since we've been on air. It is fairly dry right now, just a few light drizzles, but again, that just because there's no rain doesn't mean these conditions are any better. It might take some time for this water to recede. So if you're coming up to a street and you're driving, if you're coming up to a street and you see even just a little bit of water, I personally would kind of reverse, maybe find a different way. If you don't have to be on these roads at all, I would suggest you do that. Stay home, stay safe, stay dry. I'm sure it's warmer in your house. You got some snacks, some food. You don't want to be stuck in here. We've been driving around the city all morning for the past few hours, and so many cars have stalled out. And I know what you're thinking. I can make that. You know, it rains all the time in New Orleans. This is not a normal rain, guys, and you don't want to be stuck in this. Again, we don't know how long this water is going to be here. We've seen some people kind of come out of their houses and kind of check on the area and see what's going on. A lot of them have a shocked look on their face, and you know, you can kind of see it. They're like, oh no, I'm going to be stuck in my house. You want to stay home if you can. Again, this water at some areas, let me step over here so you can see, this is a higher part of the street at the intersection right here. But once you walk any further in either direction, that water just comes a bit higher. So stay inside if you can. I wouldn't even suggest walking around in these conditions. You don't know what's in the street. With all that heavy rain, we saw earlier some tree debris, some leaves, some really big parts of the tree, some branches and things. I would not suggest being out here at all. Again, it's been so unpredictable all morning. The rain has stopped. There's some light drizzling right now, but again, things can change in an instant. So just be safe. Do not drive in these floodwaters. Just don't do it. We don't want your car to get stalled out. We've seen it already so many times this morning in the past few hours. I would just stay home. We're bringing you everything you need to know on your TV all morning long, and we're showing you. Just stay home, be safe. We're gonna keep checking on these conditions. I'm gonna see if we can get some answers with these catch basins, because again, they don't seem to be draining. There's no movement around these catch basins. So this water is just sitting there and stalled. So I'm gonna make some calls and see what we can find out. But for now, reporting live on North Tonti, Alyssa Curtis, WWL Louisiana.
Alyssa, thanks so much. That was a question that we had here in the studio. Right now, it seems like the rain is pretty much either slacked off or it's gone away, but now we have the standing water, the floodwaters, and as you mentioned, we're seeing it right here, people that are stopping and noticing how deep those floodwaters go, and you don't want people to stall. One of the issues that we have talked about before is catch basins that are clogged up. I don't know if that's a situation here or where we are at with pump capacity. I think you guys spoke with Colin Arnold earlier.
We did, and I think it's, I can't speak to those specific catch basins. We could look to see if there have been any reports to 311 in that area, but I think the greater issue now is the fact that we just haven't had enough power to power all the pumps at peak demand. Yeah. And that was something that the city of New Orleans has known has been an issue for the last several months with turbine 4 down. It's been on and off over the last few months, and what we knew going into this rain event is that the Sewage and Water Board at peak capacity does not have the amount of power that it needs to run all of the pumps. So in situations like this where we see these crazy rain totals, I'm looking at WeatherWise NOLA. Alexandra can talk about this in just a moment, but again, here is the capacity of our ability to power the pumps. 40.5 megawatts currently available. When you scroll down, you can see that 44 megawatts is the amount of power that's needed to power all of the drainage pumps at peak demand. You would assume that we hit peak demand at some point today, given these rainfall amounts. Over in the East Bank treatment plant in the lower 9th Ward, they got 5.9 inches of rain. There are some areas with 7.5. This is in the 7th Ward, St. Roch neighborhood. 7.49 inches of rain reported today. 6.23 over at Morris Jeff, over in Algiers even, which Colin Arnold said was looking good earlier today in terms of their street flooding. But these are crazy amounts of rain in a very short period of time. The East Bank water intake over at Carrollton, that's, of course, uptown, 6.94 inches of rain logged at that site. So
yeah, we want to bring Alexandra Cranford in. Alexandra, is that amount of rain and this short amount of time unusual for this time of year, or is this something that typically happens?
It can happen, and we have seen it happen so often. We were just talking in the weather office, a couple of times a year, it seems like we're going to get these big downpours lately. Looking at what's happening now, though, things are quieting down. And again, it's a lot of rain. Interestingly, with this system, a lot of that was happening over the lake. So like I was showing you with our estimated rain totals, if that bullseye, which I'll show you in a second, had been located just a few miles north-south, especially south or west, it could have caused even bigger problems than what we saw. I know you might want to just look at radar really quick and say, okay, what's the update? What's happening now? Most of the main line of the heavy rain that we've seen has passed to the east. We still have pretty heavy rain, though, you can see for some of our south of the lake spots outside of New Orleans still, and still kind of watching these. Interestingly, these have not really surged all the way far north. We'll see how north they can get, but right now they're kind of hugging the coast. These were a little farther south of the Houma area just a while ago, an hour or so ago, and so we are still seeing those in the general area that they have been, so they're not really working all the way inland. I also wanted to show you really quickly an update on what's happening with the watches and warnings. Our tornado watch has continued to get trimmed down from the National Weather Service. So now actually the only portions of our area that are still under the watch are Terrebonne and Lafourche, and then along the coast, Plaquemines and St. Bernard, and Jefferson Parish. But interestingly, you know, they've dropped Orleans Parish, and often they, you know, are issuing for Jefferson Parish, meaning kind of the lower part of the parish. But right now, it's still the upper part highlighted officially in the watch, but thankfully, the tornado watch area kind of continuing to shrink as we see the storms move out. So if you're north of the lake, actually, you're not included at all. Orleans Parish isn't at all either. And then over to the west of the lake, same thing. Okay, let me get back to that graphic that I was going to show you with those rain totals, and then we'll check out what's happening with our warnings. Those have changed a little bit as well since the last forecast. This is what radar is estimating. Katie was naming some of those rain totals that we've had at observed sites, but this is what I was talking about. If this had just been a little bit, again, north or south, some of these pinks and reds indicating 8 to 12. The pinks are 10 to 12 inches of rain. I mean, that would have been even bigger problems than what we are seeing in a lot of spots, like where Alyssa was in particular just a few minutes ago. There were some totals that I was checking out. A lot of the oranges are indicating up to about 6 or 7 inches of rain, between maybe 5 and 7. So a lot of us did get these really big downpours, and there have been some studies coming out recently that show that these heavier downpours, you know, do seem to be increasing, just looking at the data over the past, you know, decade or two. So kind of seeing some of these heavy downpours a little bit more frequently, as far as just looking at some of, you know, the historic data for different places around the U.S. Looking at the warnings and getting you updated on what's happening with that, we still have a couple of warnings out, particularly the flash flood warnings. And you may have noticed these continue far after the rain has stopped. And that's, of course, just because what we saw out there, you know, not much rain anymore, but still a lot of water on the streets. So because of that, we have these flash flood warnings continuing for a while. One new thing is that this Metairie, parts of Jefferson Parish, Kenner, parts of our Metro New Orleans spots, that has a new flash flood warning until 6 p.m. So it might be ended a little bit early if some of those floodwaters can come down, but that's the newest warning that's been out. And then one farther to the south until 3:45. So again, just essentially it's still happening. So it's going to be maybe a couple of hours at least until some of this works its way down and it gets back to normal. Also north of the lake, we still have some warnings happening here. The one for St. Tammany goes until 4 p.m. officially. If you see the water really going down, you know, it's a good sign, but there are those spots that a lot of us know about. We can name it on our commutes or common routes where it's pretty low lying, and those still might have some water over it north of the lake. And then as we saw with our live pictures, certainly many south of the lake spots that tend to flood in some of those locations, like where Alyssa was, still seeing the water over the streets. As for our wind gusts, just looking at that really quickly, if you're curious how high those gusts got today, Slidell had a 45 mile per hour gust, Baton Rouge same thing, and Hammond about 40 miles per hour. And then at the airport, actually, there was over 50 mile per hour wind gust. At the lakefront, 59 miles per hour. So that's where you get into that severe range when you see a storm that's got 58 plus mile per hour gusts. Even suspected, that's when warnings will start to come out. Also large hail and of course a tornado. All those things would trigger a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. Of course, if it looks like more likely that it would be a rotating tornado getting toward the ground possibly. Thankfully, we don't have that anymore. So the severe threat is going down. Again, just seeing that tornado watch area start to shrink, that's a good thing too. Starting to see also, you may have noticed with our radar trends, the batch of rain is not really quite as filled in anymore. We're kind of starting to see it get a little bit more scattered in nature. So again, all these starting to happen as the system slowly inches to the east. And again, the big thing is you can see not as much rain for some of those flooded streets around New Orleans and Jefferson Parish, where things, you know, are still not good for driving for sure along some of those locations we've been checking in at, but no rain actually coming down. So this is just a matter of, like Katie and Charisse were saying, just waiting for it all, to kind of get moved out. As for farther south, still some rain showing up near the coast. Still that complex of storms, or a couple of little cluster of storms right along the coast around Cocodrie. These appear to be inching off to the east as well, and not really surging up quite as much. So we will see, we'll keep our eye on them, but for now it looks like they're kind of hugging a little bit farther to the south. And then even in Mississippi, things are drying out now, thankfully. So Bay St. Louis, even toward Diamond Head, starting to see things get a little bit calmer compared to earlier. So these are good things. Of course, the bulk came pretty much right where we were predicting it, between about 9 and roughly noon, 1 p.m. And now we're still dealing for sure in some areas with rain, but a lot of spots are improving. Looking at the bigger picture, I like to see this just to kind of take in what's happening in other spots. Look at this, the tornado watch now extended far to the east, way into Florida. A huge thunderstorm warning in the yellow box here. Look how much of just an absolutely giant chunk of the Florida Panhandle included in that one. We've got all our green boxes into the Hattiesburg area and of course in South Louisiana around the lake for our flash flood situation that's still ongoing, even though the rain is easing for a lot of spots. And still you can see even where some of this low pressure is still spinning around Dallas, still some flash flood warnings happening over there too. As for the wind, not so gusty. We've been seeing some gusts up to 30 miles per hour, but not like those high gusts that I was showing you earlier. So it is still a little bit breezy out there. Again, the big thing I noticed when I was on my way in just an hour or so ago, or a couple hours ago, was that the temperature has been dropping. So you can see those temperatures have been in the 60s for a little while. So eventually we may need some kind of jackets or sweaters after the flash flooding threat has finished, and we see temperatures later this evening and tonight eventually dropping off into the 60-degree range. So we have some cooler air moving in for tonight. And north of the lake, we could hit the 50s. So looking at that 7-day forecast, getting you updated for the next several days. I mean, it's great news as far as any sort of weather goes for the next several days. If you have to have an ugly rain event like this, at least you get treated to some really beautiful weather after that. Tomorrow, we're still expecting winds, though, pretty high, still a windy day. So something to think about at French Quarter Fest. We'll have the sun coming out, much drier air. This is low humidity kind of air we're talking about. Highs 75, almost perfect for a lot of folks, but it will be windy. So, have an idea, of what you would do for your bag or hat or whatever situation. Then Friday, we start in the 50s. We end up beautiful in the 70s, and the rest of the weekend for festivals and events looking good as well, just a little bit warmer. And then early next week, we'll be probably back into the lower and middle 80s, but still quiet. So a nice, tranquil, peaceful kind of stretch of weather after we finish with this rain today. And just to check in one more time, if you want to glance at your screen and see what the very latest is, and as we've been pointing out, this is our radar that's coming in from the new radar site in Hammond. So it got moved from Slidell over to Hammond, and thankfully things are improving. Still some flash flood warnings out in the green, no other active warnings, and still, even though there's some heavy pockets farther south, a lot of lightning here over this tip of Plaquemines Parish as well. But thankfully everything is getting better for our area. We just have to wait maybe another hour or two to get all of this moving on out to the east.
Thank you for that, and hopefully things are really going to start to dry out in the next hour or so. Now, the Causeway Bridge was shut down for a while because of the incredible amount of rain and the intensity of these storms. It has reopened at this hour, so traffic is now moving back and forth from the north to south shores on the Causeway Bridge if you're headed in that direction. And now St. Tammany, as we know, has had a significant amount of damage from a tornado hitting in Slidell. We know there are 3 shelters open up there right now. There's one in John Slidell Park. There's one at Creekside Junior High in Pearl River, and the Recreation Center in Lacombe is open as well. We're hearing from St. Tammany officials that the damage over there is widespread and catastrophic.
Yes, all right, and of course that forced them to issue a state of emergency for that parish.
Yes.
We want to continue our coverage with Leah McNeil. She's been driving along Slidell, where there's not only that tornado damage that they experienced there, but flooding that's still going on in that area. Leah.
Hey guys, yeah, this is the first time that I've been able to take this hood off my head for, I want to say at least 3 to 4 hours now. That rain has really just been nonstop out here, and that is resulting in this flooding that you see right here along this street. I'm along Slidell Avenue right here, and you can see this street here behind me is just covered with water. I have been chatting with these ladies who are outside right now, and they did say that luckily they don't have any water inside of their home right now, but their neighbor about a few houses down back that way does have some water inside of his home. They say at times it actually gets worse because, believe it or not, guys, we have seen actually quite a few people drive down this street, which only makes it worse when we're talking about getting water inside of people's homes, which just makes it for an even more of a headache right now because none of these folks have power. So you add that water from folks driving up the street, getting in top of their homes. I mean, it's just one thing after another for these folks. I mean, this street right here and really this whole neighborhood from the streets that we've been able to drive around, we've seen nothing but downed power lines. Here's one right now in the middle of the street. We have seen quite a few St. Tammany Parish vehicles out here. We've seen Atmos out here just trying to even figure out where to start when it comes to this cleanup process, because as you all mentioned, parish officials are saying that the damage is extensive and catastrophic here. So a lot of cleanup has to start here in St. Tammany Parish. But again, if you are going to be out here on these roads and you come to a street that is flooded, do not try to make your way through it because you are pushing water into people's homes. So not something that you'll want to deal with. So let's not do that to our neighbors out here as we're all trying to kind of get it together after this weather event kind of ran through our area right now. So for now, we're going to continue to kind of check on things out here in this neighborhood and bring you guys more when we hear back.
All right, thank you so much, Leah. Obviously, it's a tense situation for a lot of people in Slidell today as they not only dealt with those tornadoes, survived those tornadoes, but now they're going to have to face the really cold reality of having to clean up and rebuild.
I know, and you can't even take a look at the damage really clearly. You probably, emergency vehicles probably can't even get to those damaged areas because you still have so much flooding.
Yes.
And when you have all of those downed trees, and as you mentioned, the pine needles and all of the trees that are in that area, when you have that much, that many trees and that much nature and it comes down during a storm, it makes it difficult to really reach areas that you need to make sure that people are okay.
It did, I do have to say. The fire department up there has been pretty incredible too in trying to make those things happen and get those trees out of the roads. You know, I think they were out there within minutes of this tornado hitting and they were starting to, you know, use their chainsaws and make things passable. But as you mentioned, there's no way that they could have gotten to all of them because, again, the St. Tammany officials saying that the damage is catastrophic and widespread from this tornado today.
I know that we talked a little bit earlier about Sewage and Water Board, and we're actively working to try to get someone with Sewage and Water Board on the phone because now the big question, it looks like for the most part, we're past this part of rain, even though there is some rain that is expected later on in the day. But even though we're past the rain, and Leah just mentioned this is the first time that she could take her hat off and her hood off in a couple of hours, the water, it's still standing. And while it is draining very slowly. And that's not just in Slidell, but in Orleans Parish as well.
Yes, and we've also heard reports all the way over into Laplace and huge rainfall totals in that area as well. Just about every part of our metro area that this storm complex went over saw up to 7-8 inches of rain today. So everyone out there is dealing with some sort of impacts from this storm and this set of storms that we've been dealing with for hours this morning. And so we're trying to get you covered on all ends. But yeah, New Orleans still has a lot of water in the streets. Sewage and Water Board trying to catch up. Metairie, Jefferson Parish, they were in the same situation. They were trying to, you know, get those canals pumped down so that they could pump more water out of the streets and the neighborhoods into them. But they just hadn't done that yet the last time that we checked in with Lily Cummings in that area. So,
and then and of course, we've heard this from first responders, and we're hearing this from the city of New Orleans, that if you don't have to be on the roads, try to stay off the roads right now, especially as that water starts to drain. That's not just in Orleans Parish, but that's in Jefferson Parish as well. RTA, they're temporarily suspending their service. We know that the causeway, I believe, is back open.
It's back open.
The causeway is back open, so that's a positive sign there. But some of the things that you're paying attention to are those drainage canals. Those canals were rising up to levels that were almost going over. That's where Lily Cummings was a little bit earlier. And we saw that drainage went down just slightly, just a little bit. But again, moving slowly as it does that and not having enough power, as you mentioned, for Sewage and Water Board to pump that water out quickly enough.
Yes, and one of the areas that saw huge amounts of rain is St. Roch. Look at this. This is fresh video in from that neighborhood in New Orleans. Look at that. Man, that truck moving
there's a
way
car
too
stalled in the
fast.
middle.
Obviously, that car is going to be a loss. That's parked on the side of the street there. And this is why the city, allows parking on the neutral ground when this happens. But look how close it is because of the weight caused by that truck to that car, even in the driveway on the higher ground. So it's unclear right now if we have a lot of water in homes and businesses in New Orleans. We hadn't heard any reports of that yet, but the day is still young.
Well, we have some people who reported, and I believe the person who sent this video also reported that there was some water that reached up to the stairs. So a lot of people probably have water reaching up to their stairs, but you can see it right there. I don't know if that's a car that's parked on the side of the road. I think that's a car that is just stalled out in front of that home. The St. Roch community, as I mentioned, is just one of several communities across the New Orleans metro area that is experiencing flooding. And of course, then you have to think about the St. Tammany community, the storm damage that they have in that area. And there may be some injuries, but we don't know necessarily the extent of any injuries. And what I'm really hoping for, we haven't heard of any fatalities, and that's the good part here. We don't want to hear of any fatalities in this community.
It certainly is a blessing. One of the people working for Slidell police earlier today said it truly is a miracle given the damage that we've seen so far. Now that obviously could change as they start to survey all of the damage in St. Tammany Parish and in Slidell and those areas. We're hoping and praying that it doesn't change and that the injuries that were sustained by people throughout this event were just minor, which is really incredible. There have been cars flipped over on their sides. There were people inside of a beauty salon along Pontchartrain that Paul talked to over in Slidell. So it really has been
at their calmness.
Just
after
incredible.
All of that. Shocked at their calmness.
I would not be that calm.
No, not at all.
No.
Not at all.
Amazing.
All right, so we want to go over to Alexandra Cranford. Alexandra, you said that the worst of it maybe is past us, but we're not done just yet.
Right, there's still rain out there for sure, and some of it is pretty heavy still. Here is our latest radar view, and you can see, thankfully, everything's kind of improving for some of those spots that have gotten hit really hard, that we've seen the rain or flood water kind of still just sitting. So thankfully, there's not more rain coming down for some of those locations around parts of Metairie and Kenner and New Orleans. But we do still have some showers out there, and certainly even some storms. And there is actually a lot of lightning with a few of these cells. Like, for example, right along the coast, we have one cell here just south of Galliano. So a little heads up here, right along the coast, we may see this kind of clipping your area soon, although they don't appear along the coast to really be surging all the way inland. We're still not seeing it really move fast out to the east, but there has certainly been some movement. When I first got in, an hour plus ago, it was still over New Orleans, but just barely, and now it's off to the east of New Orleans. So still seeing some of these bands, though, continuing. A lot of heavy rain is over the extreme tip of Plaquemines Parish, too. And let's check out how much lightning is happening in some of these areas, because it's just a lot. We have, let's see, with this cell, for example, around Galliano, close to 200 strikes with that area of storm. And then here over Plaquemines Parish, just looking at that section of the parish, about 200 strikes too. So a lot of strikes. And as we look a little closer to New Orleans, for example, around Belle Chase, really just south of Belle Chase, let's see how many lightning strikes are happening with this part of the storm line, kind of. About 67 strikes, and that's over the past 10 or so minutes. So we are still seeing lightning. We are still seeing some of these heavier pockets, but it is good that it's starting to move away from land and getting farther out into water. For example, this over Lake Bourne as opposed to New Orleans East and some of those areas around the Wrigley's and places like that, actually still very close to there, but it is moving to the east now. And then farther south, we're seeing some of this really ugly kind of storm action that you're seeing over the sound now. That has moved from the Biloxi Marsh, St. Bernard areas, and so that has progressed to the east too. And again, still watching this cell south of Galliano. We will see what happens with it. It's not severe at this point, but it does have lightning. It does have some heavy rain, so a heads up there. it might be getting pretty close to Galliano pretty soon in the next maybe 10-15 minutes or so. And by the way, this radar loop is going back 1 hour, so you can see the changes that have happened in about an hour across southeast Louisiana and Mississippi. And so, you know, there's still rain out there for sure, but it is nice to get to this point in the event where at least things are improving rather steadily for some spots, as opposed to getting worse and the rain's still coming in and the rain's still, you know, appearing to just be out there to the west and on the way in. We're not at that point anymore. We've talked a lot about rain totals. That's kind of the shift in focus to what we had happen as opposed to what is happening, especially for New Orleans, where we don't have rain anymore. But we did have more than 6 inches of rain at the lakefront, 6.5 inches of rain today. And at the New Orleans airport in Kenner, almost 6.25. And then at downtown, I was just checking, what I've been showing here is around the Treme area. It's about 4 inches for that part of the city. And the City Hall location, this one again, as I was pointing out, this downtown number comes from the New Orleans sites, from the city sites, as opposed to the rest from the National Weather Service. And that's because downtown, the one from the National Weather Service went out a while ago. But there was one near City Hall that I was watching that's over 7 inches now. And these are observed totals and not estimates. For Slidell, it's more like 3.5 plus, and then over an inch for Bogalusa as well as Baton Rouge, but not as much showing up for some other spots. For example, a little farther out to the north and northeast. So that would be a good thing if you didn't get a ton of rain today. But unfortunately, a lot of people did get 6+ inches of rain. And as I've been showing you, that radar really showing a huge bullseye of rain right over the lake. So I'm so happy that that radar indicated 10 inches or so didn't happen over land, where that would have caused even bigger problems. Okay, so here's what we have as far as the big picture goes. We have our storms. This is really the significant kind of ugly part here. And look at that. I always say the bowing segment when it looks like a bow and arrow. A lot of high winds here with this cell moving into, of course, what is now a severe warned area, a severe thunderstorm warned area. Also, look at the spin. Very easy to see some of these low-level features with that spin with the low. And then also another spin with a low farther out, higher up in the atmosphere, but looking at that one as well, showing up around Dallas. So things improving, guys, but it's just going to take a little while to get that final batch that we have, especially near the coast and farther out to the east. We still need to get those out of there. And let me show you just really fast, if you missed it last time, our tornado watch area continues to shrink as well. So we're not seeing as many parishes under that severe or tornado watch anymore. It's all spots near the coast, including St. Bernard and Plaquemines Parish. Katie and Sharice.
This has been such a crazy weather event. Thanks for keeping everyone informed, Alexander. That is good news that watch keeps shrinking. Now, parts of Jefferson Parish have been dealing with that floodwater all day. Scott Walker posting on social media sites, a parish council member over in Jefferson Parish. There are many areas that they have seen reports of significant flooding, including flooding on Citrus and Garden Road, possibly involving homes in Jefferson Parish. This is a few hours ago, but that's an indication that there could be some damage to some homes there. He also reported that Lake Avenue to West Esplanade, vehicles were stalling out at that location. Fat City was flooded. Esplanade to Loyola had tons of water in it. There were concerns on LNA Road in Metairie that some cars were pushing water into businesses there because of the wake that was associated with that.
That's why they tend to tell you to slow down. A lot of businesses and homes, you get that water pushed in, even if you don't have any flood damage.
Right.
That could cause flooding inside of a business or a home. We want to have Lily Cummings pick up our coverage here. She's in Jefferson Parish and some of those areas that Katie was just talking about. Lily, what does it look like there? That water's still receding?
Yeah, and the schools are still, in session.
Right.
Right, Katie and Sharice, you just talked about Lake and West Esplanade. That's where we're at now. We moved down West Esplanade just a little bit. I want to show you what exactly people are driving through right now. As you can see, still a lot of water, and schools are in session, as you mentioned, Katie. And we just got an update from Jefferson Parish Public Schools. I want to read this to you all. They're saying that they're working with parish government to ensure all students stay off the road and remain safe. That is why they are delaying dismissal time at all campuses to allow time time for the roads to be more clear. Students will be kept safely at school until we can begin our dismissal process. We will share more information through all of our channels when we are able to start that process. Now, students who walk home from school independently will not be dismissed. Those students will need to be accompanied home after roads are more clear and we proceed with dismissals. So JP schools at this time saying that they're waiting on this water to recede more before they start dismissing students from school. As you all can see, there's actually two schools that I know of on Lake Ave right here where we're at. And so as you can imagine, having to drive through all of this in school buses or parents' cars, whatever it is, families' cars, this is just such a headache. So they're trying to let this water go down a little bit before they let those students out of school. Now, I will tell you, since we've been out here, we heard from Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang about an hour and a half ago, and she was really concerned with the West Esplanade Canal and how high it had gotten, and people being able to differentiate what's the road and what's the canal. Now, she did say that as that water goes down, things would, and as it quit raining, that things would improve, and that's what we're seeing right now. So the rain has let up. Finally, I feel like I've been standing out in the water all day. The rain has stopped, and we have seen those canals start to absorb some of that water from the roadways. So we're no longer seeing that. However, JPSO is still out here on West Esplanade to keep people safe. Katie, Sharice.
All right, Lily, thank you so much. I want to add a quick update, jump into some of the shelters that we talked about in Slidell. We literally just a few minutes ago, or a few seconds ago rather, just got an update. Apparently, John Slidell Park is no longer a shelter. Right now, they only have 2 shelters that are open. That is, if you need shelter, any help in that area. The Recreation Center in Lacombe and Creekside Junior High, that is in Pearl River. And I've been seeing people talking about some of the damage they've experienced and some of the video that I saw there of the extensive damage out there.
Yeah, it's incredible. Just the whole metro area has been touched by this storm event. So we've been keeping tabs on it for you from all areas. And, one thing that we have not seen is significant power outages, and that's been good.
All right, so let's take a live look right now if we can. Just to give you an idea, this is a traffic camera where this is I-10 and I believe Power Boulevard, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
This is where you see some of that backup start to happen, and that's only because people are being extra careful as they get onto the interstate. You can see that there is some standing, pooling water right there, and of course, when that happens, as they slow down, you see how far back that traffic goes. It makes it difficult for people to get off the interstate, for those who are trying to make it onto that exit. But the good thing is, when I drove on the interstate a little bit earlier, there was pooling water that was on the interstate. So I was really concerned about what was happening there. So now that we see people moving here slowly, as they should be, and being very, very careful, they're trying to avoid any mistakes as they get off that interstate at that exit.
Yeah, if we can move back over. I don't know if we're controlling this camera or if this is one not operated by us. But when we first took this shot, you could see that there was water over the road, and that's why these cars are unable to get off at I-10 at Power, because the road is blocked by the water still. We're still having to basically just wait it out. Cynthia Lee Shang said the pumps and the canals really just need to catch up with the huge amount of water that we've seen falling, rain that we've seen falling throughout this storm event. So that's why there's still water on the road. They're just waiting it out to get the water out.
Katie, you've been part of the Down the Drain investigative team, and you guys have been talking about this, what seems like to be for years, when it comes to what's happening with the drainage situation in New Orleans and surrounding areas. I mean, you mentioned a little bit earlier that we don't have the power to make those pumps catch up with the amount of water that came down. When are we going to get to that level?
It really just depends on that Entergy substation and when that's going to be finished. That's obviously a plan that's in progress at the Sewerage and Water Board and with the City of New Orleans and Entergy. It's basically allows the Sewerage and Water Board to tap into Entergy power much more smoothly and efficiently, and that'll allow the pumps to run, and they can convert it using frequency changers. But that's sort of a longer-term solution to what we have really just dealt with over the last 100+ years, which is pumps that run on a different kind of power than we can typically generate these days. So that's the issue, is that we have to generate our own power at the Sewerage and Water Board, and that type of power is created by these turbines that really are antiquated and archaic, and that whole system was revolutionary whenever it was first created. New Orleans was a pioneer on that front. The problem is that we have moved past that as a society, and now we use a different kind of power.
Yes.
And frankly, the Sewerage and Water Board and the infrastructure has not kept up. And you know, that's been our biggest Achilles heel when it comes to getting water out of the city, which we know New Orleans is built in a bowl. So it fills up whenever it rains. You got to get it out somehow, and that's what those pumps are for.
Well, I'm really curious to see what Sewerage and Water Board has to say about the standing water that we're seeing right now, because a lot of our reporters, like we said, they've taken the hats and the jackets off, and right now they're still standing in floodwaters. And it seems like every single community. And you guys continue to send us your videos and your pictures safely, of course. And the videos and pictures that we're seeing, a lot of communities are still dealing with slowly receding floodwaters, very slowly receding floodwaters.
Very slow, and I think that's what the parish president over in Jefferson said. That's what you're just looking at there, David Drive, and one of those feeder roads that comes off the interstate. The water is still over the road. The canals have been really, really full today. West Esplanade was at a very disturbing and really scary level, essentially, is what Cynthia Lee Sheng said about it, because if the water gets to the top of that canal, you can't tell where the road ends and the canal begins. And then you have a deadly situation because people are driving off the road before they can even know it. And so that canal was incredibly high. West Napoleon Canal was incredibly high.
You showed a video earlier of that. That was amazing.
Many, many, many areas in Jefferson Parish are still waiting for those canals to recede so that the water can come off the streets of the neighborhoods. I mean, it's all one big system, right, that feeds into different canals and different ways to get the water to drain, either via gravity or by pumping it out. And so if one part of that system is delayed or backed up, it just takes longer for the rest of it to catch up. So that's where we are right now.
All right, so I just want to go ahead and give you guys an update. Right now, we do know again that a shelter has been closed. That is in the Slidell area. That is where some of that tornado damage happened. That is the John Slidell Park. It's no longer a shelter, but there are two just in case you need some help or some support. You can go to the rec center in Lacombe or the Creekside Junior High and Pearl River. Now the good news is right now, again, not seeing a lot of rain.
No,
just only seeing
seems to be wrapping up. I mean, we're all kind of waiting and watching and hoping that the rain is really done, since we've seen up to 8 inches of rain in some parts of the metro area. That's a crazy amount of rain, right, Alexandra?
It's a lot of rain. And see the rain coming down in some spots. 6 to 8 inches of rain. It's a lot. We have actually seen that before, as we know, here in New Orleans, but this is a day that we'll probably remember for these really high rain totals, because that's just a lot of rain coming down within the space of a few hours, of course, leading to those problems. I'm just getting you updated really quick on what we've seen change. First of all, our tornado watch area has shrunk now to, you can see, near coastal spots. It still officially includes this part of Jefferson, but really it's farther south of that. I think that they're outlining the lower part of Jefferson Parish. Another thing that we're seeing is our flash flood warnings, some of them coming to an end. So there is still this one for those streets that we've just been seeing in Jefferson Parish. This one goes until 6 p.m. So if you're in this green shaded area, just if you can, don't get out just yet, because there are still streets that have water in it. And then a big chunk of the North Shore also has a flash flood warning that is set to end at 3. There could still be a few streets flooded, especially those you know about that are particularly prone to street flooding. So you might still encounter a little bit of that, but it probably will be easing pretty soon. And then here's our radar. A lot of spots around Plaquemines into parts of St. Bernard, still getting some rain, but this is all shifting slowly to the east. And we still see around Galliano a big thunderstorm area here with a lot of lightning. So we're not quite finished with our coastal showers and storms, but thankfully these are not severe. The severe threat will continue to go down in the next couple of hours. Checking out those rain totals again, the airport at Kenner, over 6 inches recorded there. The lakefront, more than 6 inches as well. In fact, 6.5 inches. And then some other spots like Slidell, about 3.5. Although I did see someone just let me know on their gauge that they got about 6 to 7 inches or so north of Slidell toward Pearl River. Our Doppler radar has been indicating a bullseye of really heavy rain. The reds and pinks indicate up to 10+ inches of rain, but that was over the lake. So thank goodness that happened over water as opposed to over land, where it would cause even more problems. We have seen some wind gusts up to about 45 miles per hour plus, but everything is starting to wind down, aside from those spots near the coast that still do have some rain. And then this is our big picture satellite and radar seen. You can see the roughest of the storms and that leading edge of what's now a pretty defined line, all of that moving into Florida and moving farther into Florida. It's already been there for a little while. And then here we are at the back of the system now, seeing thankfully Tangipahoa around parts of Houma, Thibodaux, kind of River Parish areas, and of course back toward Baton Rouge drying out. And thankfully now in the metro area of New Orleans that dealt with a lot of rain and has those street flooding issues still happening in spots, at least no more rain is coming down right now. So thankfully things have been drying out there, and we are going to probably continue with that, although I'm bringing up our closer to us kind of radar scene. Still a little bit of rain just wrapping up for some of our coastal spots. So we'll continue to track this for sure. We'll keep you updated if we get any more warnings out of what we still have here. But thankfully, this is the point in the day where things are kind of winding down for most spots. And then, of course, we'll have more updates coming up for you later on. Sharice and Katie.
All right, Alexandra, thank you so much. We want to go over to Paul Murphy now. He's been really talking to a lot of people who have been in the impact or in the path of that potential tornado and the storm damage there. He's joining us now. Paul, where are you now? And it looks like things are starting to clear up over there.
Yeah, I mean, can I get a hallelujah? It has stopped raining for the first time since we've been out here since this morning. And that's making the cleanup a lot easier for these crews that you see out here along Pontchartrain Drive, Highway 11 here in the middle of Slidell. You see some DOTD crews trying to stand up these red lights, these street lights that went out when the tornado came through here. One gentleman told me that it looked like the tornado started out of the south and ended up going towards the northeast. And on this corner here alone, you could see that there is a beauty shop across the street here that all of the windows blew out. Luckily, no injuries in there, but the beautician that was on duty when the storm came through told us that she heard it crackling, the windows started rattling. They dove in the back on top of each other, and part of the roof, part of the debris fell on top of them. They're okay. And across the street from here, the beauty shop is a McDonald's. And luckily there were no customers in the McDonald's at the time, but there were employees. This huge tree landed on a couple of the cars here. It actually flipped one of the cars over. Again, no one hurt here either. So it looks like the Slidell and the government officials here, along with DOTD, are making quick work of the cleanup here. This is a major thoroughfare, as you know, as it cuts through the middle of town. And they're making quick work of cleaning it up. There's down power lines here, down power poles. There's down trees that were in the road that are slowly getting picked up. And then the real recovery begins for these shops that were damaged during the tornado. You can look down the street here for several blocks, and each building seems to have at least a little bit of damage to it. But as I was talking to the beautician at the New Me beauty shop across the street, she told me that yes, they will rebuild. Let a tornado stop them from being a part of this Slidell community. As we know here in South Louisiana, folks here are resilient. They're going to rebuild, and it's going to be better than ever here in Slidell.
Paul, you know, it really is incredible that nobody was hurt significantly, that we didn't have any major injuries in this. Is that still what you're hearing from emergency responders over there? It just is unbelievable to look at the damage and think that nobody was seriously hurt.
Well, when you look in the parking lot over here behind me at the you have actually flipped over. Adam's can get you a shot of it. I'm told that there was a person trapped in that vehicle for time and had to be let out by a first responder, but she's okay. Then there was another car that was damaged that has since left the parking lot, where one of the employees was injured slightly, went to the hospital just to get checked out, but no major injuries there. And I want to direct your attention down the street here, because you see there's not just businesses that have been damaged because of the high winds. A lot of these houses, you see fences, fences that it went down. You see some roofing material here. You also see some trees that lost limbs. So it is going to be a cleanup throughout this community here. And luckily it has stopped raining, and people can go about the business of cleaning up and fixing what was damaged.
The public information officer for St. Tammany sent out a release a little while ago that said hundreds of homes and businesses were damaged by this. They haven't really even begun to start surveying that damage at this point. They're really, obviously, from what we can see from you, Paul, still in that active, I don't want to say recovery mode, but the emergency phase of this, of trying to get the power back on, trying to get the roads cleared, doing those emergency things before they can really get to the administrative part, which is counting the numbers.
And one thing that kind of made me feel good when I walked up here, I was talking to the folks over at the New Me, and they said they were watching the news this morning, and they knew that there was a possibility of tornadoes. So as they were coming into work, they had a game plan for what they would do if a tornado came through. They knew that they were going to dive into the back room here in the middle, and that's simply because of the dedication of our meteorologists and our folks that were on the air this morning warning people of the potential of tornadoes. And a lot of times you have that warning and nothing happens, but sometimes it does, like this morning. And there is a lot of damage here as evidence to that. But it's always good for folks to know when we remind you that tornadoes could be in the forecast. Have that game plan and know if you're in your house where you're going to go, that middle room, that middle bathroom, or in the case of the beauty shop here, they knew that there was a room in the back that they could jump into. Although they had things fall on them, they were all okay. And maybe that's one of the lessons learned from here, and why we may not have all those major injuries that you might expect when you have a storm like this come through.
These were something that you interviewed. The damage to that beauty salon was just extensive. It's unbelievable, really, that they weren't hurt.
And they were so calm, Paul. Yeah, had they told you that they had been through a situation like that before? Because the calmness in their voice, it was as if it was just a small wind that blew around, and that beauty salon was blown away almost.
They were amazing.
Well, I mean, anytime we cover a story like this, everybody harkens back to Katrina, because that's everybody's sort of benchmark as to the major storm that they've been through. For some it's Ida, for some it was Rita, but here it was Katrina. And what folks here tell us is, you can prepare for a hurricane because you have a little bit of notice, but you can't prepare for a tornado because it comes up on you quick with no warning. And that was certainly the case then.
That is just crazy, and we were seeing traffic really flowing in that area where Paul is. I imagine that may be difficult for them trying to restore power to the stoplights and such. That is a very busy section of Slidell and South Slidell. Pontchartrain Drive is very busy. And so this tornado hit in a lot of areas that are highly trafficked. Right. So as people are leaving the schools, they were closed up in St. Tammany, but as people were leaving work and such, for those who went in today, please be very cautious as you're out there driving, as you're out and about. So this is still very much an active situation in many parts of the metro area, even though the rain is stopping.
As you can see there, they're working on the power lines right now, something you want to be careful of. I know that you want to or anxiously are hoping to remove that debris that may be on or around your home. Just be careful if you do, because you may have live wires that are underneath that debris, and we don't want to cause any tragedy. I have to say kudos to our meteorologists who have been talking about this for days on end leading up to this day. They did this one perfectly. accurately. They basically told us that this was going to happen. And we didn't know, though, that every single community within the metro area was going to experience this level of flooding. There were potentials for tornadoes. Now it looks like a tornado did touch down, and just fortunate that so far, the good news that you love to hear here is that there are no fatalities. But as you mentioned earlier, the PIO for the area in St. Tammany did mention that there were multiple injuries, though we weren't given an exact number as to the extent of those injuries or if those injuries were serious or exactly where those injuries did happen. But we do have video of something that we're all experiencing right now, which is the flooding.
Yeah, Elmwood, look at this. That's an area that floods quite often, but wow, that's a lot of water.
I mean, and you know that that's a highly trafficked area. There's that shopping center that is in that area, and the hospital, the Oxnard Hospital, is right there actually. So highly trafficked area. You have to be careful when you drive around there.
Look at that, stalled cars, people stuck.
Right.
Because of the usual, you know, they see a flooded road, they think they can handle it, but then you don't really realize how deep it is until you get in it, and then there's no way to go around, you know?
Right. Yeah, we want to check back in over at the traffic camera. I'll give you a live look at I-10 and Power Boulevard. That's the shot that you were talking about earlier, Katie, that you wanted to take a look at. The reason, if you're dealing with so much traffic in that area, people just want to make sure they're driving slowly in roads that are still covered with water.
Yes.
You don't know necessarily where you're driving when you have this situation, so people taking precaution, as they should.
Yes, you don't know where the road ends and where some of the canals begin, and I think that was Cynthia Lee Shang, the parish president's biggest concern, especially along West Esplanade, where you don't necessarily have barricades. You really just can't tell where the road ends and where that canal begins, and she said it could have been a deadly situation. Thankfully, it has not been so far. As we've proceeded throughout this storm event and this severe weather today. But right there, that section of I-10, this is not I-10, it's the exit ramp off of I-10.
Right.
And so that is moving at a snail's pace because of the water that you're looking at on your screen right now. That's really incredible. But people cannot get off the interstate. And so if the interstate is backing up on I-10 headed westbound, it's because people cannot get off the interstate at David Drive right there. And so that is causing some traffic backups, something that people need to be aware of if they do have to get out and about this afternoon.
I'm taking a look right now at some of the power outages that are across the state, really. But it looks like it's actually, you don't, outside of Tangipahoa, they have about 2,500 outages. And those, the parishes that are within this area, it seems like power isn't necessarily a major factor. And St. Tammany, so far, Entergy only reported 60 outages. And honestly, right now you have a lot of people who are still dealing with the floodwaters. I don't know necessarily, and we've had reporters that are around the community trying to figure out if the floodwaters have gone down where they are, because it seems like every reporter we go to still finds flooded areas.
Yes.
I'm very curious as far as Alyssa Curtis. I don't know exactly where Alyssa is or if she's still in the Treme community, but seeing those floodwaters that are still there, which is, it should probably be like, what, maybe an hour after the rain is stopped. I mean, I feel like the drainage should be, complete at this point.
We got so much water in such a short period of time. It just came down so long, so hard, and so fast that I think the drainage system is really just having a hard time keeping up. That's what we heard from Cynthia Lee Shang over in Jefferson Parish. And of course, we knew that was likely to be an issue in New Orleans, given our power capacity to run the pumps.
Right.
So I think the system's just trying to catch up at this point. Of course, we're going to do more reporting as the days and weeks follow about whether or not the system was working as we thought it was going to, as we were told it was going to, and we will definitely stay on top of that. I was looking at Streetwise NOLA, which is a great place to find out whether or not there's flooding on the roadways. There are still 3 underpasses in the city that are closed: Franklin Underpass, Canal Underpass, and as of 1 o'clock, the Carrollton Underpass was closed. It's unclear whether or not that's still the situation. But we're still seeing significant flooding on the streets of New Orleans, and that's something that people really need to pay attention to.
All right, make sure you're careful if you're out there. Again, I know that some people are probably, for those who did go to school, I know that in Jefferson Parish, they're keeping the kids back and doing a delayed release. But for those who did go to school that are getting out, because I just saw video of a student wading through water in Orleans Parish, please be careful and watch after your kids. We're going to go out to Meg Ferris right now. She's in Slidell, continuing our coverage. Meg, what do you have for us?
Sharice, I'm still on Old Spanish Trail in the area where that apartment complex was damaged with 50 people inside, and I have with me now the Fire Chief, Chris Kaufman of District 1, and I know you've been busy all day long. What's the latest? What can you tell us?
Right now, we've made our first pass in all the hard-hit areas. We had 5 teams of firefighters that were cutting trees, working with Public Works from both the city of Slidell and parish government, just trying to clear us a path so we can do a good assessment on the damages. While this was all happening, we were working a structure fire that was in Lakeshore Estates. It was a lightning strike, so we had a working fire happening at the same time the first tornadoes touched down. So
just anybody injured in that fire?
No.
Okay.
As of right now, praise God, we have no fatalities to report. This has been devastating, but we were working a structure fire. First tornado came out because it appeared 3 had touched down, whether one went up and went back down, but it's in 2 different areas of our district, so I don't think it's the same one.
Tell me those 2 areas, please.
Off of Military, we have an area off of Military that has some residential damage, roof damages. We also, the Johnny F. Smith Industrial Park, we know that we had two times that a tornado touched down within 30 minutes. That could have been the same one that touched Turtle Creek. However, the one that came here through Old Spanish Trail on Pontchartrain Boulevard, you can see the devastation. It's got the most damage, trees, apartment complex. The metal structure standing behind me, to see the metal just twisted, just tells you how powerful these tornadoes were. But all this happened in a matter of 30 minutes. And so we went from putting a fire out to really doing an all call. We had people come in off overtime, and we set up a command post at the Amazon building that's located off the Fremont Town Center, and immediately we set up a unified command. Slidell PD, Atmos Gas Company, the State Fire Marshal showed up, Public Works from the parish, the city Public Works. We all worked together, came up with a plan, and again, we put teams out in the streets covering every area so we could at least cut the trees we could get out of the roadways. There were many we could not cut because they have power lines wrapped in the trees. So we're working with the power company right now because we have to make sure those lines are de-energized before we cut those trees.
And going forward, Chief, I understand the mayor is in a meeting right now talking about supplies. What's happening there?
We do have several agencies that want to make donations, and right now the mayor has a meeting going on as we speak, just trying to, from a logistics standpoint, where we're going to have that stuff dropped off, where we're going to set up distribution, those kind of things. I mean, the apartment complex that's out here with us on Old Spanish Trail, we evacuated over 50 families from this complex, so I mean, they're not going to have a place to stay. So we're trying to figure all that out. There's some temporary shelters that are set up, but they're going to need some permanent housing at some point.
Where are those temporary shelters? We've reported before, but just to let our viewers know.
John Slidell Park is one of them here in Slidell, and I know there's one in Lacombe. I don't know the actual location in Lacombe. But, there's a lot of people displaced. Right now, we still have a lot of trees that are laying on people's rooftops, have power lines wrapped in those trees as well. So we still have work to do. We plan on working through the night. We also got to be concerned when the power starts to come back on. No telling the electrical fires we could potentially have. We experienced that with some hurricanes in the past, so we prepared.
Okay, well, let's tell people right now, when power starts coming on, what can people do, or can they do anything to help mitigate that?
Absolutely. Turn your breakers off. Turn your main breaker off. If you have damage, turn the main breaker off. That could save your house from burning. If the power's on, comes back on, and the power is still energized to your home, wherever there's bare wires, you could have a short, and potentially a fire could start. So we experienced that after Hurricane Katrina. When the power came back on, they put it on in grids, and when the power comes back on, it's a section, and if there's any damage, usually it's going to show.
But if there's no damage in your house, you should be fine. But just go to your breaker, just go to the main panel, open it up, and turn off the main switch.
The main breaker off, that way you have no power going to your home. That'll be from where the power comes into your home and to it, whether it be underground or overhead, but it'll be limited. So you can always, at that point, whether you call in an electrician, if you have any damage, my recommendation is get an electrician in, have your house checked out. But we want to limit that. We don't want anyone to have any accidents tonight or tomorrow whenever the power comes back on. But we have a lot of aftermath. We got a lot of work in front of us. It doesn't end today, tonight. We're going to be prepared to work through this. We've done it before. This has been pretty devastating. The number of tornadoes that touched down in a short period of time. So a lot happened, and we're still trying to get everything that we have assessed, of course, to see where we stand.
And Chief, what about staff? I mean, if you have all hands on deck with your men and women today, you still need overnight and tomorrow and that type of thing. What are y'all asking the public to help you with?
Well, absolutely. From a firefighting standpoint, we've already brought on overtime personnel. We had 70 boots on the ground working since 10 o'clock this morning. So when the first rain event happened, we had people that we brought in on overtime. We ramped up. We've had offers of help, mutual aid from neighboring departments. Right now, we've been able to handle what we have. The State Fire Marshal, Brian Adams, has been here on site with us, offered help as well. Right now, we are ramping up all of our fire stations. All of our trucks will have additional personnel. And we plan on doing that at least for the next 3 days. So we're going to have extra personnel to handle the potential calls that we're going to get once power starts coming back on.
Do y'all start sharing assets with Mandeville and Covington and all over the area?
Absolutely, and if that needs to happen, we call that mutual aid. They've all reached out. We will ask them for help as needed. But we're going to ramp up, our fire department today. We've already done it. We're going to keep that for the next 3 days at least.
Now, I understand the mayor's going to have a press conference right here where we're standing at 6 o'clock tonight.
Yes, he's going to have the parish EOC, his office. We'll be out here as well just to talk about, try to put all of our information together. We've been together a couple times at the command post, but we've really been running across the city to see, what we can do to help each other and put all of our resources together to best serve the public. And, we're all going to be here to talk about the aftermath. Hopefully we'll have some good data that we can give an update. Right now we're trying to collect that data so we can put at least a number to what's happened right now.
And we're standing out here in the lightning with the fire chief. Chief, do you have any idea how many people in the community of Slidell have been affected with all the different, you said possibly 3 tornadoes, maybe 2, with that one that jumped?
I have no idea how many. I do know because we dispatched for all fire and EMS in St. Tammany, and it got so busy we had to change our operation. And of course, we started working with law enforcement that boots were on the ground, calling direct to the command post. They were letting us know if they had a house with a tree on it or somebody was injured, because we had units traveling all over the city trying to just make contact with as many people as we can. And of course, 911 was inundated with a lot of calls. We had a lot of injury calls, but nothing that was fatal.
What type of calls are coming in when you say injury? What, falls and cuts and that type of thing?
Yeah, we had a lot of falls. We had a lot of trees on homes. We had people that were trapped. We had multiple homes where trees were on the roof. People were trapped, could not get out their residence because of the location of the trees. So, of course, we had to respond units to those structures. We had units, every one of our units were out at one point. All hands were on deck, and of course we called people in as well.
If you had that many injuries, what about the hospital and clinics and that type of thing? Are they inundated?
Both of our ERs, I was briefed at the command post, were operational and being able to handle the calls that were coming in. We did at one period between at 10 and 10:30 this morning when the weather was really bad. We had gusts of winds that we think exceeded 70 to 75 miles per hour. So the ambulance service had to stop responding, just it was unsafe. We were already out. We were working at structure fire, and we never did go back to quarters, and it just hasn't stopped since this morning.
And as bad as this is, there are no serious injuries or fatalities, which is remarkable.
Praise God. I have to tell you, this has been devastation everywhere I look, but not one fatality has been reported at this time.
Chief, thank you so much. Keep me in touch, and we'll pass on any information you need us to the public. And I guess we'll see you back out here at 6 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay, 6 o'clock. All right. Thank you, Chief Kaufman from District 1 in Slidell. And so you heard the latest news from here in Slidell, Sharice and Katie, and we'll be back, bringing you more updates later on.
Oh, what a devastating scene behind you, Meg, and just to hear him talk about the effort, to rescue people, to, clear the roads, to get services back up and running so quickly after, something so horrible. They're just doing an incredible job over there, Meg.
Yep, and we still had traffic. That's thunder, and I think we should go get in the car. We still had traffic going through, people, a lot of looky-loos coming through. So they're just now setting up barricades to keep traffic out. Okay, we're gonna go get in the car because the lightning is starting to pop again.
Stay safe, Meg.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much, Meg. I was just asking Alexandra, I don't know if you can chime in a little bit, Alexandra. We hear that thunder, that's where Meg is right now. Is that a potential storm that's about to go through there?
Just lightning and thunder from what's happening off to the east and south. So looking at radar again, I did want to show you that. You saw that severe risk, almost zero for our area, but I wanted to get to the radar too. You can see for Slidell, nothing's really moving in. There is some rain, but the lightning is all off to the southeast around Lake Bourne and then into coastal Mississippi. So that's where the lightning is coming from. Of course, it's close to Slidell, but it's not actually something that's moving into the city right now. Again, another update really quickly is that I wanted to show you our severe risk much lower now. In fact, we're not outlined for severe weather anymore. And I was wondering, actually, it just happened. Look at our tornado watch area. I was wondering when that would happen. And just as I was showing you that last graphic, the National Weather Service just continued to cancel the rest of our tornado warning, or excuse me, tornado watch area. So no more tornado watch for our area. Our severe threat, not for us anymore. You can see the enhanced level of severe risk is now over the Florida Panhandle and into parts of Alabama and Georgia, but not for us anymore. So it's really nice that we've at least finished with the severe risk. There is still some rain, but most of our locations are looking at a much quieter scene compared to earlier. Let me show you our radar scene going back 1 hour. This is how long our radar loop is. You're doing a great job from that new site at Hammond. Came in handy today to have that data coming in and showing us very accurately where the storms were. So now you can see it's almost out of some of these Plaquemines Parish areas. For the land areas, it's still very close to the coast and over Lake Bourne, kind of toward almost the Biloxi Marshes now, aside from some rain over some slightly more populated parts of St. Bernard, and still actually a lot of lightning down on the extreme tip of Plaquemines Parish. So let's look at that really quickly, how many lightning strikes are coming with that. Oh, more than before, actually, about 278. When I sampled this earlier, it was about 200. And how about that cell near Lake Bourne? That's about 40. So there is some lightning, and Meg was mentioning that from her live shot in Slidell, but we are seeing the lightning lower now. I wanted to show you quickly this as a severe weather event progresses. You start moving from the severe risk kind of outlooks and things like that to the damage reports. And so these were the storm reports that we got in today. And you can see the legend is at the top here. So where you see just the darker blue dots, that's just where high winds were recorded. And I was showing you earlier, there were severe wind gusts of near 60 miles per hour recorded at the lakefront. And then others might be anywhere from about 40 plus for those high wind gusts. And then anywhere you see this little lighter blue graphic, it shows a roof, and then the light blue, that's where there was wind damage. And so we were just hearing from Meg in Slidell with her interview that was, there's a lot of trees down, power poles and things like that affected. And again, just like everyone's been mentioning, injuries, not good, but thankfully no reports of deaths. And that's always the first thing that springs to my mind when something's happening. I get the warning or see something on radar. And, as a meteorologist and as, reporters and anchors, that's always our number one concern. So thankfully, it looks like we haven't heard of that yet, and I do hope that that is the case and that nothing is, no more information coming in on that front. Hopefully everyone was at least able to dodge, a fatality. So looking at our rain totals again, that was more than 6 inches for a lot of spots. These are observed. We are seeing the rain continuing to move off to the east, now more so into Florida. So not so much of a concern for us as far as the severe weather goes. We're almost finished with the rain, even hugging those coastal spots. And a lot of rain actually is now over the waters in the northern Gulf of Mexico. So that's a good thing. There's still rain along Mississippi and Alabama. Wow, and look at this cool feature here with this kind of swirling effect. This is where that line with the bowing out was moving eastward across the Florida Panhandle with these severe warnings, probably very high wind gusts, with that prompting that severe warning. And then thankfully, look at this, over Lafayette, sunny skies coming out. So we are seeing that drying trend, although we continue with clouds. Some drying is even showing up, look at this, over in some of our southwest spots with some of these coastal storms that we've been watching. And then I was kind of saying, doesn't look like they're moving straight in. It's interesting, we are not really seeing those move in at this point at all. It's more when we get back to our live radar scene and our loop here, it's more off to the east now. So a little bit of rain moving around Grand Isle, so you might get a shower in Grand Isle soon, but that big cell that was near Galliano kind of quickly and just kind of moved on out to the northeast, and thankfully didn't really bring a big threat again or a heavy rain downpour over New Orleans, where of course streets are still flooded in many spots, and we don't really need more rain to add to that. It's just a question now of those waters going down and when we'll be able to, see cars get out on some of those roads that were flooded, but hopefully are improving and will improve. So it's interesting also, our timeline is pretty good. We were saying about 3 and 4 p.m. This should be mostly out of here. The heaviest and worst weather we were expecting to be done maybe about 2 p.m. or so, 2 p.m. And that was the case too. We still had flooding happening, but we didn't have as many severe warnings anymore. Really the roughest part was there in that late morning to midday lunchtime time frame, where all of those warnings were popping, and where that tornado threat, and it looks like possibly tornado touchdown, was for St. Tammany Parish around Slidell. Looking at what else is happening, I showed you the winds. These have come down a lot too, not as gusty anymore. And in fact, our wind advisory may soon come to an end. Interesting to see our temperatures. Look at this, over in some of these spots where it's been drier for a longer time, temperatures have recovered to about 70 or 72 at Morgan City, and the rest of us are here in this cool feel, rain-cooled air in the 60s across our North Shore and south of the lake spots and into Mississippi too. So it is cool, it's cloudy still, it's a little breezy, but it's not really all that windy anymore. Our observation sites are showing that has come down a lot. And we are expecting to continue drying as we get into the rest of tonight. I wanted to show you also, we've been seeing some live shots, but I wanted to look outside with our camera shot. It was kind of cool. A little while ago, there were a lot of clouds, but there was a little line at the horizon where you could see a bit of clearing. I don't really see it anymore, but this is what we're seeing, these kind of dark clouds. Interesting to see some low-level clouds, and then, of course, the higher up ones. And our temperature at 67 in New Orleans, and actually not seeing much as far as the rain obscuring the camera or raindrops on the camera and things like that. So thankfully things drying out now, and that will be the trend, I think, into this evening and tonight. In fact, let's check in again with our little model. This is our high resolution model, so it's taking in information quickly and outputting, what it thinks is going to be happening. So we'll put it at about 3:30, and I've been saying this has really too much rain. Sometimes it kind of overdoes it, but the trend toward 4, 5, and then we'll move it on towards 6. We're going to be much drier, and I think even this probably won't see. Sometimes it kind of has more behind the main line of rain than as actually, is expected. So again, really good news to see some of these warnings and watches come to an end. Actually, our tornado watch is over. I was showing you that graphic at the beginning of my little hit here, but looking at the warnings, there are still some warnings out. In particular, of course, that one across a big swath of Jefferson Parish. That one goes until 6 p.m. And actually the one in St. Tammany has come to an end. That one was expected to wrap up at 3, and indeed it did. Not to say there's no water over any roads, it's just that it looks like probably the situation has improved for most roads, but not to say there might be some road that may be a low-lying area you know about. to be wary of before driving over and make sure that the water really is gone from those spots. And again, this is a comforting graphic to look at now. Really not much of a severe risk at all for Louisiana, Mississippi, or even into most of Alabama. So now the severe threat really located far off to the east of us. And again, crucially, that tornado watch now not there anymore. So we're finished with the tornado watch. We're finished with some of the warnings that have been popping for flash flooding, and those have been tapered off as well, besides that big one in Jefferson Parish that will go until 6 p.m. So a little bit more with that. But again, really good to see the situation improving. We will have more coming up in a little more detail about the different storm reports with that graphic that I was showing you. But we've been saying as we move into the evening, we'll get the cooler air eventually filtering in. We'll be drying out. Our low temperatures tonight, or actually tomorrow morning, will be 50s to about 60. Now this is an old graphic because, you know, we need to move ahead. We've been on live so long we haven't been able to update this yet, but we are looking at 50s to about 60 for early tomorrow morning. Temperatures in the mid 70s, partly cloudy skies, and probably some clearing through the day, and also windy tomorrow. And then Friday, we're looking at our temperatures in the 70s after a cool morning in the 50s. So thankfully, we get this gorgeous weather followed up after this storm setup that we had for today, that we knew going into today we were going to have. So really nice to see this part of the forecast. And again, when I get our 7-day updated for our 5 p.m. show, we'll get that 100% Wednesday chance of rain out of there, because now it's more like maybe about 30 or 40% just for those coastal spots, maybe a 20% or so chance for a few sprinkles tonight. We'll see if any are able to form up behind that main system, but we're really not seeing that right now. So I think mostly dry through tonight, and then heading into tomorrow, that drier and cooler setup. I'm really excited. 75 for the high should be very pleasant. Again, our radar, most of the rain almost completely out of here. Look at this, even a big swath of Plaquemines Parish that still had a rain even just a little while ago. It's now moved off to the east. One final little spot in the extreme southeast part of our viewing area that is still seeing rain. And then around Slidell, actually some rain has moved back in, but again, mainly that lightning and thunder kind of area is really located off to the southeast. So some rain still happening, but again, Slidell's kind of on the fringes of this last little bit of rain that is moving off toward, I guess, Bay St. Louis pretty soon, or Harrison and Jackson counties in Mississippi may get some of this. And then all of this will be continuing to push east as we get toward about 4 p.m., I think.
All right, so still more to come on this event. It appears, again, as Alexandra just mentioned, that things are wrapping up in the rain department, but we still have a lot going on in the flood department. For some reason, it's taking a lot longer than usual for the water to recede in some areas, including some pretty significant parts of Jefferson Parish. We're hearing that Airline Highway at LNA Road still has a significant amount of water. Other parts of Jefferson Parish also reeling from this storm event still, as the water hasn't gone down yet.
We've been getting video and picture as Alexandra was standing up there giving us an update on the weather, and the video that we're seeing and the pictures that we're seeing show that there is no rain that's coming down. But as you just mentioned, there are still some areas that are significantly flooding. Unfortunately, we always hear about the flooding and standing water in Orleans Parish, but this is the first time that I've seen Jefferson Parish have standing water for this amount of time.
Yeah, it really has taken a long time, and that could just be a function of how much rain we got in a short period of time. I saw another person asking what the situation was over kind of near Causeway. Apparently could be some water issues in that area. We're going to check that out and see if we can nail that down. But Lily Cummings has been in Jefferson Parish for us throughout the day, starting in Kenner. She's worked her way down to talk to the parish president. And Lily, what is the latest from where you are? Are you still seeing water in the roads? Is it going down?
Katie, we are still seeing a little water in the road behind me here on Lake Avenue. As you can see, the water was actually covering this entire stretch, and now it's just kind of on the side of the roadways, which is great news, especially for the elementary school that's right here as well, Riviere Elementary School. So we were talking to you all earlier about how JP Schools had announced that they were doing a late dismissal due to the flooding across Jefferson Parish. So I do have an update on that from JP Schools. that I want to bring you all. JP Schools says that they are now issuing an all clear and that all students will be able to be dismissed. They said that there was only a handful of schools that they were still waiting on to dismiss. When we checked in with Riviera Elementary about 15 minutes ago or so, staff was telling us that their students were able to be dismissed and that the only students that were still on campus here were in that aftercare program. So there's been kind of a mix across all of the different schools in Jefferson Parish when they were letting students out, but at this time, all clear, all students should be allowed to be dismissed. So great news for students that I'm sure are ready to go home after this long day. Katie?
Yeah, it definitely has been a long day. It's been crazy for a lot of students and their parents as they were trying to navigate some of those flooded roads to pick them up, and through the rain this morning when it was really coming down hard. So it has been a situation, and we are so thankful that you've been keeping us posted on all of it. Thanks, Lily.
And look, a lot of it video and weather video and pictures that all of you are sending in to us. You can still always send it to us. Make sure you're careful and safe at 504-529-4444. We've been talking a lot about Jefferson Parish because the weather there, what they're experiencing over there, the flooding in that area, how the kids are just getting out of school at this point. It's been pretty significant. We've been dealing with a lot of flooding here in Orleans Parish and some of the areas that do typically flood.
Yes.
But I know one of the big conversations is also in St. Tammany Parish where that tornado came down. And good, we just heard from the fire chief there in St. Tammany Parish, and just thankful that he confirmed what we've been saying all this evening, or this afternoon rather, that we haven't had any fatalities that we know of so far.
Yes, and hopefully no real serious injuries either. There have been a significant number of people hurt, but none of those injuries appears to be life-threatening at this point. So that is just amazing news, considering we did really see some extensive damage. Cars flipped over on Pontchartrain Drive, where Paul Murphy was outside the McDonald's. Meg Ferris with that apartment building where there were 50 people inside, and Paul's ladies who were in the beauty salon who, you know, ran into a bathroom, had a plan, they executed their plan. All of them came out unharmed, but of course, a little scared. So the areas across the metro area that we're still continuing to watch are Orleans Parish, where there still has been water in the roads there. And then Jefferson Parish, which we just saw Lily there. Finally, the water is starting to recede. Let's join Parish Council member Scott Walker. He's on the phone with us now. Scott, thanks so much for being with us.
No problem. How are y'all?
Good. What is the deal with the water in the streets in JP? Is it coming down, and what's causing it?
Yeah, I mean, it's coming down. All the pumps were operating as designed. They were all working. There was just 8 inches of rain in some parts of the parish, and Metairie, I think, was 7 inches plus. So it was a lot of rain in not a short amount of time, but a lot of rain over a longer period of time. It just kept coming and kept coming and kept coming. So the pumps can only do so much, but generally the water stayed in the streets and is now starting to subside.
You posted earlier that there may have been some water in a few homes and businesses. Any idea if those have been confirmed at this point?
Haven't seen anything further on that. We've just gotten the initial reports, and I don't know to what extent or exactly where at this point. But you know, I'm sure when there's a situation like this, you're going to have some water intrusion in homes and some in businesses. I know Metairie Road. I know for a fact a couple of businesses at the end of Metairie Road, closer to Causeway, did get a little bit of water inside of a couple of businesses. To what extent, I'm not sure yet. But unfortunately, that does happen from time to time when we get that much water.
Councilman Walker, obviously, with we don't know necessarily what businesses have been affected. We don't know if schools have been impacted. But I know that this hit a lot of people rather hard today. Do we impact any closures tomorrow? Is there something that we should be paying attention to as you guys review the damage tomorrow?
Tomorrow it looks like it's going to be a really nice day. So I think everything should be business as usual tomorrow, unless something can't open because of damage or floodwaters that have gotten in and caused some sort of inconvenience, and you just can't use whatever that place is, whether it's a school, a residence, or a business. But overall, I think tomorrow will be business as usual in Jefferson Parish.
Now, Lily was out earlier. I know you're not Kenner, but Kenner apparently had some damage to a home and to a pool and a pool house, and man had 2 huge trees down in his backyard. Is that the only area where we've seen significant damage reported in JP because of the winds?
Yeah, I hadn't heard of anything yet besides that. And look, honestly, I haven't been in front of my phone or my computer for a lot of the day because we've kind of been out and about here and there. So I'm not completely up to speed on everything that's happened in the last couple of hours, but that's the worst I had heard of, is that. I don't know of any other damage anywhere else to this point.
That would be a huge relief given how significant these storms were this morning.
Right.
You know, a lot of parents kind of got stuck taking their kids to school. We're hearing that things are moving a lot more smoothly at this hour. Is that what you're hearing as well?
Yeah, look, I was driving around a little while ago, and all the streets that were flooded in parts of Metairie and other parts of the parish are down now. It just took a little while, like I said earlier, but luckily, I think the good thing here is that since school was in session today, that most of the significant rainfall happened after take-in at school, even though it was a little rough when I sent my kids off this morning a little bit nervously.
Yeah.
Then in the afternoon, there were a few early dismissals we knew of, but a lot of students still, the worst of it was past when it was time for dismissal. Some had to stay at school a little bit longer, and that was smart by the schools to keep them in a little bit longer, not send them out into this mess. But I think the way the rain fell, it sort of covered an area where most of the students were in their school buildings and not out and about on school buses or going back and forth with their parents.
I think this was really shocking for a lot of people. You know, the canal on West Esplanade was almost to its top. Obviously, Parish President Cynthia Lee Sheng held her press conference out there by it earlier today. West Napoleon, also that canal almost to its top and overtopping. I mean, this really was a significant amount of water. Kind of shocking for people.
Yeah. Look, I've had the conversation with several people so far today that, you know, I moved back here in 2009 after living away for a little while, and I don't remember floodwaters like this outside of a hurricane event or some major weather event like that. Just your daily afternoon severe weather. I don't remember any flooding to this extent like we saw parish-wide today. This was widespread flooding, widespread severe weather, wind. All the ingredients were there, and it just added up to a long day that is now starting to see some light at the end of the tunnel.
Now, Scott, have you heard anything from the Sewerage and Water Board of New Orleans about, you know, the pump station that affects Jefferson Parish in that area in Old Metairie where there still is some water? We're hearing there may have been some problems with power and that they had to ration power to different pump stations. Any idea if that affected that part of Jefferson Parish as well?
I heard the same things. I'm not sure to what extent that affected Pump Station 6, if it affected it at all. I know that our pump stations in that part of Old Metairie were pumping into Pontiff Playground as they're designed to do, and Pontiff was about as full as I've ever seen it. So there was a lot of water. I don't know if any of that was a result of it not draining properly on the other side of 17th Street Canal, but regardless, it was a lot to deal with, and luckily it wasn't worse.
All right, we know you're going to get to the bottom of it, and people have a lot of questions for you about that moving forward. So thanks so much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you all.
And our partners at NOLA.com obviously reporting that there was some power rationing going on. We got a hint of that with Colin Arnold when this was still really in the heat of it. We knew that this was a possibility and very likely that that was going to happen, that they were going to have to choose, pick and choose where they were going to send power because the pumps, I mean, the power generating capacity of the Sewerage and Water Board is just not what it needs to be in order to handle the peak demand that we saw today.
Right. I know that one of the things that we've been talking about, not only the turbines and the pumps at Sewage and Water Board, but the tornado, the potential tornado that passed through, and we're just starting to get some video. We've seen the aftermath. This is video from Slidell of what could potentially be that tornado passing through what looks to be an apartment complex, and you can see of the water. You can also see the wind starting to pick up at a certain point where it gets almost, you can't really see it and you can't see anything visible, but then after a while it does slow down. So that could be just an idea of that storm going through that area.
Yeah, this is incredible. Alexandra, can you see this video? Any idea what we're looking at here? Does this look like the tornado?
I'm trying to see, you know, what you want to see is, you know, those winds
swirling?
Yeah, exactly, and kind of going at different directions at different points. So I'm trying to look, and this is the first time I've seen this. So I'm taking a look, but yeah, definitely, that's kind of crazy. It looks like a hurricane a little bit to me, you know, with those trees in the background. And actually, that was one of the wordings that you probably saw on your phone. One of them came out with this big alert, and it said hurricane force winds of 80 miles per hour plus, which would be a Cat 1 hurricane, you know. So yeah, just still trying to look. I'll probably have to watch this again, but that is definitely, you know, significant wind. waves of rain, you know, like we see like in a tropical system almost. Interesting to see.
There was also some debris flying around. You know, I think the people who took this video, it looks like Caleb Prestridge is the person who sent it in to us. Thanks so much for sharing this video with us, as long as you were safe catching it. And, you know, there is some debris. You can hear them talking about it as it starts to fly through. But that is an incredible amount of rain and wind. We don't see this often, you know. Even when we have hurricanes, we don't really get a glimpse of it up close and personal like this. So.
Yeah, it's true. And you know, sometimes we talk about this in the Weather Center a lot. You know, for a hurricane, there's a lot of hype. You know, you got days. You know, sometimes a week out, we're already talking about something. And then sometimes, you know, those aren't the biggest rainmakers. Sometimes it's an afternoon thunderstorm in the summer that just sits over a spot. Or in this case today, with this big severe weather setup that we had, not only with the severe storms, the high wind gusts, a lot of damage reports from all around. But also the really heavy rain. So that was kind of a two-punch thing. We had the high winds, then we had the rain just kind of training and sitting over certain spots, bringing in those 6, 8+ inches of rain totals that we've gotten. Even at some of the big sites like Kenner, it's sometimes if you get a high rain total, you know, in New Orleans, say in mid-city, it may not register in Kenner, you know, where the official records are kept. But today we'll go down for Kenner at over 6 inches of rain at the Kenner Airport, and then into New Orleans, and again into the causeway parts of the center of Lake Pontchartrain. It looks like that's where the heaviest rain was. And so again, such a good thing that that was not located over land, that it happened to be out over the lake.
Alexandra, can you tell me about, and please forgive me if you mentioned this earlier, the LaPlace community. What's going on in St. John?
You know, over there, we are seeing everything kind of getting better. So our radar has been showing things improving steadily from the west to east, and there's really not even that much rain even for some of our eastern areas now. So over in St. John, thankfully there's not much rain anymore. In fact, we only had that one flash flood warning in Jefferson Parish. So still could be some effects for sure after so much rain and all those high wind gusts, but at this point everything's a lot better.
That's great. That's great to hear.
Yeah.
It is really incredible to look at that video, though, and see just the force of these winds and what people experienced today. We don't know if that was exactly the tornado or if it was just some of that crazy weather that we experienced. But, you know, this really has been an unexpected, although forecasted very well by the National Weather Service and our meteorologists, but unexpected for April showers. You know, you think of just little rainstorms in April showers bring Mayflowers, but not in this kind of a situation. This is
right now,
over the top.
Those showers are bringing pools to people's backyards who don't have them.
Yes.
So let's go ahead, and we have someone that's joining us on the phone, Joan Whittier, who is in Slidell right now. All right, I'm sorry, do we have Joan?
Do we have Joan? Joan, can you hear us?
It looks like we're still working to get Joan on the phone right now, but we've been talking a lot about Slidell because if you haven't seen, if we can run some of that video back, that tornado, that potential tornado that you just saw there, that was in the Slidell community. And if you go around Slidell and some of the busier parts of the area where Paul Murphy and Leah McNeil and Paul Murphy and Leah McNeil and Meg Ferris have been, you've seen extensive damage from a tornado that possibly touched down in that area. The National Weather Service, they're going to begin their survey of what extent that tornado was. I know that earlier they were in Lake Charles and they said something touched down at around an EF2 touchdown in that community.
Yeah.
We don't know the extent of the tornado that touched down in that community, but we know that the damage was horrific.
Yeah, this whole complex of storms really came in from Texas. Chris was talking about it last night, how we were really watching in Texas to see how it was going to set up, and that would be, you know, a forecast of what was going to happen here. So we saw it in Lake Charles, we saw it moving through Houston, we saw it, you know, making its way across east here into southeast Louisiana. And so the damage that we saw here, similar to what was happening in other places, just as devastating each and every time. And so the damage is extensive in Slidell and in St. Tammany. We heard from a spokesman for the parish that it is catastrophic in places, and we've seen that from our reporters reporting live out there. Pontchartrain Drive, Old Spanish Trail, places where Leah McNeil was set up, and there's still flooding in those areas. Again, St. Tammany and the North Shore is known for its pine trees, for being our piney neighbors to the north. And whenever you have a situation like this and severe storms that pack a powerful punch with a lot of winds and especially tornadoes, those pine trees tend to do a lot of damage when they come down. And so I think that's what we saw for many places over in St. Tammany. So
I know, and you guys have been sending us so many videos and pictures just showing us the extent, and something that Scott Walker mentioned a little bit earlier, no community has gone unscathed. The amount of water that came down, and communities that even don't see that much floodwaters, they saw a little bit of flooding water on their streets. So hopefully some of that water has gone down. I don't know if we have an opportunity to pull up Streetwise to see if the flooding is still there, because the part about the rain, when it stops, usually you expect the floodwaters to start to recede. Sometimes not as quickly, but they do start to recede. And we've seen some of that water slow down as we go to some of our live shots for our team coverage. But unfortunately, it's not going down fast enough. And when it's not going down fast enough, you have more people that are getting out on the roadways. They're out on the roadways and they're pushing wakes into businesses and into homes. So people that weren't even experiencing flood damage could see it. I just saw a picture right now on an area that floods quite frequently on Orleans and Broad in front of the Zulu Club. They have water that is up almost flooding out a car. So, I mean, if you take a look right here on Floodwise, you have some streets that are still experiencing some flooding in the community.
Yes, absolutely. I think that is the traffic incidents tab. If somebody could click on the street flooding tab that's at the bottom of that on the left side of the screen, you can see there Franklin Underpass still closed. Other underpasses, Carrollton Underpass still closed. St. Bernard Avenue having some flooding. Dwyer Road, Lake Forest Boulevard, you know, it's unclear if those areas still have water in the streets, but as of, let's see, 3:30 p.m., St. Bernard Avenue had water. Bundy Road, Dwyer Road as of 3:20 this afternoon. So these areas still experiencing some water in the streets. Even Wall Boulevard, Vespasian over on the West Bank, 2:20 p.m. had water that was sitting in the streets. The lower 9th Ward, Arts, Law Streets, Palmer Avenue, which I believe is on the West Bank as well. So lots of areas were experiencing some floodwaters today. And you can see from that map, there are a lot of dots on that screen. So that indicates a lot of places where there is water. And you know, it just has been a very crazy situation in New Orleans, but over in Slidell really has been where we've spent a lot of focus today because of that tornado that may have touched down there. You can see on that building with the red roof in the front of your screen, looks like the winds just took a big chunk out of it. And there's the cars that were flipped over.
Oh, no, that's horrific. And Paul Murphy was a little bit earlier and gave us a live look of that area, that car that was flipped over. Paul mentioned that someone was stuck inside of that car and rescue crews had to get them out. And they said they appeared to be doing okay, probably with some minor injuries. But across the street from that McDonald's, it's what the real surprise is. It looks like all the windows are blown out of what was a hair salon. And the women told us earlier, they recounted their story as to what they did when they heard the sound of a freight train. We often hear about that sound coming, and they went inside of the bathroom so that they can take shelter from the storm coming to hit that way. And if you notice the golden arches on top of that McDonald's, they're gone. They're across the street. So this gives you an aerial view, another look at the damage that's in Slidell. It's unfortunate that so much damage can happen just so quickly in that community. And it's also unfortunate, again, we keep having these talks, and as a homeowner, and for a lot of people who are homeowners, I think the conversation that always comes to mind when you have a natural disaster that happens like this is homeowners insurance. How's this going to be paid for? Flood insurance. A lot of people who probably had some floodwaters go inside of their home. How is our insurance rates going to impact them? So the aftermath of this, I think that it's right now we're in the aftermath phase where most of the storms have passed us. We are in the point where we can figure out the cleanup efforts, how much this is going to take, which is why I asked Scott Walker earlier, do we anticipate any of these schools being closed, any businesses or parish government being closed? But it seems like in Jefferson Parish, the businesses are fine, but that may not be the case in St. Tammany Parish.
Yeah, I think, you know, he mentioned that he knows that some businesses had water in them at the end of Causeway, which again is the area near Airline, which has had water on it for a long period of time throughout the day. Again, that area is typically drained by Pump Station 6, which is, you know, co-operated by the Sewerage and Water Board. So we'll have to wait and see if that was one of those pump stations that was affected by the power rationing that had to be done because of the high, amount of rainfall, and the fact that they had to send power to different pump stations to try and keep the water out of homes and businesses. I mean, it was really, I think, hearing from Colin Arnold, they were using the real-time crime camera network that they have in the city to identify places where the water was getting high throughout this storm event. And so they would probably, I would guess, and he mentioned, focus their efforts on those areas where they were seeing on the real-time crime camera network that the water was coming up in the streets, so they would make those areas a priority for pumping to try and keep the water from getting too high and not get into homes and businesses. But we know that they don't have enough power generating capacity. We know that. We knew that coming into today. And so it isn't really a surprise to know that they had to ration power and had to pick and choose where they sent it. But that doesn't make it any easier to swallow if there are homes and businesses that ended up getting flooded as a result.
All right. I know that right now we also talked about, we saw a picture actually from one of our crew members here over at MSY at Armstrong International. Apparently a lot of people had some delayed flights. Some people had canceled flights. And we did see that some people were having flights that were diverted. I'm taking a look at the flight delays right now. It looks like things are starting to pick up, and some people, according to one of our colleagues here who's over at Armstrong International, a lot of the people that are waiting at their gates for their flights to take off don't have planes that are there that were supposed to take off. Some of them at 9:20 this morning, like a Southwest flight to Atlanta. Now it leaves at 5:01. We have flights that have been canceled. Delta flight to Atlanta. So another, it seems like a few Delta flights, Detroit, Atlanta, and Boston Delta flights. All of those flights have been canceled. So you have this impacting American Airlines flight over at Dallas DFW. That has been canceled as well. So make sure you pay attention to your flight if you're planning on flying out of MSY, or if you have family or anyone that's coming in into the area from MSY. Thanks to, of course, the storms that we saw earlier, it diverted a lot of people's flight plans.
Yeah. So Colin Arnold, also in our conversation with him earlier today, mentioned the number of people we're expecting to come in. Of course, it's French Quarter Fest this weekend. And so the biggest issue, as you mentioned, there may not be planes at the gates because people can't get here. Those planes can't get here for French Quarter Fest. So this is going to cause some travel tangles as people are trying to make their way in to enjoy the festival, which apparently is going to have beautiful weather tomorrow and through the weekend. But it's getting there. That's taking a while, and it's causing some significant problems out at Armstrong International tonight.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part about the weather. Well, one of the beautiful parts is, while you do have some damage and you do have some stormy weather that keeps a lot of us inside, usually the next day it's very beautiful. French Quarter Fest already said that they took the precaution so that they weren't set up. They said that they could possibly set up later this evening as a precautionary measure, but I'm assuming they probably will set a lot of things up tomorrow morning, before the 10 a.m. parade kicks off.
Well, city officials have made it sound like it's going to be a bit of a scramble, but they're up to the task, which they, tend to be every time we want to have every time we have one of these big events in the city. It really is an all hands on deck situation, and I imagine that's what it will be for French Quarter Fest. We're very excited to be out there tomorrow. It is supposed to be a great day, so hopefully the flooding is gone. People are able to clean up in the city of New Orleans. If there is, any damage that we see reported from now into the evening, we do know again that the Sewage and Water Board had to ration power today.
All right, and that's obviously why that water was standing for a lot of people, and that's something that's not out of the ordinary for Sewage and Water Board. You guys have been covering that with the Down the Drain investigative team for a very long time, and we're hoping that we hear from at least the city of New Orleans or the Sewage and Water Board in what could possibly be in our 5 o'clock hour. But for right now, I want to go over to Alexandra Cranford, because while we heard some thunder a little bit earlier, right now it seems like we're in the clear.
Yes, and actually in our radar and satellite images, look at this. There is not rain over South Louisiana anymore, just the tiniest fringe of some light green showing up in coastal Mississippi where we cover. There's a little bit more farther off to the east over Harrison and Jackson counties, but we are finished with the rain. And I've been pointing this out. If you are just joining us, perhaps we don't have a tornado watch anymore. We're out of that. We are almost seeing 0 rain on radar. And then, of course, our severe threat has pretty much finished too. So tornado watch graphic you would have seen earlier today, all of us outlined in red, that's no more. And our severe risk has also been shifted way off to the east. And even though there's this tiny fragment of Plaquemines Parish covered, these aren't issued as often as tornado watches and things like that. So this came out a little while ago. The next one won't be for some time. So this was from a bit earlier. So thankfully, we're able to say at this point we are pretty much finished with everything. But one thing I wanted to show you is our rain totals. And I have shown you this graphic. These are some of the observed totals that we've gotten. More than 6 inches at the Kenner Airport, more than 6.5 inches at the lakefront. And we've been saying from other sources from the city of New Orleans, and then some viewers have been kind enough to email me or send me on Twitter or Facebook their rain totals too. And I've seen 7 and I've seen close to 8 inches of rain. And that close to 8 was from someone from River Ridge and also around the Pearl River area. That one was about 7 inches. And so when we talk about, well, how much rain do we normally get in April? These 6+ inch totals are way above even the average rainfall amount for the entire month of April. So just looking on average, this is the 30-year average for rainfall in New Orleans. The average would be just over 5 inches for the month. And today we got more than 6 inches in a day. Notice that that's about double our October total for average for rain in October. We got about double that. October is our driest month, but still we got a lot of rain today. And as I point out, sometimes there are some cities across the U.S., really dry cities, of course, that barely get, this would be half their yearly rain total. Rain totals on average. So yes, we're kind of shifting our focus now as far as the weather goes away from what's happening, because there really is not much happening for us anymore. Even our winds have come down. We still have clouds. We still have some street flooding, but even that appears to be improving in a lot of spots. There is still officially in the bright green here a flash flood warning for Jefferson Parish until 6. We will see, but our reporters out and about have been showing us the levels are coming down, so we'll see if that ends probably before 6, I would guess. But again, here we are, Plaquemines Parish. Okay, there are a couple of very small showers here and a little bit of light green across Hancock into Harrison County, Mississippi, and a tiny bit in St. Tammany too. But clearly, any lightning, any thunder, any really heavy rain or significant rain, it's now off to the east of us over toward Biloxi, really, and then especially farther east, as I was pointing out earlier, into Florida at this point, where there have been big swaths of the panhandle that have been under severe thunderstorm warnings. So we are drying out. Let's check in on those winds really quickly. The winds have been up to about 10 or so miles per hour. And that's the case here again. We have them mostly coming in from the east, southeast at this point. We're expecting them to shift though tonight. And tomorrow we're expecting northwest winds, maybe up to 20 or 25 miles per hour. So keeping in mind, setting up for French Quarter Fest, things like that, it will actually still be quite windy tomorrow with those northwest winds. Of course, the direction would be different, but still a windy setup for tomorrow. Temperatures right now are in the 60s. Looking quickly at our forecast for tonight, we're expecting the windy weather to continue, or winds maybe even to pick up, possibly up to 20 or 25 miles per hour, although right now they're not extremely strong. We're going to be drying out. Overnight, I have our rain chance at 10%. And for the next few hours through this evening, I have maybe about 20-30% at the most for those eastern areas, really where it's coming down right now, because we're not expecting a lot to reform heading into the next several hours. Tonight also cooler, North Shore 50s, south of the lake about 60 degrees. So we'll have a chilly start to the day on your Thursday. Tomorrow does look windy, our skies will clear, and actually it looks beautiful like we've been saying. I have 75 for the high. I did a poll a year or so ago where I asked people what is your favorite weather, and right in the middle of the 70s won. So a lot of people very excited probably about the stretch of weather coming up, because Thursday looks like that. Thursday looks like this, and then Friday we will look really nice as well. Middle to upper 70s expected there. Our Thursday forecast for tomorrow, first day of French Quarter Fest. Maybe some of you getting back to work or school if you didn't have it today. And it does look like we'll be warming up through the 60s, hitting our highs in the middle 70s, and then back into the 60s for the evening. And again, just kind of wrapping up with everything at this point. I've been filling out some of the graphics for tomorrow for our 5 and 6 p.m. newscasts. just kind of keeping an eye on everything, making sure everything is still quiet. We still officially have a wind advisory that's going to go until 6, but as I showed you already, our winds are not extremely strong, so it's set to wrap up in a couple of hours, but it's not extremely windy just yet. Now, later on tonight, once our cold front passes through, which is still out to the west of us, but once that passes through, our wind direction will change, and then we will be looking at the drier and windy kind of forecast after that. And for those of you dealing with the minor coastal flooding for these shores, that's been due to those sustained southeast winds. It's still in that direction, but it is less windy now, of course. So I think things should ease, and then it will certainly change once we get those winds coming in from the opposite direction overnight and tomorrow. That will really push the waters back to normal, even though officially there's still a coastal flood advisory today. Katie and Sharice.
It is great news that the rain is ending and the water is starting to go down. We did get an update again from the Sewerage and Water Board just a little while ago about the power and pumping situation. We knew that they were not in an optimal position coming into this storm. We knew that it was likely they were going to have to ration power given the amount of rainfall that we saw. Something that they did say in a statement earlier today. I'm just going to read from that for a quick second. As is typical in storms and considering our fragile power system during heavy rain and wind events, we have had some issues with power, especially with our backup EMDs. Those are those backup generators. We are seeing higher canal levels around drainage pumping stations 1, 3, and 6. That's the one that also services Jefferson Parish and the area around Airline. We expect they will drop as the rain stops. As always, they will perform an after-action report to see what happened and what can be improved moving forward. So we now know that there were some issues with power, as we typically see in a situation like this when we know going in that there wasn't going to be enough to go around.
All right. Obviously, we hope to hear from Sewage and Water Board soon, maybe in an interview to speak with them if we can get someone to give us a call back. But for right now, Paul Murphy was earlier speaking with a hair salon owner who was right in the middle of that potential tornado that touched down in Slidell. Take a listen to this.
Yeah, we're on Pontchartrain Drive in Slidell, where we suspect a tornado blew through here sometime around 10 o'clock. It started out across the street from where I am right now at the McDonald's, and I'm told it blew across the street. You can see the McDonald's golden arches right there along the street, and then it came across here and damaged, blew the windows out of this beauty salon here right across the street from McDonald's. And we're here with Alicia, who's the owner of this beauty salon. Can you just talk about what happened this morning?
Well, my stylist, Essence, she was here, and she called me and said the salon is completely gone. So her and one of my, they were here with customers here. They ran for cover into the dryer room. The wall came completely down, and all the windows bust out. Everything flew out of the window, out the doors, out the windows, and at a complete loss. All their cars are damaged. All the cars are completely damaged. Essence, I don't know if you want to speak with her, but
if she wants to come over.
Yeah, but she can give you more details than because I wasn't scheduled to come until 5 o'clock today. Essence, the Channel 4.
We're going to talk with one of the stylists that was actually here when the tornado, heavy winds blew through the building, and I believe your name is Essence. Come talk with us. So Essence, you were here when the tornado touched down. Talk about what you heard and what you saw.
We was working and it just kind of got windy. It was real dark. It lightened up and then the wind picked up and it picked up fast. We all got together and just tried into the back to go and get some kind of shelter. And before we can get down the hall all the way, the ceiling started collapsing and we just died for shelter. And everything was just started. It was happening so fast, and then everything collapsed on top of us.
Is everybody okay?
Yes.
And now looking at the damage here, what are some of your thoughts?
Just like, I mean, I know it's a process or whatever, but with a great team that I have, we're gonna make it. Yeah, we're gonna make it.
You're looking out on the street here, Alicia, and you see the power poles down, the trees that just sort of snap like twigs. Across the street, you have the McDonald's where the wind actually flipped one vehicle over. knocked a tree on a bunch of others. What do you think about that?
It's scary. It's scary, and it's a blessing that they were fine. I'm thankful that no one got hurt. That's the most important thing. But it's just a blessing for them to still be here, especially looking at the massive amount of damage that occurred.
Since we were talking to a gentleman that works in the building across the street there, and he said that he actually heard the whistle. Yeah. Did you hear anything? Yeah. And did you feel the pressure of talk about that?
It wasn't a whistle. It was like a loud whistle. And when the whistling started coming, that's when the stuff started rattling. So we started trying to run for cover. And then when the rattling started, it picked up so fast. Like the rattling got faster and faster and faster. So we tried to run, and then that's when everything was just like, it was happening so fast. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and I'm sorry this happened to your business, but you'll rebuild, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
This is Louisiana. We're resilient down here, right?
Yeah. We weathered all the storms.
Yeah.
And I'm glad nobody was hurt.
Right.
And that is what we're looking at right here, unfortunately, in the 3300 block of Pontchartrain Drive in Slidell. As you look up and down the street, I know Adam's inside shooting some of the video inside the beauty salon, but as he walks towards the door, you can see up and down the street emergency vehicles. You can see poles that are down. You can see again the golden arches blown across the street from the McDonald's. And unfortunately, this is a really busy road, and I'm sure the first responders would like folks to really stay off the road, particularly in this part of Slidell, which has seen so much damage this morning. A little while ago, we saw a high water vehicle. It looked like it was either the sheriff's office or the police had some deputies in the back of a high water vehicle. And we were hearing that maybe there were some folks that were trapped in some homes that had to be rescued. If you look up and down again the street here, you can really see the awesome power that this tornado had as it hit this part of Slidell. That's what the scene is here in 3300 block of Pontchartrain. I know that there were other areas of Slidell that were damaged as well. Paul Murphy, WWL, Louisiana.
All right, that was a little bit earlier with Paul Murphy in recapping that incredible story with the salon owners who went through that tornado going down their community and giving you an aerial view of where Paul was standing. This gives you just a look at some of the damage, not only floodwaters, but also some of the tornado damage that hit that area and the wind damage in that area.
Yeah, you can really see it when you look at the rooftops, but look at those cars right there. Those trees just look like they pierced the side of that building almost. If you can see the one hanging next to the McDonald's symbol right there, it looks like it just went straight into the wall and stabbed the building. So imagine the force of this tornado as it was moving through, pulled a car onto its side. Fortunately, a woman inside that car was rescued, not injured, I don't believe, at least not significantly, which is amazing. But you see the power lines down there in this aerial view. You can see the side of that building. The facade looks like it was ripped off by the storm. And then as you move farther down Pontchartrain Drive, you can see some other awnings, overhangs damaged by this storm. But you don't see a straight line path in this aerial video, which I think is interesting. There's no clear place where the tornado just kind of ripped a swath across this part of Slidell. So it makes you think maybe it was, kind of hopscotching, which is like touching down and going, place by place. We'll obviously hear more from the National Weather Service on that as they do their investigation in the next few days.
And now what we did see is Paul, he was live earlier, and he showed us that people were already working to restore power to that area. You already had crews that were out there trying to get those power lines up. We're in the aftermath phase of this. As Alexandra confirmed a little bit earlier, we are completely done with the weather. Now we're in the aftermath phase, trying to figure out, assess the damage, how much floodwater is damaged any any businesses or damage any homes. How many trees came down on top of homes? Some people, as we mentioned earlier, spoke with some families who were in the middle of that tornado. They said that there's just mostly a lot of debris that's down, a lot of trees that are down. So I can imagine first responders are sifting through all of that, trying to make sure that people are okay. But Meg did speak with the fire chief there actually, and he can confirm that there were no fatalities, and that's the best news that you can hear.
Absolutely, and we hope it stays that way, that they don't get into these communities and discover that people were more seriously hurt. But the firefighters were really out in full force shortly after this happened in Slidell. It was really incredible to see them with their chainsaws getting roads back open. You know, you could just see from the shots that Leah showed us, because she needed them to clear the roads to get where she was. And so you could see where they had, you know, cut those trees out. They got people through. They were really trying to get the power lines out, and it really has been an incredible effort over there in St. Tammany Parish.
All right, we're going to go to Alexandra Cranford right now. She's been tracking the weather. Alexandra, you probably have an easier job for the rest of the evening because most of the heavy weather is gone.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's more just kind of looking ahead to what's happening, you know, in the next couple of hours, and then tomorrow. Actually, I was just working on a graphic for the news coming up because kind of have to work in between hits here because we've got all this coverage going on. So this is our updated radar scene, and again, yeah, a much more pleasant scene that I'm able to reveal now compared to earlier today. So this is kind of the good news part of the forecast, where the rain is moving out. There's only a tiny bit here. You can see some showers over Plaquemines, super fringes of St. Bernard, maybe a little bit of sprinkles. That's about it. The rest of the area not seeing rain anymore. And if you zoom in, you can see, and actually we can just go to our warnings page, and this is a flash flood warning. This is the only warning that we have left, just one. This is the one for Jefferson Parish, and it goes until 6, but we'll see if that gets edged out a little bit earlier or canceled earlier, because often the National Weather Service will do that when they see that the water has gone down significantly and it's okay to drive. North of the lake, we had a bunch of flash flood warnings earlier. Nothing anymore. And that's been the case. We have no more tornado watch. We're done with that. The severe weather threat is not highlighted for our area any longer. And so thankfully we've seen everything improve. Now, getting into a little bit more of the sort of structure of this system, we thought this moving out ahead of really the main low pressure area and the front, and we are expecting it to continue. So getting into our next graphic here, maybe a shower storm later on this evening or tonight. I only have a 10-20% chance. Then this is early tomorrow. We start to get that cooler feel, and then this takes us through the day tomorrow. So everything looking good starting Thursday, lasting into the weekend, and even lasting farther than that into the beginning of next week too.
All right, thank you so much, Alexandra. Hopefully clear skies ahead.
It'll
be nice, right?
Hopefully so. We're going into French Quarter Fest weekend.
Yes.
We're going to go over to Meg Ferris. I believe we have Meg Ferris. She's joining us now live, still in Slidell.
Yes.
It seems like, Meg, every time we pop up with you, you have another dramatic and amazing scene to show the aftermath of that tornado there.
Yes, Sharice, and that's unfortunate for the people who live here. So we just stepped around the corner from that apartment complex we've been showing you all day, and Jimmy Bennett is here, a veteran. And first of all, let's show everybody, before we tell you a remarkable story, the tree behind us, the oak tree here, had termite damage inside of it. And we've told people about this for a long time, that a tree can look fine, but if it's been eaten out in the center with termites, a wind can knock it over. Now, this tree is now fallen on D Street, D-E-E Street. Now, Jimmy, let me bring you back in because I want to tell people what we're seeing and how this all happened.
Well, this morning, on Wednesday mornings, I always go to a men's Bible study. And I always come back home, I pull in the driveway, and I back my truck up like it normally is. And I knew the weather was bad, and so I parked my truck there, I got out, and I walked this short distance to the front door. And as I grabbed the front door, the weather got bad. Really, really bad. Things are flying around, limbs, trash cans. And when I grabbed the door, I mean, the door, I'm trying to open it.
The pressure made it stick.
Right.
Well, and the wind's trying to pull me away from it. And I'm I keep thinking, I said, don't need to be here. I need to get down, but I couldn't do that. And so I'm hearing all kinds of noises, and then all of a sudden, the tree falls on my truck, the truck that I just left.
And you had come from that direction?
I come from here, down this street, and by the apartment building.
So just moments after you got out of your truck, the tree falls on it?
Right,
15 seconds or so, yeah.
15 seconds or so. And your wife, you had said that that your house is in good shape.
Yeah,
Let's face this way. But what happened was, you said neighbors from quite a ways away, their trampoline is in your backyard?
This house over here, no, we don't have a trampoline. We didn't know where it came from. The people behind them have a trampoline, so it had to go over the bamboo and land in the yard. Crazy. All mangled up and everything.
But y'all are okay?
Oh, yeah, we're fine, praise God, yeah. Yep.
But we actually have more damage from this tornado than we had from Katrina, no doubt.
They're so powerful and concentrated, yes. And you can hear chainsaws rather all over the place going off now. The police have now put barricades in the street where all those people were just driving through to see the apartment complex damage. You see they're out here, you hear the chainsaws trying to get these trees out of the road. So cleanup is definitely going in full force, I guess, until nightfall. So Jimmy Bennett, I'm glad you're safe. You've made it through war, now you've made it through your first tornado, or no?
Probably the first tornado, right? Many, many hurricanes.
And I hope it's the last for both of you. Thank you so much. Okay, back to y'all in the studio.
Oh man, thank goodness everyone is okay. This is really just unbelievable. Every story we hear, incredible.
Yes, and we talk about those oak trees. Those are the things that worried me the most, because I have one in my backyard, and I know a lot of people that have some near their homes. You don't know necessarily if those trees are being taken care of, if they have any inside rotting or any damage. So the amount of winds and the water that is sitting on the grounds can sometimes loosen up those roots, and it will come all the way up. It can damage homes and it can damage fences. I'm like, fingers crossed, as I saw that tree that Meg was in front of, that my backyard is fine, because actually my backyard has never really fully come back after Hurricane Ida. And that's the case for a lot of people who are in those areas that are being impacted. Hurricane Ida did a number on some people, and some of them never really fully recovered.
Well, it certainly did. Areas like Laplace that, also got hit by these storms. These storms really worked their way all the way across the metro area. Right. It was a large swath of landscape that they tackled this morning. And so many of those areas obviously dealt with Ida as well. And so with insurance problems and people having a hard time rebuilding, this is going to be tough for them, even though it wasn't even a hurricane. It was just an afternoon rainstorm.
Yeah. Now, luckily, I don't think we have as many power outages as we probably had a little bit earlier. And if there were power outages, they didn't necessarily stick. If we can pull this up here and give you an idea of what the power outages looks like. This is over in Clico.
This is on the North Shore. It's Clico, the power company over there. And so this indicates that there's about 1,200 people without power, if that's correct. It's kind of hard for us to read in the studio. But
you got to help me. I can't see that.
1,200 people. Thanks, Devin, our producer, for telling us that that's how many people are still without power on the North Shore. Obviously, that area took a significant hit from the wind. Right. And that's usually when you see power go out, is when the winds are getting high. And so that's what we saw today.
And in a matter of about an hour or so, we're supposed to hear from St. Tammany Parish officials to talk about the damage that's there. Yes. We do know that there were some injuries that were reported. There was a widespread and extensive damage that was reported, and we've been showing you some of that extensive damage, so totally believable there. And also, hopefully from Jefferson Parish, I don't know if we have an update, but in JP, it looks like the water was taking a long time to go down. I just heard from someone recently who just tweeted us, who's watching our coverage, that they're still dealing with floodwaters in their area.
Yeah, it has taken a very long time in Jefferson Parish. Scott Walker, councilman there, joined us a little while ago, basically just said that it was too much water over too long. not even too fast. It just was too much water, period, for the system to drain. Now we know that the Sewerage and Water Board was having issues. They even had a higher capacity at pumping around Drainage Pumping Station 6, which is near the 17th Street Canal. And that is a pumping station that affects Jefferson Parish. So it makes you wonder whether or not the Sewerage and Water Board's issues are once again affecting parts of Jefferson Parish as well. We're going to have to get those answers from the Sewerage and Water Board apparently in the days and weeks to come, because we haven't actually gotten a chance to ask those questions to them today.
Right. And you know, honestly, the more that this happens, it's just very difficult to handle this amount of water all the time. And it's really frustrating for a lot of residents in both of these parishes to go through this every time, whether it's a storm like we had today or just a regular rainy day like we've seen in the past.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think it's incredibly frustrating. It's part of living in Southeast Louisiana. It's part of living in the city of New Orleans when the city is built in a bowl, basically. Unfortunately, the infrastructure isn't sufficient to keep up with it. And we had a hint of that going in. We knew that it was not at 100% capacity. We knew that there could be a problem, and it appears there was.
All right, I just got an updated note here. This is involving the Salvation Army on Old Spanish Trail in Slidell. As we saw, that's where Meg Ferris has been live for us throughout the morning and the afternoon. The Salvation Army now has, and the community coffee rather, they have emergency feeding units parked at 890 Old Spanish Trail in Slidell. That's 890 Old Spanish Trail in Slidell. So we do have the Salvation Army helping people out. And that is the thing that Paul talked about a little bit earlier when he talked about the resilience of this community. Everyone right now, if they don't have a chainsaw, they're helping out their neighbors if they had any damage. And we have first responders that are responding. You mentioned that the firefighters are responding as well.
Yes.
Everyone is doing what they can to help out. Even if they don't have damage, help out the people that's next door or within their community.
And I want to point out, you know, when you look at Slidell, I grew up there, a large part of my life spent in Slidell. And those areas that we've been showing you that have the most significant damage from this tornado, there are neighborhoods and businesses all around there. So these are pretty populated areas, and they're well-traveled streets. They are very big streets, again, in that town. So in the city of Slidell, there are probably a lot of people in the neighborhoods around those areas that we've been showing you. Meg just said she went around the corner from the shopping center that she's been at on Old Spanish Trail and found people with damage to their houses, with trees down, with damage to their cars, damage to their roofs. You know, the damage from this, I think we don't even really have a good handle yet on how extensive and widespread it is.
Yeah, I can only imagine what is happening right now in Slidell, and I can say that probably with the damage that we've seen, we could expect some closures or for some people to be impacted tomorrow. So make sure that you download the WWL app. We have to keep you updated because this information is coming by the minute.
Yeah.
That's why you see these computers sitting in front of there. Literally, as soon as something comes down, we try to let you know as soon as possible.
Yes, absolutely. And we do expect to hear from the Slidell mayor, among other St. Tammany Parish officials, at a news conference this evening. So we should get the very latest from them and know whether or not, you know, they have done an assessment, whether or not they know what the extent of the damage is and how widespread this tornado damage was.
All right, we want to go over to Metairie now. Lily Cummings has been live for us throughout the morning and the afternoon, giving us an update of the floodwaters there. Lily, earlier we said that the floodwaters had not receded all the way just yet. Where do they stand now?
Yeah, Katie had mentioned to me that Airline Drive was seeing a lot of issues in Jefferson Parish, so we actually left our location where we last talked to you at Lake and West Esplanade because that water there started to recede, and we tried to head our way to Airline Drive, and it was very hard to get to where we are right now. But look at this view, you guys. This is looking towards New Orleans on Airline Drive right now. It just completely will take your breath away. You can see that traffic as people are coming down trying to get onto Airline headed towards Jefferson Parish, realizing I don't know if I should drive through that. Honestly, I wouldn't. You can see a lot of taller vehicles are trying to go through it right now. But Eric, can you show this SUV off to the left here and just how high that is on an SUV? That's incredible. So this has obviously taken on a lot of water throughout the day, and it still has not gone down. So there's a lot of traffic back behind us, backed up, folks who are leaving JP headed towards Orleans Parish on Airline right now, that are just realizing, I don't know if I can get across this. So if you're 5 o'clock commute or your commute home from work includes Airline Drive, take a look at this, find a different route home. I just tweeted a photo of this just a few minutes ago and people were already asking me, how am I supposed to get home? So this is quite a big, quite a lot of water that we're looking at right now on Airline Drive towards New Orleans. Guys?
That is jaw-dropping, Lily. When you look at it from that view, I know that I had been getting some reports from people who were trying to navigate that area. This is the entrance to the Old Metairie, Old Jefferson sort of causeway area, and that is still a mess. That water does not appear to be going anywhere. So I think that there are people are going to have a lot of questions about why that is. Can people access the neighborhoods right there? I know that they can probably get around the other way, but there are some neighborhoods back in that area, and I wonder
honestly,
if people
Katie, there's some homes here, there's some houses here to our left that look like they've taken on a significant amount of water. So, you know, we weren't really sure what the airline area looked like until you mentioned it's kind of bad, we should get over there. And now getting this kind of higher view, we're up on a bridge right now, being able to look down at it is, like you said, it's jaw-dropping, it's crazy.
Well, you know, I'm just really curious at that SUV that was driving through because it seemed like every inch that he took that the water just went higher and higher. Did they make it through or did the vehicle stall?
I think he made it through. Oh, Eric, did he stall? He did stall, Eric, saying, oh my goodness, this man is on top of the roof of his SUV right now, y'all.
Oh, can you show us that
stalled.
live?
Eric's going to try and give you all, yes, Eric's going to try and give you all a better look at what's happening
here. That's the vehicle we just saw.
Oh no,
yes.
His door, yep, and he opened his door, and as you can see, that's letting water in the SUV. Oh my goodness.
That's a bad situation.
We as he was going through, we watched this happen live. As he's going through, he was pushing through the water, and I could see the water going almost over, just as high. It was going all the way to the front of the vehicle. I'm a little lost for words here. And at some point, I'm wondering, does he not realize that you cannot make it through this? And this is exactly why we tell you to turn around, because this can happen. Also, you don't necessarily know where you're driving.
Right.
So you could have been driving into what could have been a ditch on the side of the road. You never know. But now, this is literally
a pothole.
live.
Or a pothole.
Or a pothole.
Lily, also, you know, what did the rest of Airline Drive look like?
So I did take a peek before y'all came out to me to look more towards the Jefferson Parish side of things, since that's kind of where I've had my focus today. Katie, I will tell you the JP side of things seems to look a lot better. And like I said, there's just a line of traffic coming from JP into Orleans Parish where people are trying to get across Airline now. So that's backed up significantly. And then you all can probably see the on-ramp coming onto Airline off of I-10 there. That is really backed up now at this point because I think people are getting off work and realizing. There's also a lot of cars down below y'all. I will tell you that one guy, when we got out here, his car must have stalled earlier in the day. He was asking us, he was like, can you give me a jump? And I don't know how to get down there to him from where we're at. I mean, that's kind of the predicament that we're in right now.
Yeah, that is a very tenuous situation with people trying to drive through that water that doesn't appear to be going anywhere. We saw one person live on TV stall out, and now these other people are trying to work their way through. As Lily just mentioned, traffic is having a difficult time getting off the interstate to head on to Airline because there is a significant amount of water. This is on the Orleans Parish side, you said, right, Lily? Right by Tulane Avenue?
Yes, yes. So this is if you're making your decision whether you want to go, you know, to the West Bank or to Tulane Ave, this is right where we're at. And I will tell you all that it did take us a while to get up to where we're at. You kind of have to meander your way through Mid-City, you know, around Costco and all that good stuff, because there are several roads even in Mid-City getting here that were flooded. So we're now on some higher ground, like I said, up here on this bridge.
I personally think they just need need to shut this area down, because if you look at it and what just happened, it
I
can
know.
happen
I
to
mean,
a lot of these
why
vehicles.
is it not barricaded?
Yeah, it almost seems like that exit from the interstate should be shut off at this point. You know, they have the Carrollton underpass that's been shut down throughout the day. It makes you wonder if it's water related to this situation right here.
Jumping over the median there, Eric, can you see that gold sedan jumping over the median? I think they're trying to turn around, which, I mean, is the smart thing to do, but on a low car, getting over that median's difficult.
I believe this is Orleans Parish. It is where you are heading toward Jefferson Parish.
Right. This is right at the line.
Right at the parish line between Jefferson and Orleans parishes. As you're coming out off of the flyover ramp next to Carrollton Avenue. And then this is also the exit coming off the interstate in that whole area where Airline, Carrollton, all of that is. The cars that are moving toward us right now are heading toward Jefferson Parish.
Now, that vehicle actually, is that vehicle just stalling in front of you, Lily? We just see a woman that gets out of her car here.
Which color? Black?
White vehicle. We see a woman outside of her car, and we don't know necessarily that vehicle stalled earlier. Were there any issues?
No, Sharice, I think she's up on the median, and I think people are realizing when they're coming off the I-10 exit, and so they're moving either onto the median or trying to turn around on that median.
Right.
Although it looks like she may have hit that light pole. I'm not sure. She's pretty close to it, so
she looks pretty
I'm
worked
not sure
up
if
as
we
well.
can zoom in a little bit to that.
And the man behind her may have run into her. I don't know. It may have been a car accident situation because of this extensive flood water.
Yeah.
That will be an additional traffic tie-up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, she is dealing with some issues. I think that's an area that does need to shut down, because the more that people go through there, they don't know necessarily what they're going into. And you have situations like we saw live, someone stalling out, and people trying to jump the neutral ground, trying to get across so they can go back into Orleans Parish. But it's a predicament that you can be in anywhere in the city right now, because the flooding, it left no one, as I mentioned, unscathed.
And Lily, you said farther up Airline toward Jefferson Parish. Is that area clear now, or is there still water?
It looks clear from my vantage point, Katie. We're gonna spin around here and see if we can give you all a better view of what's happening more on that side of things, but it just looks like there's a lot of traffic that's backing up because people, again, are coming to this big body of water and realizing, oh, I can't go that way. And also down below us now, okay, so we are now facing the line of traffic that's heading from JP into Orleans Parish. You can see that backing up on Airline Drive. And then down below us, you can even see the water in the canal, how fast that's rushing below us. That's crazy as well, and shows you just how high the water is.
That is, I have not seen the water that high since we've had hurricanes. We heard the Sewage and Water Board say that there are higher levels of water around drainage pumping stations 1, 3, and 6. And some of those pumping stations may be that may be what we're seeing the result of right now.
Yeah, and it's because it stopped raining about 2 or 3 hours ago.
And I know I told y'all, hang on, I see some cars just hit some water further down Airline, so I'm not making any promises that all of Airline is clear at this point, especially because earlier today we were at Airline and Williams Boulevard and they had that closed off. But as far as, kind of the naked eye can see from our vantage point, it looks clear in the JP side. But again, I'm not positive that all of Airline is looking better at this point.
Well, we did hear from Parish Councilman Scott Walker that some businesses at the end of Causeway did take on some water today. So I'm wondering whether or not that water has receded yet or not, because that would be the area that would be, headed toward Jefferson Parish, down from exactly where you're talking about. So it appears people are getting out of their cars. They're just stopped on airline at this point because of how deep the water is there.
Well, I mean, you can't move
Can't
really.
move.
Yeah,
and
they
I
don't
think,
know what to do.
Yeah, you're kind of stuck in the position that you're in right now, and this is why that area probably needs to be shut down. But this is what we were talking about earlier about the water that's still standing. It's been a few hours. We've been up here since the rain has stopped, and that water is still standing. And at that level where you can watch an SUV stall live on television, and it seems like other vehicles are stalling as well and causing these traffic backups. So I wonder if first responders are aware that this is even high at this point.
Yeah, I don't know, but you know, the canal, it has a ton of water flowing through it.
Right.
That may be an indication that the pumps are working to get it out. I don't know. We're going to have to get those answers from the Sewerage and Water Board, but take a look at this. Look how high the water is in that canal. That's not something that we see every day. It is down below the bridge.
Right, and as of right now, Katie and Charisse, to answer your question about first responders and do they know it's that high, I personally haven't seen any, NOPD, JPSO, no one is coming to block off this area of airline in particular. So really there's no warning for these drivers that are either coming off of I-10 or coming down airline thinking they're going to get into Orleans Parish. There's really no warning. So as you can see, obviously these cars turning around and getting backed up.
Wow, that is a difficult situation. We're going to continue to watch it here for just a minute because people are essentially stuck. Those who are stopping a little bit farther back, you can see there's a U-turn right there, and they're able to turn around. But you know, those people who are right here by the Palmetto Canal, near the Costco area, that underpass at Carrollton has been closed all day. It makes you wonder if this is why. And this water that is coming from somewhere, obviously, and not appearing to drain is causing significant problems. That's going to be a Sewerage and Water Board question that hopefully we can get answered here pretty shortly.
And even on the off-ramp, you saw that man who stalled, he was driving off of that area, away from that area,
yes,
going into some even deeper water in that community.
Yeah, and the community, to your point there, Charisse, I'm not sure how these folks in their homes are doing at this point, because like I said, it really does look to my naked eye that these homes have taken on some water.
Yeah, and that's the Holly Grove area of New Orleans, where you know, you do have a significant number of homes. That's a difficult situation for everyone involved. Look, you can see that person moving against the flow of traffic to try and turn around.
I mean, that's what I feel like you're going to start seeing that more often. We saw it on the other side with people trying to cross over to go back to where they came from.
Cross and give you all another shot of the water really fast, just because there is a lot of traffic, folks who are deciding to go through it. Now, I will say most of them that I'm seeing right now are in higher vehicles, either SUVs or trucks, but I just don't think that makes it necessarily safe to do. I think that honestly they're creating a lot of wake into this nearby neighborhood right now.
Oh yeah, whenever you get that shot, we love to see that, because I'm telling you, and also you guys be careful as you're out there as well, because I know that some people are back on the roadways and they're trying their best to get to wherever they need to go. You know, and RTA has also just mentioned that they returned bus service following the flooding. But as you can see there, the flooding is not necessarily over just yet.
No, it's certainly not. And I'm hearing from some parish council members. Parish council member Jennifer Van Branken just texted me to tell me that the 17th Street Canal was at 17.2 feet, and it is going down as the pumps at Station 6. That's the one that affects Jefferson and Orleans parishes. They're trying to move the water out. They're pumping the water out of that canal. It's now down to 13 plus feet, but that is still high. And it makes you wonder, you know, what happened there, and I'm sure we're going to get more questions about that answered in the next couple of days. But it appears that may be impacting what we're looking at on the screen right there.
All right, we're going to go to one of our reporters in a second, but for right now, we just heard from CLECO. They just sent a storm restoration update. They had restored power to approximately, as of 4 o'clock, 45 minutes ago, 44,500 customers who lost power after severe weather moved through. So slightly more significant than what we mentioned to you a little bit earlier. They say that the hardest hit areas were in Slidell and in Eunice. Slidell, obviously, due to the tornado that touched down there. 26,000 customers in Slidell, 7,700 customers without power and units. So they have statewide personnel. They're working with additional mechanics and specialists to help clear debris. So they are already starting to get power restoration up and going. So hopefully by later this evening they can get more people. But again, that is 9,000. The power has been restored, but that is out of 44,500 customers.
Yeah, the tornadoes, as we've seen over and over from our incredible coverage from our people over on the North Shore. We've even seen trees on power lines. It's been extensive. Paul Murphy has shown us a lot of those throughout the day. We're going to join him live again tonight. It really has just been an incredible effort. You can even see the power crews behind him right now. Paul?
Well, Katie, some of the power actually is back on in this area, if you can believe that. This area in the 3300 block of Pontchartrain Drive really took it on the chin with one of those suspected tornadoes. You can see here the DOTD crew is on it tonight. The cleanup and the digging out's already begun. Once the rain stopped by mid-afternoon, you see the DOTD crews trying to hook back up the lights, the traffic lights that were blown down when that storm passed through here. In addition to the DOTD crews, there's also some arborists cutting down what's left of some of these trees, particularly over here at the McDonald's, where some big trees actually landed on some of the vehicles that were in the parking lot, damaged them pretty substantially. One of the cars in that same parking lot actually flipped over when that storm hit here. So the cleanup is underway. We realize that Pontchartrain Drive is a major thoroughfare here in Slidell, and people are using it to get from here to there. But if you can avoid this stretch of Pontchartrain Drive, please do so. As you see, folks are already working on the lights here. Folks are also working on trying to reestablish some power. Many of the power lines and power poles did come down when that storm hit around 10:10 this morning. So right now, I think folks are best to avoid this area if you can. And tomorrow is going to be another busy day here along this stretch of highway. But, you know, here in South Louisiana, we're resilient folks. They'll get this all cleaned up and this mess moved out of here, and we'll be doing business probably within a day or two here. Not sure about the beauty shop across here, though. Unfortunately, all the windows were blown out from the New Me Beauty Shop. We're talking to one of the stylists there who happened to be here when the storm hit, and she said they all went to dive in a back room, and the roof started caving in on them, but they're all okay. And it's amazing, and we've been talking about this all afternoon, is that we really haven't heard of any major injuries, at least not in this section of Slidell. We did have one woman who was trapped in a car that had to be let out by first responders. Another woman was in a car when the storm hit, and she went to the hospital to get checked out just as a precaution. But we haven't heard of any major injuries as of yet. So again, I guess the story of the evening will be the cleanup and the digging out. This is what you see in the business area. This same type of thing is happening with people's homes. If you look up and down the streets here off of Pontchartrain, there was some substantial damage to people's homes, whether it's roof damage, tree damage, fence damage, and the like. And they're already getting after it as well. So that's the scene here in this part of Slidell. Paul Murphy, WWL, Louisiana.
That's really incredible to see that effort happening both there and in people's homes. I'm sure, as we mentioned, you know, there are neighborhoods all around these commercial centers that we've been showing you. Meg Ferris visited one of those a little while ago and showed us some extensive tree damage there as well. So hopefully things can get repaired and life can get back to some semblance of normal in short order.
All right. Well, in Louisiana, when we are faced with a storm, we always come together, as we've seen some of the people with Meg Ferris do earlier. And today, our neighbors in Slidell and St. Tammany, they need our help.
WWL Louisiana and the United Way of Southeast Louisiana are partnering to provide disaster relief to those affected by our severe storms today. If you would like to donate, all you have to do, scan that QR code on your screen or go to unitedwaysela.org slidell.org/disaster. 100% of your donations will go directly to those who need it most.
All right. Of course, always we like to help our community.
Yes.
We like that everyone else helps our community as well when we're faced with this, which is something that you just have to get used to when you're in Southeast Louisiana, unfortunately. All right, we're going to go to Alyssa Curtis right now. She's been out on our storm coverage. Alyssa, where are you right now?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I didn't know they was coming to us now.
Hey guys, yeah, we are on Claiborne near Nashville, and traffic is slowing, but Claiborne East, part of the street is flooded. The leftmost lane has the least amount of flooding, so you can see the traffic is still flowing. It is quite slow, moving quite slow, as people are trying to be careful and make sure that their cars can get through, but you can see people are staying close to the neutral ground as possible. And again, people are just taking it really slow, and they're kind of just going with the flow, because usually around this time, if people are moving slow, you know, you hear honking, you hear people getting frustrated. I think right now people are just aware of the situation and are just trying to be careful, and not only them, but be careful with the other drivers around them. You can tell that the street, oh, all right, wanted to make sure that we were okay here. We can tell the street is kind of lower once you get closer and further into State Street, into the neighborhood. You can tell, just look at those cars, how deep that water is. You can see some of the smaller cars, that white car and this gray car, that water is up, hitting those doors. Even this SUV that is a little bit higher, not much higher than the cars, even that water is hitting. So these owners of these cars are going to have to wait a little bit until this water recedes. The water does not seem to be receding, and now we've learned from our partners at NOLA.com that there were some issues with the drainage pumps. Sewerage and Water Boards say that they had to kind of ration the capacity, the power. So there seem to be some issues there. We're getting that information from NOLA.com, our partners over there. And we can kind of tell, we've been around the city, driving around the city for hours all day long, and we've seen similar situations like this all across the city. So many streets have been flooded. Not only are they flooded, but it doesn't seem as if those catch basins are working. It doesn't seem as if those catch basins are on, because it's just standing still water. Again, we've seen when those catch basins are working and when they're pumping correctly, you can kind of see some movement over on those catch basins. You can tell that the water is being pulled in. And that has not been happening today. Almost every single location that we've seen and we've been to today, the water has just it's just still water. We also know that those pumps can only take so much water. They take about 1.5 inches the first hour, and then it kind of slowly, the capacity is slowly decreases after that first hour and after that first amount. But again, this water has just not moved, it seems, at all. You don't want to be driving in this. It seems like a lot of people are now back on the roads compared to earlier this morning. I don't know if people are heading home from work. I know some people may have been picking up their kids from schools. We've seen some school buses. But if you can stay home the rest of the night, you just stay home if you can, because this water does not seem to be going anywhere. We've seen a bunch of cars stall out around this city. You don't want to be stuck in that situation, so please be careful. We're going to keep an eye on the water here and kind of see what the situation is, and take a look at if this water is receding or not. But I'm going to send it back to you guys for now. Reporting live on Claiborne, Alyssa Curtis, WWL Louisiana.
This seems like a major sewage and water board problem, Alyssa, especially since we're seeing not only there uptown, but we're also seeing it over on Airline Drive near Carrollton, where Lily Cummings has shown us just an incredible scene of cars trying to get off the interstate, and there's still so much standing water they can't. Lily?
Katie, I want to show you all what's happening right now. So 5 o'clock traffic is happening. People are getting off work, and we're seeing a lot more traffic driving through this water. Now, if you want to take a look out here, we can see this looks like a tow truck that's helping out the woman in the white sedan that we talked about earlier, who we weren't sure had she run into this pole or was she just trying to get onto the neutral ground to avoid stalling out her car. But obviously there seems to be additional cars now that have stalled heading towards JP on Airlines. So still a mess out here right now. As you can see, people are still coming off the interstate on I-10, realizing that they can't cross Airline Drive. Also, I'm not sure if this is the same SUV that we showed y'all earlier, this black SUV that's driving in the same area. Hopefully that is not the same guy and he learned his lesson, because I don't know, it looks like the same car to me, and it's over there again. But anyways, all of that to say, people need to avoid this area at all costs. Thankfully, people are making room and kind of getting smart on the I-10 exit that I just mentioned. I can see that people are leaving room for folks to make that U-turn and to head back on 61 so that they can head back towards Orleans Parish and hopefully find a different route home.
Wow, that is incredible. We're going to have to ask Alexandra in a minute the official time that it stopped raining, but it feels like it was about 2 hours ago almost. At least a significant amount of rainfall. This is not normal to see water sitting on the streets for 2 hours after a rain event like this. So it's clear something is going on with the drainage system, both in Jefferson and in Orleans, and possibly impacting Jefferson Parish as well. But when we see water getting pumped out of the canals at this hour, 2 hours after it stops raining, that's a significant indicator that something's not working right.
Yeah, this is what I said earlier. I feel like there's a problem there.
I'm going to show you all also the neighborhood, if we can, really fast. Just pan over, because there are some concerns that maybe some of these homes have taken on water. If you want to zoom into some of these houses here, that is a big concern, because if you can see even like that white car in the driveway, I'm not even sure she's going to be able to get out of her house. So that's a concern for not just people trying to make it home from work. I mean, they can hopefully turn around and find a different route, but people live here and are being impacted by this water being right outside their doorstep.
Yeah, this is the Holly Grove area of New Orleans, and that is an incredible sight there. Thank you so much for that live report, Lily. We're going to get to our 5 o'clock news in just a little bit, but hopefully we'll check back in with Lily in a minute.
Oh, I hope so. We do, because as you mentioned, Alexandra just confirmed, and I said it's been a few hours since the last time it rained. It has been 3 hours, according to Alexandra. So 3 hours later, with the water still standing that way, that's a major problem.
That is a major problem. That is not normal. That does not happen on a regular basis, and that is an indicator that something is not functioning properly with the drainage system. We're going to have to get to the bottom of that for you.
In the meantime, if you keep seeing those videos, keep sending us those pictures, 504-529-4444.
Yes.
Also, you can see them on our website, wwltv.com. And of course, we'll continue our coverage going into Eyewitness News, or the WWL Louisiana News at 5 o'clock.
WWL Louisiana News at 5 begins with